Boys, I don't know what my son is doing, trying to talk about some penal, what is this? Is this like penis or something? The penis secrets? Well, look, I'm the sponsor for today, and I've got a word for you boys, because I'll tell you what, it is time to reveal the darkest secrets of this family. And yes, I dressed up for you boys because there's some very evil and crazy things. Let's get this all sorted out here. Woo, yeah. There's some evil and crazy things that I had to put on a sizzle jacket and get myself fully loaded, 3 sheets to the wind, to be able to tell you boys once and for all the darkest secrets of this family. It is finally time for you boys to know the truth. Let me just steady myself here for a minute, because I'm trying to do a YouTube live, and you know, when Daddy's 3 sheets to the wind like this, there's no telling what kind of crazy stuff is going to come out of his mouth. But there are dark secrets in this family, son, and you need to know about it. It's time for you to know. I gathered you boys, God, this is driving me crazy. I gathered you boys here today, and I wanted to talk to you honestly. I just feel a little bit sick to my stomach, but look, this is something that's been going on for a very long time, boys, and I might have needed a little bit of Daddy's secret sauce, a little of Daddy's soda that you're not supposed to be touching when you see it in the refrigerator. I got my drink on, that's right, boy. I had to get all loaded up so I could tell you the darkest secrets of this family. Now, boys, I want you to pull up a chair. David, Michael, you get in over there. I know, yep, okay, that's good. Now, I want you to sit down and brace yourselves, because the dark secrets of this family are so shocking, so humiliating, I mean, look, I've been angry about this for 40 damn years. I have spent my life waiting. I've been looking in the mirror, thinking to myself, okay, when do you tell the boys? When does Daddy finally break the news about this very, very dark secret of this family? Now, I've been thinking about, I know this is emotionally overwhelming for you kids, and therefore I got to make sure that I do this the right way, and I've been holding this back, but I will not be silent any longer. There are dark secrets in this family, and you need to know the truth. And I've been waiting and waiting and waiting to try to figure out the right time, how to stage this, what kind of clothes I'm going to wear. I've rehearsed it in the mirror. And boys, when you hear this secret, it's very likely that you're going to want to cry, and I get that. So if you do decide that you need to cry when I tell you this secret, woo! Oh, excuse me, boys. I just have a little bit of gas. It's part of the medication, Daddy's medicine, that he needed to be able to share such a terrifying and dark secret with you boys. Now, hold on a minute. Oh, God. Woo! My stomach doesn't feel very good, boys. I might be a little bit woozy right now. Open ears. Okay, look, I know I told you I was going to tell you the secret, but I want to make sure that you're properly prepared, because this is going to be like a hand grenade. Woo! A hand grenade going off in your mind, boy. Once you hear this secret, there is no turning back. You cannot be the person that you were before I told you this. So you're just going to have to suck it up, man up, accept the fact that terrible and painful things happen in people's lives, and that this is one of those cases where, woo, I had to get really nice and sauced up to tell you this, boys, because it's a family secret that's been living in my heart for way too long, and it's finally time for you boys to know the truth. Now, David, Michael, You know I love you boys, and you know I would never do anything. I would never do anything to try to hurt you kids. I'm only trying to be honest. I'm trying to share something that has burdened my heart and torn me apart for 40 years. I have lived with this. I cannot stand it anymore. It's time for you boys to know the truth. If I can ever get around to saying it, I'm really nervous, okay? I feel scared inside. I'm not sure how you're going to react to this because it's something that is extremely upsetting and very, very dark. Woo, okay. Are you ready, boys? Okay, you sitting down? You ready to cry? Okay, I know this is going to come as a huge shock to you boys, but here it is. I'm going to lay it out for you as simply as I can in a small number of words. If I can remember what the hell I was going to say. What? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay, the big dark secret. Okay, fine. You guys are getting mad now. I understand that. I'm sorry. I'm just going to let it on. I'm going to lay it on you boys. Just going to give it to you straight up, no chaser. It's going to be fire water to the brain. It's going to be something you'll never forget. Here it is, boys. Get ready. Drum roll, please. The darkest secret of this family that I'm finally going to share with you after all this time is that everything bad is because of your mother. That's right. Everything bad that has happened to you, that has happened to me, that has happened to this family is because of your mother. Now, I have lived with this. I have struggled with this. I didn't know how to tell you. But it's okay, boys. It's okay, Michael. You can cry. You can cry if you want to, because I know this is coming as a big shock. She has created propaganda and disinformation. She has lied to you boys for so many years and made you think that dear old daddy was at fault. And now you know the truth. And I hope that you can it's okay, Michael. It's okay. You can let yourself go. Just let yourself cry, Michael. It's all right. Because now that you know the truth, you can start to heal. The healing process will begin. And I just am so sad that I had to tell you boys this, but it's really true. Everything bad is because of your mother. God, I just can't stand it anymore. And boys, I have had it. Now, I think we ought to let David take over the microphone because that's about all I got today. That's my A-level material. And I shot my whole ordinance out all at once. So you boys are going to have to live with that now. And you go back and reframe everything that happened to you and you'll figure out Daddy is telling the truth. Woo! All right. Everything bad is because... Okay, let's get back to the pineal gland. Anyway, that's probably a lot more interesting. You guys don't want to hear all this. Marina Doctor says, yes, if you're tuning in for the first time, this is just a preliminary comedy sketch. If it ain't one thing, it's your mother, says Beverly Adams, and I would completely agree. Somebody's dissing me about the shirt and the jacket and how they don't work together. That's okay if you don't believe that. The Amazon driver is actually your father. You guys are feeding me great lines here. Roger Zabarik, thank you again, David, for another great Sunday. That is your best one, yes, it's Tom McWhorter. Woo! So, happy... F the Mother's Day, boys. Your mother's ego is black and blue. People tell me I look great, I look hot, you don't have to like it. I love the boutonniere, and everybody loves it. So anyway, wow. Woo! Daddy was here, he was angry. I promised you a drunk, angry daddy, and now that I've done that routine, I got to mop my brow. Might be a little bit too warm for this. We might take off the jacket here in a minute. But smash that like button as if you're on the A-team, son. Because that's the one thing you can do to try to undo all the damage that your mother has caused for so many years. Ooh, I actually am quite warm, but that's okay. You know, I come here to play my A game, to be in the game for you guys. And we are talking about the secrets of the pineal gland. It's a very exciting show. It's one of my favorite topics. And again, I've decided, what the hell? I'm not going to hold on to stuff that I used to only sell. Let's put it out there. Vacapalo says, looking good, David. Dr. Amanda Noel, thank you for your amazing teachings, David. I cannot miss a single episode. That's why 5 weeks ago I went into labor while I was watching your pyramid episode, and I birthed our daughter from home. Welcome, Leela. I think I'm going to try taking my socks off and see if that cools it down enough that I can continue to wear this very, very striking jacket. Yes, I did choose to go with the blue shirt because you guys expect color too. So I got to pay off all the different constituencies who are expecting representation, and they're expecting everything to go the way they want it to go. You look amazing. Oh my God, you're killing it with this opening. Sunday afternoon church with David and family. You are awesome. Sam the Illusionist did a channeling about David's past lives. You should watch it. Okay. One of my lives is in Mars and another in Egypt. Thank you for that. Somebody keeps posting that. The jacket is fire. I love the blue shirt and the white sizzle tux. Yes, this is another donation to the good cause of the David Show from our dear friends at 7 Geometric Forms. And I couldn't believe it. They gave me this one, and they gave me another one that is actually a black tuxedo, which, is still beautiful. I have other ones of those, but it's got really nice shiny lapels. But I said, you know what? I just got to deliver as much sizzle as I possibly can. We got to sizzle you guys up so much that you can handle the gravity of the family secret that I need to share with you boys today, because it's time for you to know the truth. There you go. Drunk Angry Daddy in the house. Woo! All right. No, I really am in a good mood today. It's been quite a journey to get here, and I'm very, very excited about this show today. So let's hit the ground running. As you know, we've been doing a running series on these new discoveries that came out of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And we're finding out that the Great Pyramid and the other two pyramids there in Giza have these huge tunnels underneath them. And this was discovered by a new form of ground-penetrating radar. Leanne Boudreau, happy upcoming Mother's Day to everyone. Thank you, David. All right, we're up to 2,500 viewers already. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of that sweat off of your brow to de-shine the enormity of the secret that has been laid upon you boys. I hope you can handle it. But there it is, son. There it is. Okay. So, we've done what now? This is going to be, I guess, the 6th episode since that pyramid information came out. And we have talked already in the past episode about pyramids and standing stones. Nathalie Arama, David, looking great. Happy Sunday. Thank you. Pyramids and standing stones using levitating portals. That they actually harness these naturally occurring portals of energy that the Russian scientist Dmitriev called vacuum domains, where in simple terms, as we've said, gravity is being converted to visible light as electromagnetic energy. And that's not all. I mean, this actually is the secret to free energy as well. You can tap into gravity like a water wheel, and then you start to be able to draw energy out of this little spherical vortex that you made. But where it really gets interesting is the idea that the portals we were talking about last time, which we'll briefly review that again, actually form in your brain. And this is happening every time you go to sleep. This is happening every time we go through some type of near-death experience or psychedelic experience. The whole secret to reality really is the fact that there is a parallel reality that is coexistent with our own, in which time and space flip inside out. Edna Karinsky just donated. Thank you very much. She says, David, thanks for being here again. Let's hope. Says, David, I hope to hear you each week. Well, yeah, barring anything really crazy, that is what's going to be happening. I'm committed to keep doing this show. April D says, no one else dumps info like this consistently every week. Not that I know of. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. The sound doesn't match your lips. Well, that's only one person saying that. Everybody else is good. All my gauges are good. So if that's happening for you, I would just say probably you want to refresh your browser, restart your computer, make sure that your internet connection is good. But everybody else should be fine. This is the best information online, hands down, says Deep Dubs. Your sound is good, your lips look good. Okay, I figured it was just one person. But if somebody says something like that, it scares me a little bit. I'm like, okay, fine. So today, just for your enormous delight, I have also included a little pineal gland Easter egg over here next to my spiraling conch shell, actually the nautilus shell. And I feel good, you guys. This is a very exciting time to be alive. And again, the big secret is that time and space will flip inside out, and time becomes three-dimensional in this parallel reality. And we talked about this quite a bit the last two shows, that if you move over there through space, you're actually moving through time here. And that's a very, very interesting idea. Also, the idea that Earth itself has an inverted version of itself, that everything from the universe itself at the largest level down to the quantum level, everything has an inside-out component. So these occur in local bubbles, and so one of the local bubbles is like the sun and the planets of our solar system. And so yes, there is a way in which the whole solar system is flipped inside out. It happens on a galactic level. We actually get counter-rotating globular clusters in the galaxy that go in the opposite direction of how the galaxy is normally rotating. You see it on gas planets. The scientists never explained why. Opposite alternating bands of clouds on gas planets move in opposite directions. One is going this way, one is going this way. So the basic idea here is that time and space are rolled inside a toroidal shape, and then you can actually flip it inside out. As we said last time, look no further than, as we said before, these buckyballs or carbon-60 atoms known as fullerenes. I guess it would be a molecule. And this was a study done by Olaf Nares in 1999. These are only 1 nanometer wide, and you shoot them through a 100 nanometer wide diffraction grating. And instead of them remaining as solid objects just by hitting that wall, they land in like 5 different places, which creates what looks like a spectrum of color lines. Like literally 5 vertical lines start to form. But if you wait a little longer and the ball keeps on going, it flips back into a ball again. It doesn't stay in a wave. It flips into a wave state, and then it goes back into its normal buckyball state that we would see. So it rolls inside out, transforms into a wave, and so this is now the theoretical realization of the idea of wave-particle duality. So I want to give you a new concept here, which is the idea that if you take a beach ball and you push it below the surface of the water, let's imagine now that the beach ball has become invisible. Let's say you can't see below the surface of the water. You have to hold that pressure on the beach ball in order to make it stay invisible, and as soon as you let go, the ball pops back into our reality again and becomes visible. So while that buckyball has been slammed against the wall, it's got enough pressure to push the beach ball below the surface, so to speak, at which time you only see it in past, present, and future. The wave formation means that the ball exists in the past, the present, and the future. Whoa, we got donations coming in. Cynthia Klon donated $10. Thank you very much. Julian Perone. Holy crap, David, why do you have to flex on us like that? Super sizzly today, brother. Keep up the awesome work. My boy looks like 007 today. Well, if somebody's going to give me a sizzle jacket, I have to wear it. I feel sort of obligated to do that as my own, because I've said I will work for sizzle jackets. This is what I mean. So thank you guys. Let's see if I missed anybody else's donation here. April D, we had that one. Mahmoud Abadi, we had that one. Thank you guys. And then there we go. Let's hope. So we're up to almost 3,000 people watching now. And here's another one. Merlina Yazzie, happy Sunday, Dave and others here. This session is so deep. I feel cognition happens throughout the week that aligns the info coming to me every day. It's like the puzzle pieces being fit together. All right, well, we're already up to nearly 3,000. When I had to do a show on Saturday last week for Easter, we only had 3,000 the whole time, maybe 3,300. But now you guys are here. So again, wave-particle duality is the bane of physics. We do not know why seemingly solid particles then look like waves, and it's happening all the time on the quantum level. So the secret apparently is that gravity is what's holding everything in like the buckyball shape. Gravity is the pressure that is exerted on the atom that keeps it above the water, if you will. And then once you take the or let's say gravity, let's use another analogy. Gravity holds it below the water. So I'm going to flip it around a little bit and say, okay, the beach ball is below the water. It's in our reality. And then when you let go of the beach ball, it pops up and it pops into this other reality, which in this case would be above the surface of the water. But to you, because time and space are now inverted, the ball exists in the past, it exists in the present, and it exists in the future. So you can't see the matter that makes the ball at any one time because it doesn't exist in the present. It exists in the past, present, and future simultaneously. So that is the holy grail of the wave-particle duality model. Like, okay, why in the hell do these particles do this? Why do they turn into waves? It's something that physicists have been meditating on that for almost 100 years. But again, it appears that gravity is what's holding the atoms into our reality. And when you turn gravity off, it's like the beach ball pops up out of the water. It pops into time, space. So any type of anti-gravity where you've got an anti-gravity bubble around your entire craft is going to cause this to happen. Thus, every UFO is a time machine. This is very, very interesting, strange physics. I get that. It's quite an unconventional way of looking at things. And we also talked about, David, your hair is quite crazy today, son. I mean, yeah, the jacket looks good, but you got pieces flying all over the place. Anyway, so another cool way of looking at this is from Dr. Kozyrev, where he dropped a cannonball on his concrete floor in the basement. And all he did is weigh it before he dropped it and after he dropped it. And if you think about the buckyball, what do you think might happen to the cannonball? Well, yeah, what happens is that by that slamming motion, it's similar to what happens when you turn off gravity, in which case if you turned off gravity around the cannonball, it would actually disappear. If you got a full anti-gravity effect with the ball of anti-gravity around the cannonball would disappear. But when you let it hit the ground, some of the atoms actually disappear. So you weigh it before you drop it, you weigh it after you drop it, and the weight goes down. Wouldn't that be a great weight loss trick if you could just kind of jump up and down and then you lose weight? Well, unfortunately, yes, that might work. But after 20 minutes, all the weight returns, so you don't really get any long-term benefit off of doing that. It becomes diminishing returns after 20 minutes. But 20 minutes, wow. So you're telling me that just dropping a cannonball is going to make it weigh less because of the impact of those atoms inside the cannonball as they hit the ground? Yes. And this is all going to tie into the pineal gland. Believe me, I'm not on any type of extraneous tangent. I'm just trying to get to the point here. And we talked about quantized intervals of weight increase. In other words, no weight returns, and then all of a sudden, a certain amount comes back, and then another few minutes goes by, and then the same amount comes back again, same amount comes back again. And so the theory is that this is the layers of atom popping back into our reality once they are strong enough. So why exactly is this happening? Well, Dr. Vladimir Ginsburg, as I feel, is the guy who figured it out. He made a few little tweaks to Einstein's model. In the typical Einstein physics, as you reach light speed, you are having infinite mass. And he has an equation which is 1 over something. It's like a fraction that shows you that. Ginsburg discovered that you can turn the fraction upside down, and now as your atoms approach light speed, instead of gaining mass, they lose mass to the point where once they hit light speed, their mass is gone. Why? Because they've turned into a wave and they now exist in the past, present, and future. It is the crossing point of light, the crossing point of the light speed boundary that defines that effect. That's how it happens. And I was very honored, actually, when the superhero movie The Flash, here's this guy who's the superhero called The Flash, and he's like a nerdy kid, and his whole big secret is that he has to run fast enough to cross the light speed boundary. And then when he does, he can time travel. So there is literally a whole superhero movie that somebody took the David Wilcock information and didn't give me any credit, which is fine. But, you know, I love seeing this kind of stuff get out there into the zeitgeist and become part of what's going on. So this actually makes much more sense. As you go towards light speed, you lose mass instead of gaining mass, because if you gained mass as you go towards light speed, this is what all the skeptics would say, well, you know, fast and light speed is impossible because you become as big as the whole universe. No. As you go towards light speed, your mass displaces into time-space, you start time traveling, you become invisible to us in this reality, and it isn't until you slow back down below light speed that you actually return to visibility. So let's talk about this a little bit more as I did last time. The big secret is, wait a minute, the movement inside the atom is already right near light speed. The so-called electrons, or whatever you really want to see them as being, the quantum motion inside the atom is already just about at light speed. So you just give it a little bitty bump, and now you're accelerating the movement over light speed. So that's what happens to the buckyball in the Olaf Nares experiment. You just slam it. It's already almost at light speed. The impact causes more speed to occur. For a short period of time, it goes over light speed. It dematerializes. It now exists as a wave. You measure it as a wave, but you let it go on a little bit farther, and now it'll all of a sudden pop back into a ball again, because it's like you held the beach ball below the surface and let go, and whoop, it pops back into our reality. So as I said before, the craziest analogy I can think of is the idea that you're running towards a door, and then you hit the door. Let's say you don't try this at home, because this isn't going to work. This is a quantum effect. Your body is not harmonic enough for this to happen on a macro level. Although, again, look at the cannonball experiment. It does work to some degree. Some of the atoms will displace. The cannonball weighs less. But the idea is you slam into the wall, and if this is what the Nares experiment is showing us about the buckyball, your entire body turns into a wave. You can actually slide through the keyhole, and then your body pops back into solidity on the other side, and you turn back into a solid being again. That's literally what we're seeing. And as you are over light speed, as those atoms are over light speed, just like Einstein's equation flipped upside down, instead of gaining mass, you lose it, you dematerialize, and now your atoms have crossed over into a parallel reality where time is three-dimensional. So if you understand that, then you've come a long way, and I keep explaining it so that you can hopefully get it. We had 2 more donations, it looks like, come in, and Otter Vision. Much respect from your friends in the Florida Everglades. Ooh, thanks for bringing joy with all that you do. And we also have Johnny Samsara. Jimmy Dore talked about a leaked video showing flight MH370 sucked into a wormhole. Have you had the thoughts or seen this before? Yes, absolutely. There's several different people who have been talking about this. The other guy who's really, really great, I mean, everybody hates each other in UFOs, so he probably hates me because he's not ready to accept everything, but I don't know. I hope that's not true, but his name's Ashton Forbes, and really you ought to check him out. He's almost entirely focused on these 2 different MH370 videos. They've been proven, and yes, there are 3 orbs that go around the plane, and they're spinning and spinning and spinning, and then the plane dematerializes. So what's happening is that those 3 orbs appear to be little anti-gravity probes, or maybe they're coming off of HARP or some type of ground-based antenna, but the point is they're energy orbs of some kind, and they create this bubble of energy around the plane, and once the vibration in that bubble goes above light speed, which you can't really see because this is molecular, the plane disappears, and it's now spread out in time. But if you turn the bubble off, the plane will return like nothing was wrong. But while it's in that displaced state, you're traveling through time, which is incredible. So here's another one. Cindy J. donated $50. Thanks for the angry daddy with the nice tuck sizzle jacket. You give us information as much as a conference, and it's every week. Yeah, I got all this stuff lying around, and I love talking about this. It's really, this is, now that I'm not using any medication and I'm totally sober, this is the way I make myself happy. This is the kind of stuff I want to talk about. It's the kind of stuff I think about. She says, you are amazing. Love the Pineal Gland review and new information I read in your source field book years ago. Thank you very much. Dirk in the house, says Dirk McGee. Well, thank you, Dirk, for announcing that you're in the house. Is that Edgar Casey? Well, I was apparently Edgar Casey in my past life. Our faces are the same. Edna Korinsky says, Angry Daddy is everyone's daddy. Andrea Lynn Jones, much love from the Catskills, New York. I've loved your work since 2012. I watched you tons on Hay House back in 2017. Happy to find you live and full of energy today. Yeah. Oh, Spencer Hale, can that happen when you meditate? Because I was meditating, after a while I saw rings of white light that were pulsing. After I kept my attention to that, I saw a tree and a forest. Absolutely. Janet Lee Warwisniak, I hope I'm getting that right. Warwisniak, are individuals to match and remember felt energies or just don't feel involved and wait for whatever result? Well, do you guys understand what that means? I don't know. Are individuals to match and remember felt energies or just don't feel involved and wait for whatever result? I'm not sure I really understand that, but thank you for writing. Maybe we can reframe that. But anyway, thank you for the donation. So, yes, this is the key to solving the biggest physics puzzle. This is like the grand unified field theory of physics, that even slightly bumping atoms over light speed is all it takes. They dematerialize. You can do it by dropping the cannonball. You can do it by hitting the buckyball against the side of the wall. It pops through the hole as a wave. And each of the Platonic solids can invert this way. So atoms are flipping inside out, and when you flip the cube inside out, you get the blue octahedron. You see that on the left. The tetrahedron goes from yellow to red, flips upside down. And then on the right, you've got the icosahedron, and it flips into the dodecahedron. And as this is happening, the atoms maintain cohesiveness. This is really, I believe, evidence of a divine design. The entire universe is actually built off of these so-called Platonic solids. There's only 5 of them. They were delineated by Plato in the Timaeus and the Critias. And this is a really weird secret that the extraterrestrial beings have been trying to push on us through crop circles and through all kinds of ancient mystery school teachings, sacred wisdom about people sculpting these images and drawing these images and meditating on these images. So what's really going on here is that they fit inside a sphere, and as we talked about in the last show, they are the result of vibration. So ultimately, yes, there's only one thought in the universe. There's only one photon that made the whole universe, and it fractalizes out into this geometry that makes matter as we know it. And as the matter gets bigger and bigger, it goes from having that geometric look to actually being a perfect sphere. So once there's enough buildup of one of these vortexes between realities, you get a spherical bubble, okay? And as we talked about last time, if the spherical bubble becomes visible to us, you've actually got a region in which there is an active flow between realities. So you remember last time we talked about the vacuum domain science of Dr. Lesky Dmitriev, and he's got all these different things, the phenomena. You got, let's go down the y-axis, vacuum domain, ball lightning, natural self-luminous objects, poltergeists, yes, ghosts can pop into these portals, tornadoes, angels, etc., etc. And then on the top, you've got the properties. It can penetrate through matter. It has a spherical geometry. It gives off light, and it also can be the generator of free energy. This is really the secret to tapping into free energy. So these are infrared photographs of so-called Earth lights, or orbs or plasma balls that appear over big earthquake fault lines. And there's also something called the Bellorica flame, where it rolls up out of the ground into a ball, and it starts out looking like a candle flame. So again, the real cool physics that's going to give us the secret to anti-gravity, and free energy, and time travel, and all the cool stuff that they don't want you to know about, it's all been considered classified as ball lightning. So people have been noticing this for thousands of years, and it used to be a subject of great fascination. Here's ball lightning appearing in front of a church. Here is the steeple of the church mysteriously holding it in place. That would again be the pyramid power. Go back and watch that episode. Here's another historical example. It says globe of fire descending into a room. Well, this is not just any old boring thing. This is actually the secret to anti-gravity, and if this hits you, it can kill you. This guy is trying to kick it. You definitely do not want to do that. You can be severely injured or killed if this thing hits you. Here's another one, as I said, showing up on the water. All of these different properties are unified. The vacuum domain, the ball lightning, tornadoes. Why do tornadoes cause levitation? Poltergeists, some of that might just be the physics of these balls rising up out of the ground wherever you live, and then they end up, you know, causing things to levitate, and you think it's a ghost. Oh my God. No, it's actually an invisible sphere that's holding that object and making it move around. We talked about fish falling out of the sky. We talked about frogs falling out of the sky, that this would be one of these balls coming up out of the earth, capturing the water of the pond in its gravitational field. Then at a certain point, it gives away in the air and all the fish fall down. And we also talked about toad in the hole. It's a very, very bizarre idea that frogs or toads appear, you know, fully alive inside ancient rock. You break the rock open, it would collapse the wave function like in physics, and now the frog can finally exist in our reality again. It's not in quantum superposition. Well, yeah, the stone apparently can resonate and hold that plasma ball in such a way that it's in between realities the whole time. And it's only when you break the rock that you collapse the wave function. So this is stuff everybody's going to learn in the future. 7 Geometric Thought Forms, who gave me this jacket, just donated. Thank you very much. Janet Lebowski, I always look forward to your videos, David, and I am amazed at the knowledge that you possess. And we're already pushing towards 3,400. Let's try to call up your friends, give them to watch the show. It's getting warmer, and so people have fun things they want to do during the warmer months. I get that. So, but anyway, you look at the views after we're done being, oh, we're up to 3,500 now. It is still crawling up. It'll get up there. We're going to probably hit at least 5,000 live viewers, which is really incredible. Very few people can do that. Actually, Shadow of Ezra came out live, and he was in a show that, you know, was announced on his page. He gets millions of views. They only had 600 people watching or listening. So it's very special that there's so many people that show up on this show, because even top influencers aren't necessarily able to achieve that. But again, I try to be here every Sunday for you guys, and this is quite the episode. So yeah, we'll talk a lot more about about Ezra. So Prince Royal says, David is dressing up to drop some bowling buckyballs. Your energy today is incredible, says Midnight Mark. David, you are legendary, says KR111. Your jacket is lovely. It was weird that lightning came through the stove hood. It wasn't the highest point of the house by far. The whole metal roof was grounded, lightning rods and all. Says, choosy heretics, choose Carnation Revolution now. All right. So yeah, the Timcast does 60,000 live, says Futan Collective. Yes, of course there are people who do more than that, but Tim also does it every day. If I was willing to do that, if I had the time and the energy to do it every day, we could build it up. And remember, the highest live that I ever had, I think, was 48,000 watching live. So I've achieved those almost the same numbers before. But again, you really have to do this very reliably. But I'm working with the free energy company. We're actually trying to get these technologies out in the open. As I've said before, this is our SM-39. It's a fighter jet that goes Mach 4. It's going to be the fastest, most badass thing ever made. And we are now in the process of pitching this and getting deals and orders coming in. So it's very, very exciting. So yeah, I do feel great today. Thank you guys for noticing that. I'm really excited about this. So the Russians have really studied this. Kimberlite pipes, apparently, if these balls explode inside the earth, they can create diamonds inside a little tube. You go dig that up. Now you're a millionaire because you found all these diamonds. And they form, because time is running at a different speed, the diamonds form almost instantaneously as the explosion occurs, because time is being compressed. And so what could take millions of years to form a diamond happens in a very short period of time. It's really, really fascinating. Siamese Cat Lady 68 donated. Thank you very much. Tornadoes also have this same thing. Why do things levitate in tornado? It's not because of suction. And there's plenty of ways to prove that. Tornadoes cause straw to blow through plate glass windows, pine needles to get embedded into a fire hydrant. Even people who had shampoo and soap they bought at the grocery store, they left it in a grocery bag in the trunk of their car that was locked. Tornado comes through, and the shampoo and the soap is now outside the trunk, and the trunk never opened. You have wood blending into metal. You have the lug nuts on cars that liquefy and the wheels fall off as a tornado goes by. You have a brick that blows through a house and it has holes where it blew through in the tornado, and the holes are smaller than the size of the brick itself, as if the house itself, the wall actually stretched. And then, of course, you got Sacsayhuaman in Peru, these huge stones that get pushed together. It's really, really fascinating. So we talked about the idea that the pyramids harness these naturally occurring portals that rise like soap bubbles from inside the earth, and the pyramid actually focuses energy much like a funnel. This hidden energy that makes gravity is going up and down. It doesn't just go down, it goes up and down. The balls go upwards and they're inside this fluid-like energy, and as the pyramid sits there, here's my prop I've been using. As the pyramid sits there, imagine now that the outside of it is like glass, and that you filled the glass, just like I did here, with water. The actual flow of the energy of the water going into this object creates a spinning current inside the pyramid, which is just like a drain. If you drop something into the sink and it catches in the flow of the drain, it's going to go down the drain. Well, the portals do that. They fall into the center. So if you have the right consciousness and the right technology, you can capture those portals certain times of the year, certain planetary alignments. You can actually have a portal inside the pyramid. And so I already knew that this was going on. And then when this seismic study comes out, where they're looking at this synthetic aperture radar, they found tunnels beneath the Great Pyramid and the other two that go 2,100 feet below the surface. Again, this is the diagram of that. It's quite fascinating because this is clearly alien technology now. This is not anything that anybody on Earth could have done with slaves that are rolling stone around on logs. Nobody could dig that much. Nobody would take the time. But again, the idea is that these tubes go down into these cubical rooms at the bottom. And we talked about shape power and how these cubes actually do, just like pyramids, create a resonance that allows those geometric orbs like ball lightning to form. And then the balls go up through these shafts, and the shafts are like waveguides that guide the ball to make sure that it goes in the pyramid and not somewhere else. So we talked about how those cubes actually look like the idea of the tesseract, which is the cube that folds in on itself. So before I animate this, notice there's a cube on the inside, a cube on the outside, and I've told you this is what atoms are doing. They flip inside out. So the tesseract, it talks about this in the Law of One, that once you go past light speed, you turn 90 degrees, and now you've flipped your atoms inside out, basically. They don't really say all the detail. I had to figure out what they were talking about. But this is the big secret of what happens as the Platonic solids flip from one shape to another. It's happening right down there in shape power, and the tubes then act as a waveguide so the pyramid can capture it. And again, the Law of One says the tesseract is the key to multidimensionality. So this shape power does create these vacuum domains that will rise through those tunnels. Each of the Platonic solids inverts this way. So the pyramid is using shape power in order to create these portals through space and time. It's totally amazing. And so the same thing is going on inside your brain. This is where the exciting science that we already spoke about now becomes an applied science. It becomes something that we can actually work with and understand in our own body. Nature knows that this is the way the universe is built. Your human body is built this way. And there is a weird classified, HWMO Liberty says, wow, thank you for teaching us, David. Bonnie Myers donated $1.99. Yeah, there we go. We're at 3,600 viewers. We're climbing up that mountain. I love it when we can get up to 7,000, and maybe after a period of time we can get there. All you need is your blue roof to repel the DEW attack. Hopefully I never have to deal with that. My roof is green. And then we have Palepa Orgone Products. Keep up the great work. Donate $11.11. Connie Dobbin, I always look forward to your podcast. You seem to touch on incredible scientific information, which is awesome. Yeah, I have to tell you guys that this the things that I'm summarizing for you now, they took basically 30 years for me to assemble all this together and put it together based on things like crop circles, based on the highly advanced knowledge in the law of one. I read 500 books on the paranormal, and one of the big ones that really lit me up was the Anti-Gravity in the World Grid by David Hatcher Childress. We'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, this is really exciting stuff because there is something called Project Looking Glass that was discussed in post number 3585. So the headline reveals that if you went to that Twitter link, which would now be X, that the very server that they were using to make all these posts from what we're calling the Alliance, this group in the military that is trying to defeat evil on Earth, that the actual server that was being used, whoops, let's go over, okay. The server that they were using to create this information and hold all these posts, of which there's about 5,000 starting in 2017, again, the key letter in the alphabet is right here. You know what I'm talking about. That was not a joke. And unfortunately, a lot of people didn't read it when it first came out, and it was kind of a creature of the moment, but it becomes very clear that the stuff that I'd been telling you since 2009 was actually true. Dr. Pete Peterson, who alleged that he was at Area 51, told me that there was a secret group within the military that was dedicated to exposing this worldwide evil force that has captured corporations, governments, militaries, medicine, agriculture, and especially things like the media and even the science that you're allowed to learn about in school. Entire branches of science were held classified. They did not want you to have anti-gravity. They definitely don't want you to have free energy, because then you don't have to pay for gasoline. Those balls that I'm telling you about, the ball lightning, if you could create one and sustain it there, you've got an incredible source of energy that is massive. And we also talked about the founder of Zero Point Energy, who Dr. Kenneth Shoulders was his name, and he was creating these at a very small scale. So another form that Dmitriev didn't get into that Dr. Kenneth Shoulders does is little bursts of static. You'll notice that when you get a static electric charge, that it pushes back on your finger. Like if you shock your finger on the door, you get a push. And that's actually gravity. That's gravitational propulsion. This is, again, forbidden physics. So the anti-gravity that we're going to be using, like, for example, this plane does use some of those principles in it, but the main thing we're going to do is make hover cars. The hover cars are shooting out millions of these tiny little balls. And if you shoot the balls out away from the ship, they push off of the ship, but the ship is not inside the ball, then you don't travel through time. You only travel through time if you design an anti-gravity system where the ball entirely enshrouds the complete ship. So the secret is you got to make little tiny balls. You shoot them out like bubbles of champagne. They bounce against your ship and they push the ship forward, just like static pushes your finger back if you touch the brass doorknob or something. So it's very, very exciting and interesting science. I love this stuff. And again, they didn't want you to know this. So one of the other things that they figured out how to do in these classified programs, and this goes back to apparently an Atlantean technology, is how to make one of these balls and hold it in place inside a big ring. And when you do that, it will apparently interface with someone's consciousness in the room. And then you can think about where in time you want to see. And on the surface of the ball, it will show you that. I'm going to show you that later. But that is called Project Looking Glass. Now, yes, it is true that other things were named Project Looking Glass, some type of satellite project or something, looking at the ground, but that's not the real looking glass. The real looking glass is this reverse-engineered pineal gland. Apparently, the whole secret is that they took the science of the pineal gland back in Atlantis. They built a larger version of the pineal gland. I'll tell you later how that works. Liz Starwalker donated. Begs the question, is our reality a 9-degree shift off phase from other realities and we can't see them? Yeah, that's called an orthogonal rotation. You're exactly right. Physics calls it an orthogonal rotation. So anyway, what are they talking about here? The Project Looking Glass, it says going forward in order to look back. Well, the idea here is that when they did these posts with that 17th letter, as we were discussing, that They are using, essentially, Looking Glass to look into the future to plan out how they're going to defeat this evil on Earth. And the technology of Project Looking Glass is the technology of a reverse-engineered pineal gland. I'll basically tell you up front all that it really is. You have a big barrel filled with water. The water has certain specific materials in it. We'll get into that later. Those materials have certain properties, certain geometric properties, and that's important. And then all you have to do is shield off all the electromagnetic energy and radio signals. You create a bubble of electromagnetic energy around that bucket of water. It's all it is a bucket of water. And then the water starts to flip inside out, and on the surface of the bubble, you can now see inside the pineal gland of the person who walks up to the object. That's actually apparently how it works. Inside your pineal gland is a visual feed. It's called the third eye. So this is another thing that the secret societies really, really love, is the third eye. They don't want you to know how it works. They don't want to tell you, but they also hide it out in the open. And they typically model the pineal gland as a pine cone. So if you look at Osiris, which apparently was my former lifetime as Ra Ptah, and this was my staff, you know, we knew about the pineal gland back then. So you have a pine cone, and it is, again, it's a pine cone shaped gland about the size of a pea in the center of your brain. And here it is at the top of a caduceus staff. King Tut also has a very interesting serpent that comes off of his forehead that, again, symbolizes the Kundalini spiral, which looks serpent-like coming up from the bottom of the spine, and it pops out through his forehead, thus creating this serpent-like appearance for those who have spiritual insight. So what does that mean? Why would he have the serpent coming out of his head? It means that he is an ascended being, his pineal gland is open, and he is fully able to traverse realities with it. In Babylon, you have the god Tammuz, and look at that. What is he doing? He's holding onto a pine cone in his hand. Again, the ascended beings, one of the things that I heard from Area 51 type insiders is that if you have extraterrestrial UFOs crash and you get bodies inside, and then they've autopsied these bodies at places like Area 51, when you cut open the brain and you look inside the brain, the pineal gland will actually be almost an inch wide. Whereas in our brains, normally it's only about the size of a pea. So apparently extraterrestrial humans, as we go through this quantum upgrade in our evolution, our pineal gland gets significantly larger than it was before. Imagine that. So you've got Egypt, you've got Babylon, which again would be like Sumerian, that kind of stuff. Same thing shows up in Hinduism with the god Shiva. He has the awakened third eye, and there again is the serpent around his shoulders, showing you the serpent-like energy of Kundalini. And so Hindus typically wear a bindi, not always, but for ceremonial purposes, they'll draw a bindi, and that again represents the awakened third eye. Another example is Bacchus, the god of drunkenness and revelry, I believe in Greek mythology. Oh, look at that. He's got that staff. There's that pine cone up at the top. They show the same thing. The god of death and rebirth, because he has an awakened pineal gland. He can see into the afterlife. His pineal gland is creating these portals I'm telling you about. Space and time flip inside out. And there's the pine cone on the end of his staff. And so here's another example of Dionysus where he's got a really big pine cone on the staff there. And again, this allows you to see into the afterlife. But wait a minute, Hinduism, what about Buddhism? Whoa, look at Buddha's hair. Doesn't his hair look familiar? Yes. And so one of the ways that they love to hide this out in the open, right in front of you, a common luxury home design element, you see it on curtain drapery, you'll see it in people's yards, is called a finial. And this is one of the ones I left out earlier, but yeah, so there's a pineal gland. This is actually something you'd put on the ends of your curtain rod as you're mounting drapes. And here's another example. There it is, the pine cone. So they're laughing at you. The secret societies, the DS, the people on Earth, they consider this secret knowledge. They consider that you're not allowed to know about this because they want to activate their pineal gland, but they don't even want you to have one. And they might have actually deployed a technology in which your pineal gland is destroyed. We'll talk about that later. You do need to protect your pineal gland if at all possible. But again, it looks like a pine cone-sized object inside the brain. It's about the size of a pea, and it creates an electrical current that shields off everything inside. The gland, again, is filled with water. We'll get into that later. But I just want to show you how they hide it out in the open. They don't tell you what these symbols really mean, but they've become a classic accepted part of architecture. Nobody really knows why. And again, the people in the mystery schools, they're laughing at you. So here's kind of a pointier version. And in fact, I actually have one right here. So let's see if I can zoom in enough where you can see that. This is a finial that shows up on the top of a lamp. And I found this in the store, and I'm like, oh my God, there it is right there. There's your little acorn or pine cone shaped finial, and you can see it's got a hole at the bottom that you screw in. You screw this and it holds on the top of the lamp. So they've been hiding this out in the open. They hide it right in front of your face. And again, this is another example of a finial type of thing, the malachite egg. Okay, so this represents the pineal gland. This is the big secret they don't want you to know about, because they believe that they are gods on earth and that you are not. And they believe that their pineal gland is activated by their nasty occult ceremonies, which is true. If you play around with this stuff, it's going to work for you. So here's another example. Just like I said, the finial at the top of a lamp is very, very beautiful, symbolic of the pineal gland. They don't tell you this. This is acorns, but again, it's the same idea, an acorn type of finial. You might see them. This one's a little bit distorted because whoever did this probably didn't know the original idea behind it. But again, that would be a finial on a stairwell. And so somebody just wrote in, donated, Beverly Adams. She says, fluoride calcifies your pineal gland. That's why Bobby is getting it out of our H2O system. Absolutely. The Pope's staff pine cone, yes. What about Christmas tree light bulbs? Absolutely. John David, that's a great one. David, you are a true intellect. Take a lesson. Lilith, terrorist of ass. Well, we know who Lilith is. That's Stephen. We'll talk about him later. He's been exposed this week, so he's probably very sad right now. But anyway, so there it is on the stairwell. And here is another example of it, which is, this is your, more like a yard finial. You get these big concrete versions of it that look like a pine cone. You put it in your yard. It looks like it's on a deck or something, or maybe on the top of a roof. Here's two more finials. And so, yes, if you want to gift me anything that looks like a finial, those are always very welcomed. I know people have been sending me gifts. And I gave out my address in the last show, so I need to do it again, but that's the P.O. box, town nearby called Netherland that I go visit. So anyway, these are two different finials up at the top. And yes, Christmas tree lights are a great example. This is, again, the kind of stuff that you might put in your yard. You see people sometimes line their driveway with this. So there's lots of applications for this. Cynthia Klon, do you know about methylene blue? I just started taking the Alex Jones version. I don't. I'm certainly willing to learn, but pillars and strategies. Hover cars are exciting. It reminds me of Fifth Element. Yes. Is this why tapping a jar loosens the lid? That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Mushrooms. Somebody mentions mushrooms look like this. Imaginary Unit says you were the first to do this. You had the top Google video at the time. That's right. I talked about the pineal gland in a video called 2012 Enigma, and on December 2nd, 2008, it was the #1 most viewed video in America, according to Google Video. And I wrote about it on my website. And that launched my career. It launched Ancient Aliens. It launched getting a book deal that became a New York Times bestseller. It was copied by many people because I didn't post it on my own YouTube page. I didn't know how to do that yet, so I posted it on Larry Sayer's page. He was my webmaster and creative partner at the time. And everybody stole it, and everybody re-uploaded it, and that made it very difficult to count how many views we had. But there were multiple videos that had at least millions of views, if not tens of millions of views. So this information did get very popular, but I wanted to give you something new. I wanted to get you onto a new thing so that we're not just talking about it the same way we did before. So anyway, back to the finials. Here's another example. This is another one that's like probably right out front of somebody's house above their roof, or not the roof, but maybe like a fence around the house. Here's another one that, again, might be more like an acorn. But this is all because secret mystery schools put this out there. They know what it means, but they're not going to tell you. Even you go to old, ancient Turkish stuff, they have what they call the alam. which is a finial dating back to the Ottoman Empire. And this one is very, very beautiful. You can see it is, again, it looks almost like a pineapple or maybe like a sprouting onion, but again, it represents the pineal gland. And then you got your the Kundalini serpents there on the sides again. Very interesting. And here's another one that again is the Ottoman Empire stylized pineal gland. Again, the people in those mystery schools of the Ottoman Empire, they knew what they were doing. Now, well, okay, you've got Hinduism, you got Buddhism, you got Christianity, you got Egypt, you got the Ottoman Empire, you got weird architectural finial elements. What about Christianity? If this is such a big deal, did Jesus talk about it? The answer is yes. Jesus spoke about the single eye. This is a quote from the Bible, where he said, "The light of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye be single, your whole body shall be full of light." And that's Matthew 6:22. Well, that is quite the paradox, right? What in the world is Jesus telling you that you're going to lose one eye and then your body starts to glow? No. Jesus knows about the third eye. This is one, it skipped the mystery school censorship just enough to get into the Bible, Matthew 6:22. If your eye be single, if you open the third eye, then your body will be full of light. You will activate your light body through pineal activation. So yes, it is Christian. Jesus wanted you to know this. He taught this to his disciples. It came out in the book of Matthew, but the knowledge has been suppressed. And yet the Vatican hides it out in the open. They laugh in your face. Somebody was just talking about this. The Court of the Pine Cone at the Vatican Square. Bonnie Demlong donated. Thank you very much. Whoa, what the heck is this? It's a massive, like 30-foot tall pine cone right dead center in the middle of the Vatican. And notice that there is an open sarcophagus, stylized. It's not exactly like the one in the pyramid because that one is rectangular. But you have the open sarcophagus, and then you have these peacocks on either side of the pineal gland, their pine cone. Why would this be like the main focal point of the whole Vatican Square? Well, because, again, they know the secret, which is the awakened pineal gland. The peacocks represent the so-called phoenixes or Bennu birds. And again, what is the legend of the phoenix? They're hiding it out in the open. They're telling you what they know. The legend of the phoenix is it's the bird that dies in fire and then is reborn from the ashes. So if you activate your pine cone in your brain, if you activate your pineal gland, you become part of the open sarcophagus. That's pyramid symbology, just like the obelisk, which they also have. You have now ascended. When the light of the body, when the light of the body is the eye, when your eye is single, your whole body will be full of light. Jesus said that. You activate your pineal gland, you become like the phoenix. You can transmute your body, you can travel, you create your own portal. The portal science I was just talking about, where everything flips inside out, that happens inside your brain. And then normally it only happens right in the middle where the pineal gland is, and you don't notice anything. It doesn't create levitation. But if you can widen that aperture, it starts here. You widen the aperture to become the whole body. Your body is full of light. Now you start levitating. Thus, Jesus' miracle. So I felt like with Easter being here, this was a great thing to cover right around Easter time, because this is how Jesus levitated. Jesus levitated by making his eye single and filling his body with light. Okay? And they told you this right out in the open in the Vatican. So this is another really strange thing here. Oh, we had WF, some more donations. He said, I take a deep earth crystal nascent iodine supplement that decalcifies my pineal gland. Yeah. The main thing you want to do to decalcify your pineal gland is stop eating wheat and sugar and drink really good water and make sure that you're getting enough minerals. So yes, mineral supplements will definitely help you. And we all need to decalcify our pineal gland. The way that they tell if you have a brain tumor is that there is this bone-like mass in the center of your brain, which is the water of your pineal gland calcifying, turns into calcium. And one of the main culprits of this is fluoride. So I remember one time being in Walmart and looking at it said there was a gallon jug of baby water and it said baby water contains fluoride. I'm like, oh my God, please don't, like even with your shower, really you should have a shower head that you use to filter out the chlorine from the water. You get the chlorine shower filter. I live up here. I got well water. There's no chlorine in my water, so I don't have to worry about this. But yeah, if you're in a city and you have municipal water, you very well want to get a shower filter, and you never want to drink tap water because the chlorine will accumulate in your pineal gland, and then that's all that's left. The water is gone, and at that point, if you have a calcified pineal gland, eventually you'll get Parkinson's. It causes Parkinson's disease. It causes Alzheimer's disease. And again, if you get a brain tumor, they measure that because this bony lump that can be seen on an X-ray will move off to the side. You have a tumor over here, your pineal gland moves over, the calcium moves, and they can detect that. So decalcification is the most important thing, really. And, people who have calcium in their pineal gland, it basically doesn't even work. It might as well be destroyed. It's pretty much the same thing. Neela Zerker, $52. Thank you very much. Yeah, you guys are awesome. We're up to 4,000 people now, which is great for the first hour. So I'm happy we beat last week's numbers. And again, it doesn't even matter who gets to see all this. This is, the fact that you are seeing this, I'm making a touchstone to infinity in your mind, and that's really great. So let's go back to our slides now. Here's another example of the cord of the pine cone. The two Bennu birds represent the phoenix. You activate this, as Jesus said, your whole body will be full of light. You got the open sarcophagus. And then down on the sides, they actually have Egyptian-looking lions. This is right below the pine cone, with Egyptian hieroglyphics, clearly meant to indicate sphinxes. This is a secret Egyptian science that they have imported, and they also have, yep, that's right, an Egyptian obelisk in the court of the pine cone at the Vatican as well. And then just to rub your face in it even more, as everybody was remembering this, the Pope's staff, check that out, dude. It's a pine cone. We had another huge donation come in. This is Diana Peralta. Donate $100. Thank you, David, for showing me a new world of information, knowledge, and wisdom. Cynthia Marie Brewer, I need drinking water, no money, no income. They poisoned my well. Will you send me some drinking water, please? Yeah, I mean, I have a well, that works pretty well, but I also get my own water from a spring. And you can get, the filters work pretty well. So even if you just get a Brita at the store or whatever, that will help quite a bit. And, I know Cynthia has often said she doesn't have any money, so I'm sorry about that. But just even filtering your water, if nothing else, is great. And it's not that expensive to get those. So the Pope's staff will do this. And here's another one. This is a diagram that actually shows where it says that you have the eye, and then there is actually a nerve fiber that goes directly from the eye, we know about this already, to the pineal gland. It wires directly from the eye to the pineal gland. As you can see here, it's called a preganglionic sympathetic neuron in the thoracic cord, and then they also have a postganglionic sympathetic neuron in the superior cervical ganglion of the sympathetic cord. So again, what a fascinating thing that Jesus says the light of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye be single, your whole body shall be full of light. Matthew 6:22. It's been hiding right out in the open. We didn't realize that this was going on, but there it is. So typically the way your pineal gland works is that when the light goes out, it gets activated, and this means there's an electrical activity going on. And this is another quote that Jesus said that is very paradoxical and relates to the pineal gland. The people who sat in darkness saw great light. Matthew 4:16. Again, Jesus loves to kind of mess with your mind and give you these weird paradoxes, and you're like, the people who sat in darkness saw great light? Yes, because the whole idea is that the pineal gland is what causes you to go into time-space, which is where you dream. So in order for you to fall asleep, according to the classified Area 51 research I heard from Pete Peterson, they studied the pineal gland in these classified labs, and they found out that as you fall asleep, there's this incredible, this is a great little pineal model I can use. There's all this electrical activity that starts swirling around the pineal gland. They've measured this. It's the highest amount of blood flow in your whole body is actually going through the pineal gland in terms of There's a very strong amount of blood flow that goes through there. So as you fall asleep, as the light goes out, as it goes into darkness, and there are hormones associated with this, yes, like melatonin and serotonin, they're all related to this. As you fall asleep, there's this electrical firing up in a spherical pattern going in all different directions around the pineal gland. And what does that do? That creates an electromagnetic Faraday cage. David, what is a Faraday cage? A Faraday cage is a shield that shields out all the electromagnetic fields. So inside the pineal gland now, you have a shielded off area from gravity, from electromagnetic energy, from radio waves. You can't get, they actually proved this at Area 51. You cannot receive radio waves inside the pineal gland once it gets going. So as you're falling asleep, as you feel yourself starting to drift off, that is because the pineal gland is firing up. This electromagnetic bubble appears around the water inside, and then here it comes. The molecules inside the pineal gland flip inside out. It flips inside out, and it becomes a portal into other realities, and you notice this because of your dreams. You are dreaming in time-space. You're dreaming in a parallel reality because everything is being shielded off by this electromagnetic activity. So that's the big secret. That's what they did to create Project Looking Glass, is they mimicked this on a macroscopic level. So the physics is really interesting. It's very complex. Nobody else has put all this together. Yes, I believe it's Nobel Prize worthy or whatever, but I only am reporting what ancient extraterrestrials knew. And you look through mystery school teachings, and why do they keep showing you the pineal gland? Why do the Hindus have the bindi? Why do they use the finial on all the curtain rods and the driveways and your stairwell? Because everybody on the inside who's part of these secret mystery teachings knows that the awakened pineal gland is the secret to all of your mystical abilities. It's the secret to levitation. It's the secret to telepathy. It's the secret to doing remote viewing. When you go mind awake, body asleep, when you start to fall asleep, but you stay awake and your body is stiff and you can't even really open your eyes, you get an eyelid locking reflex, that's when your pineal gland is fired up. And then the thoughts that start occurring in your mind are coming from this alternate reality where your soul lives. It's really, really cool. So the people who sat in darkness saw great light. He is talking about the idea that when you fall asleep, that the light opens up. The light of the body is the eye. If your eye is single, your whole body will be full of light. This is very, very interesting stuff here. So inside the pineal gland are dimethyltryptamine or DMT crystals. So if you want to hijack the system and try to get your own visionary state without doing years and years of meditation, there are shamanic potions such as Yopo, and I won't even say the other one, but these are things that you can drink, and they know that inside these beverages, these weird psychedelic beverages, that you have DMT crystals. The DMT is in there. So when you take this stuff, it includes, the anecdotal information says that people experience profound time dilation, a sense of time travel, they journey to paranormal realms, and they encounter spiritual beings or other mystical and transdimensional modalities. Yes, because if you flood your bloodstream with these crystals, and I'll just kind of be more indistinct for the sake of, censorship. If you flood your bloodstream with these crystals, they flood through the blood flowing through your pineal gland, they pass the blood-brain barrier, they enter into the water in your pineal gland, and now your pineal gland has way more of these crystals inside the water than it normally would. And that causes it to be much, much easier to activate the pineal without any special equipment. You literally go into a waking dream state. So this is something that you really don't want to mess with. It's very dangerous. I don't recommend it. But some people are brave or foolhardy enough to do it. If you meditate and you, again, just breathe deeply and you feel your body becoming stiff, you can do this without any drugs. I highly recommend that version. I do not recommend taking drugs at all. So, again, as I was saying before, the secret is that this is what the gland looks like. You can see it is pine cone shaped. And people have been autopsying human bodies for a long time. This is nothing new. It's about the size of a pea. The interior is filled with water. And as we said before, the water will calcify as you get older, which is a big problem. Creates a bony lump that they can use to detect tumors. Now, another really, really strange thing that we haven't talked about yet today is that scientists, and you can read this in Sourcefield, my first best-selling book, the interior of the pineal gland is actually completely lined with rods and cones, just like the retina of your eye. Well, David, didn't they say it's called the third eye? Yes. In fact, I would even wager that the number of rods and cones in the back of your retina, because it all focuses down to one small point. Your eye is a lens, right? The cornea is like a lens. And if it gets bent, then you got to have it done with laser surgery, or you got to wear glasses. But anyway, it focuses all that light down to a tiny little point. There's rods and cones there, and that's what you're using to detect visible imagery. There's actually a lot more of these rods and cone type of cells in the pineal gland than there is at the back of your retina. And there are a specific type of cells called pinealocytes. And then another thing that's extremely fascinating is that the pineal gland is also wired into your visual cortex. So it literally functions, it wires up with the other two eyes, it's wired in the visual cortex, and that would imply, again, if there's rods and cones, they are looking at the water. They are seeing something inside the water. And so when you fire up this electromagnetic shield by the light disappearing, again, Jesus said, those who are in darkness will see the light, right? And that, I forget the exact quote, but that was the Bible quote. The light of the body is the eye. If your eye is single, your whole body will be filled with light. So as you fall asleep, this electromagnetic shield fires up around the interior water chamber, and lo and behold, what happens is, according to Dr. Pete Peterson, with his research from Area 51, they actually put fiber optics. They put little camera equipment inside the pineal gland, and they found out that the DMT crystals in there are vibrating and they are releasing light. They are piezochromatic. So if you ever have seen a lighter, like a cigarette lighter, where you push it down, you hear this loud click, and you get this spark that comes out, that is caused by compressing a piezoelectric crystal. You push the crystal down, the molecules come together, and out shoots some light, and it works over and over again. It never runs out. That, again, is caused by the compression of those molecules, and then they spit out light. Well, a piezochromatic crystal spits out light in full color display. So apparently the Area 51 people literally took fiber optics, put them inside the pineal gland, and they found out that when people are asleep and dreaming, that there is an active visual stimulus going on inside the pineal gland, that there are visual images inside that water, and the retinal cells are actually looking at it. It's really, really amazing. So it is a third eye, but in order to get the third eye running, normally you have to fall asleep, and that's how your brain is interpreting the visions that you have while you're dreaming. The whole trick is, can you activate your pineal gland without falling asleep? Because now this guy is firing up inside your brain, the visual images are coming through, the retinal cells are seeing it, and it becomes part of your conscious mind. Roger Zubarik just donated. He said, David, does your ability to dream actually reflect the physical condition of your pineal gland? Yes, absolutely. If your pineal gland is calcified or damaged, you're going to have a harder time dreaming. And you notice some people say they dream in black and white, not color. Well, maybe you have fewer crystals in your pineal gland, and maybe there's not enough crystals to get a good color spectrum. Because one of the big secrets is that when DMT is synthesized in a lab and you smack it with a hammer, you get these bright colors that'll come out. You get bright red, bright green, bright yellow, bright blue, and it'll alternate between different colors depending on how you smash it. So yes, that's the most amazing thing about this particular substance, DMT, is that it is a full spectrum. In other words, you can compress the molecule and you'll get any of the colors of the rainbow that will come out. So there's some mystical system where as you fall asleep, the electromagnetic shield in a spherical form, just like ball lightning, shields the water. The DMT inside the water starts turning inside out, and as it turns inside out, it releases, just like the cigarette lighter, it releases full spectrum light of visual images that your soul is seeing as you go into time-space. And everybody that goes out of body typically sees a silver cord. The silver cord typically goes into your forehead. That is a traversable wormhole for the light that you are seeing with your soul. Those photons in time-space travel through the silver cord, go into your pineal gland. The DMT is vibrating. It creates full spectrum light, and you can see images in there with the fiber optics, or in this case, the retinal cells inside the pineal gland. Wow. So it really is a third eye. And again, this is considered classified. Nobody wants you to know this because it's considered a Masonic secret, a secret of the mystery schools. They don't want you to know this because, God forbid, if anybody besides them would turn into gods, if anybody besides them would ascend or have these magical abilities that Jesus was alluding to about your pineal gland. Here's another one. Phil Kasubris, really wonderful long-term donor, couldn't help but say, after seeing thousands of pineals on CT MRI scans, I didn't know about the piezochromatic effect. It's very interesting. Maybe you could stimulate it with an electromagnetic pulse. Yes, you can. I mean, that's part of it. But the real key is to be able to learn how to meditate in a steady state and get to mind awake, body asleep. That's what they do in remote viewing. That's what I did to get the Michael prophecies. Oh yeah, Charlie Winner donated and said, when you have an NDE, does your pineal gland become activated? Absolutely. You are out there, and a lot of times people say, you know, we don't really see any brainwave activity. You got no brain waves, you got no heart rate, and you got no breathing. Those are the three things that represent clinical death. But the pineal gland is very activated when you're having an NDE, and enough of your brain apparently still functions that you see whatever that is. So Andrea Lynn Jones says, Phil Kasubris, I know clear crystal quartz creates piezoelectric energy too. That's right. The basic timepiece, when you see like a watch and it says quartz, that's because as you run electric current through a quartz crystal, it'll pulsate in even intervals, and they use that to keep time. So a quartz watch is pulsating a quartz crystal in order to tell time. So there's all these interesting things. So again, the Area 51 research, let's go to that. The Area 51 research into the pineal gland concluded that it has an electromagnetic shield, that there's no gravity in there, there's no radio signals in there. Visual images start to form. They are picked up by those retinal cells. They get sent into the visual cortex of the brain, and your brain is dreaming. And you are now seeing things, and same thing with a near-death experience. So let's keep on going. The darkness activates the pineal gland, electrical fire up, just like we said, and Jesus was talking about that. If you get pineal activation while you are awake, and sometimes, you know, if you have ET contact like I do, this will happen to you quite spontaneously. You will feel something like a pressure, a buzz, a tone, a ringing in your ears, or a sense of acceleration and rushing motion inside your head. That is how this electromagnetic energy is firing up. The water inside the pineal gland is shielded off from all of our normal space-time electromagnetic signals. And you remember what happens. Atoms start turning inside out. They go into time-space. They exist in past, present, and future. The water is the key with the DMT. This becomes a direct conduit to time-space. The DMT crystals release full spectrum color of what you're seeing through the silver cord, and the inner retina cells now record the visual imagery. So this is really amazing. So again, this particular crystal appears to hyper-accelerate the electromagnetic activity, and there's more of these crystals to cause light to flow through, thus making it much easier to have visionary experiences. And so you're also forcing the gland to release DMT. Apparently, this is one of the things it will do. There's DMT in the stuff, and it also causes your own to be released. It's similar to dying. This is what happens as you're dying, and that would be, again, the work of Dr. Rick Strassman. He calls it the spirit molecule. This is potentially dangerous because your electromagnetic activity might not turn off. It might get stuck on even while you're awake, and this is apparently the cause of things like schizophrenia, delusions, and even having waking hallucinations. And again, people always say, I'm hearing voices, I'm hearing voices. Well, yeah. A lot of times if people get stuck this way, the voices can be from lower astrals, they can be from demonics, very negative entities, and so they will be telling you to hurt yourself, they will be telling you to be afraid, they make you paranoid, so it's not a good thing. But there are certain medications that you can get, and again, some people don't want to ever go to a psychiatric hospital, but believe me, there are medications you can get that will turn this off and stop the voices and stop the hallucinations, which is a good idea, actually. I recommend that if it's happening to you. So again, what we now know is that the crystals are piezochromatic. They release the full spectrum of light. And somebody posted this on my Twitter page. Scientists have found piezoelectric, and also, yeah, it's piezochromatic is the key word, microcrystals inside the pineal gland. Apparently, that's what it looks like. You know, it's interesting because it looks like quartz, doesn't it? Cosmic antenna to higher dimensions is inside our head. Well, yes, now I'm giving you the information to show that this does work as a natural hypergate. And again, Jesus is telling you if you activate this, it's going to lead to really cool stuff. Now, also, I didn't mention this either, but even Islam. The whole pilgrimage to Mecca involves people circumambulating around the Kaaba stone, which is supposedly fell here from outer space. But the actual stone itself is a round circle that looks like the pineal gland. It has a teardrop shape on the top and bottom. It's all metal, and then inside the metallic teardrop, which has drops on the top and bottom, there's a round circle in the center, and it's black, and that's the stone, and everybody touches the stone. It's a stylized pineal gland again. So every major religion, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, everybody's got this. The all-seeing eye. Oh my God, that's an evil symbol. It's a DS symbol. No, no, no. It's just physiology, and the mystery schools want to claim this for themselves. They want to say, oh, we're the only ones who ever going to awaken our pineal gland. We don't want the hoi polloi. We don't want the profane masses to know that this could happen, because God forbid they start meditating and they become godlike. They could actually find out what we're doing and defeat us. But we're all getting this pineal activation now. So this is another really, really interesting thing about psychic hearing. I had a scientist come out years ago, and he figured out, I want you to look specifically at where it says on the bottom there, tympanic membrane. Do you see that? See where it says tympanic membrane? Okay, I want you to look at that, and I want you to notice that, yes, as you go through the ear canal, the sound is actually striking this thing called the tympany, or the tympanic membrane, and like a tympany is like a drum. So sound is striking this membrane, it's vibrating the membrane, and then that in turn goes into, the hammers, the malleus there, vibrates the hammers, and then the incus, as you can see there, the oval window and stapes, it now vibrates the side of the cochlea. The cochlea is, of course, filled with fluid and lined with all these little sensors that move and wiggle back and forth as the water jiggles in the cochlea. So when you get dizzy, and you're like, whoa, whoa, it's because the cochlea, the water in your cochlea is actually spinning. And you have to wait for that water to stop spinning before you won't feel dizzy. So your balance is based on this and your hearing. Now, here's the key. You probably never thought about your eardrum, as it's typically called, the eardrum or tympanic membrane. You mostly would visualize your eardrum as being flat. But it's not flat, it's tilted. Actually, let's do it that way. It's tilted like this. The tympanic membrane is tilted like this inside. And so this particular scientist who showed up years ago discovered that the tympanic membrane actually is coplanar with a tetrahedron inside your head. So the eardrums also actually function like the pineal gland does. The eardrums are coplanar with an invisible tetrahedron that senses psychic energy. So this is where clairaudience is happening. Now understand that that tetrahedron is a real energetic thing. It's vibrating in time-space, and your pineal gland is at the center. So you don't even really need the pineal gland. Your eardrums actually also act as a spiritual resonator, and this is part of how the body makes sure that if your pineal gland is damaged, that you can still pull in things from the parallel reality. So yes, you get psychic hearing because the tetrahedron is aligned with your eardrums. And again, if you look at the tympanic membrane there, it is even the way that it tilts and the angle that it's on and the tilt that it has is perfectly in line with this tetrahedron that is formed. And then that tetrahedron in turn vibrates your pineal gland in the center. And so that is how apparently clairaudience is working. When you hear the voices, if you're schizophrenic, or when you're doing this like I did with remote viewing protocols and you're doing it very consciously and deliberately, you're trying to hear the voice of God, your eardrums work in concert with your pineal gland. And this is something nobody else has ever heard of. This is very proprietary stuff to me. And I know you guys love this. I'm going to keep on going. So the question is, are great secrets being held? And the answer is absolutely yes. The all-seeing eye on the top of the pyramid. And lo and behold, there was a poster from Da Vinci Code, and the lovely Audrey Tattoo has that triangle of light over her eye. They're hiding it out in the open. They are obsessed with the pineal gland. So how does all of this actually work? How does all of this actually work? The pineal gland and the eardrums are harnessing something that is called in the law of one the spiraling lines of light. So this is a really weird thing they said in the law of one. All material is constructed by means of the dynamic tension of the magnetic field. And they talk about the spiraling lines of light like crazy. The lines of force in both cases may be seen to be much like interweaving spirals of braided hair, similar to Kundalini, similar to what we saw with the Hinduism. The positive and negative lines of force wind and interweave, forming geometric relationships in the energy fields of both people, as you would call a mind-body-spirit complex, and planets. So this is really cool. Everything grows according to these spirals. And again, here I've got my Nautilus shell, which is a great prop because this is one of the classic spirals. This is 1 to 1.618, or the Fibonacci ratio. The actual growth of the shell is caused by the spiraling energy. Another ET contact that was fully validated that talked about this was George Van Tassel. We said that he did the stuff at Giant Rock, and we talked about that before, so we're not going to do all that again. But he also received ET contact, and what he says right here is, time can be phased in density and can be moved forward and backward. It can only be done when you travel through the 0 point between polarities. This is what ETs told him. And again, that 0 point is the light speed boundary, just like they say, go watch the movie Flash. The new movie Flash, they talk about that. As our solar system moves through space, we progress into ever-increasing frequencies of vibration. Each solar system and every planet must evolve through grades, even as babies learn to crawl before they walk. A and B lines of force are passing through your body, there it is, 90 degrees offset. So this represents, again, there's a spiral of gravity in our reality, and then there's a spiral of anti-gravity from the time-space. So as gravity flows down to the Earth, the spiral is going one way, and again, the pyramid tunnels are harnessing these, and as levity, as you might call it, is flowing up from the Earth, the spiral is going in the opposite way, and these two spirals coexist in that ball lightning. So when you have ball lightning, you actually have an area where the two spirals collide and you get a portal between realities. And it literally does work as a portal, as I've been saying. So it really has to do with the two spirals converging. It's very, very fascinating. Caroline Muzi just donated and said, hello from Cancun. I deeply appreciate it and your work. Thank you. I'm wondering, is hearing angelic music a sign that my pineal gland is clear? Yeah. Visionary experiences, psychic insights, celestial music that you can hear, all this type of stuff is great examples of your functioning pineal gland if it's working well, as are visions. But you have clairaudience, you have clairvoyance, all these different things. So again, there's two different lines of force, and it's on a galactic level, it's in the solar system, it's inside the Earth. It says here, as these positive and negative lines of energy pass through your body, every atom is activated and every cell. If the approach of these lines from the planet from out of space is interrupted, by one of the other planets as they are, then you are individually affected. And this is actually what ultimately is causing planetary rotation. So this is another really strange thing that he said. The sun is actually this is what the ETs told him. The sun is an evolved planet in its progressive state to become space. An expanding universe must have something to expand out of. That's a good idea. The sun is not becoming smaller by combustion, fission, or fusion. It is growing larger as it digests matter it encounters from the lines of light energy, primary light energy, just like the law of one said. All matter is created from the dynamic tension of the magnetic field, spiraling lines of light. The sun is only giving off, and the sun is like the ball lightning. It's the same physics as the sun is in the ball lightning. So it's a tiny sun, really. The sun only gives off a very small percentage of the energy it is bringing in from these lines of light. Matter or mass cannot give off only a small percentage of the total potential energy, even in the famed atomic bombs. And this was really cool because he was seeing the sacred geometry inside the sun long before I discovered this in other physics that we've talked about. So relative to the Earth, positive and negative lines of energy work in opposition. Negative lines of force cause the Earth to rotate. Positive lines of force try to stop the Earth from rotating. The speed of the Earth's rotation is the differential result between positive lines and negative lines of force pushing against each other, and that's what causes it. Isn't that really interesting? Positive lines and negative lines are always in an unbalanced state due to their different speeds of travel. When they are interrupted by a body or planet, they bring about motion because of their differential desire to reach rest. That makes a lot of sense. Gravity, if gravity was all there was, the planets should fall into the sun, but they don't. Oh, it's angular momentum. No, he's saying the angular momentum is caused by these two opposing lines of light. Primary light energy functions in many unlimited conditions and frequencies above and below the limits of your vision. Everything that rotates, orbits, or manifests motion in space is powered by this lines of light. Whenever a body interrupts these lines, motion is created. This is an immutable law. Within your human body, you have the universe in miniature. The axis of every crystal, atom, planet, or person is centered in unseen light of unlimited extent. The manifested boundaries or surfaces of any of these are insulated from all others of like polarity. The eternal existence of all of these is encompassed in the center of the axis. So there again, this is what he said. The two spirals basically merge in the center along the axis, that tornado-like vortex in the middle. And so that's where you link between space-time and time-space. It's the center of the portal. Unseen light of unlimited extent is in the center of the axis. And that's where eternal existence, there's only really one point in the whole universe, and it would be at the center of each of these axes of any atom. So then they're talking about the pyramid in the law of one here. It says, as the light is funneled, remember, where the funnels are the tubes that we just found out exist underneath the pyramid. As light is funneled into what you term the zero position, it reaches the point of turning. This causes the light to compress. The same thing happens to your pineal gland, multiplying tremendously its coherence and organization. The vibration offered by the energizing spirals of the pyramid is such that each cell, both, oh, here it is, in time-space and space-time, each cell is being charged up as if it was hooked up to electricity. So these spirals are very important. The keenness of mind, physical and sexual energy of the body, the attunement of will of spirit are all touched by this energizing influence, and it may be used in any of these ways. And again, what did Jesus say? The light of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye be single, your whole body will be filled with light. Dang, it's really true. So then he says, law of one says, the mind must be opened like a door. The key is silence. So again, that's what opens it up, causing the pineal gland to fire up. It opens like a door. Within the door lies a hierarchical construction you may liken unto geography and in some ways geometry, for the hierarchy is quite regular and has internal relationships. Well, we'll talk about the geometry of the mind a little bit later. Then they gave you this exercise. They call it the 5 steps of mental discipline. And the law of one, again, is my spiritual source text. I believe it's more accurate than any other so-called channeled work. First, Archangel Michael, who was the author of the law of one, says, examine the self, balance all polarities, accept the completeness in your consciousness as it is. Examine others, balance all polarities, accept the completeness in others as they are. So this is, again, a very, very important law of one principle, the idea that seeing the sacramental nature of the universe as it is. In other words, yes, there's evil, yes, there's negativity, but it's all part of the sacred quest that we have to grow and to become more enlightened and to evolve. And so evil has a purpose, and it's not just there to annoy you, it's there to compel you to ultimately see that all things are sacred, and then you become inspired to want to change them. That's called catalyst. So the negativity of the world makes you want to do something about it, makes you want to get involved, and that's what the universe wants you to do, is grow more loving, grow more spiritual. Ultimately, we all have to do that. Okay, so here's the first 4 steps of 5. Examine yourself and accept completeness. Examine others, accept completeness. And again, you could spend years just working on this in meditation, do nothing else. What about number 5? These are the first 4 steps of learning mental discipline. The 5th step, this is where you get into mystery school teachings, involves observing the geographical and geometric relationships and ratios of the mind. Whoa! The other mind, the mass mind, and the infinite mind. So the geometry is the mind. Consciousness is geometry. Geometry is consciousness. These vibrations of geometry are also thoughts, and thoughts are geometry. And remember, I told you last week, geometry creates physical matter. It's like, dang, this is really exciting, isn't it? Observe. So all the other stuff sounds pretty cool. Accept yourself, accept others as they are. Observe the geometric ratios of the mind. Wow. And again, this is done in the mystery schools by people meditating on sacred geometry. You might meditate on this kind of a shape, or you meditate on, you know, the tetrahedron, the cube, the octahedron, whatever else you've got there. It's all interrelated. And this is very, very interesting to me. I love this stuff. So, in 13.9, Michael says, the concept of light is instrumental to grasp a great belief in thought, as this vibrational distortion of infinity is the building block of that which is known as matter. And they just said geometry. So yes, light is geometry, geometry is light, and it's consciousness. So it's the building block of matter. The light is intelligent and full of energy, this being the first distortion of intelligent energy, which was called, of intelligent infinity, called by the creative principle. The light of love was made to have in its occurrences of certain characteristics, among them the infinite whole, paradoxically described by the straight line, as you would call it. Yes. So the geometry is ultimately being made by spiraling lines. And you saw how the geometry appears in vibrating liquid. I showed you that last week. So this is one of the strangest things the law of one ever said, that the infinite whole is paradoxically defined by a straight line. That, again, is your spiraling lines of light that the pyramid tunnels are harnessing. This paradox is responsible for the shape of various physical illusion entities you call solar systems, galaxies, and planets, all revolving and trending towards the lenticular, which is, again, like a galaxy shape. So that's the same thing George Van Tassel was saying. The rotation of the planet is caused by these 2 opposing lines of light. And it's like a tug-of-war game, and one pushes harder than the other, and that makes the direction the planet actually rotates. It's all caused by these lines. The prana, scooped up by the pyramid shape, gains coherence of energetic direction. The term upward spiraling light is an indication not of up and down, but an indication of the concept of that which reaches towards the source of love and light. Thus, all light or prana is upward spiraling, but its direction, as you understand this term, is unregimented and not useful for work. So again, this sounds kind of weird, but it all makes sense because every atom has these 2 opposing lines coming together. As you are aware, in the beginning of the creation set up by each galaxy or logos, which is again the mind of Christ in our case, there are created the complete potentials of electrical and metaphysical. Metaphysical electricity is as important as understanding as is the concept of electricity. Okay, so now we've been talking about the idea of spiraling lines of light and the idea that there's 2 parallel realities, and gravity has one line, and then the opposite of levity has a spiral going the other direction. So we also talked about the idea that space-time turns inside out and becomes time-space. Everything flips inside out. So believe it or not, this has been seen by psychics going all the way back 100 years to the time of the legendary mystic Rudolf Steiner. And he ended up calling it Counterspace. So there's a Rudolf Steiner website that's headed by Nick Thomas, and it says here at the bottom, I'm going to skip down to the bottom. He discovered Rudolf Steiner's work at school, has been a student of it ever since. His major research interest is developing and applying Steiner's discovery of negative space, bridging natural and spiritual science. Whoa, okay. He's from South Africa. Represent. So he published something called What is Gravity in New View, 1997, and here's the link as it was. Waldorf Library was Rudolf Steiner's website, or one of them. And if you can't find it, go to archive.org, you'll find it that way. In our normal experience, he says, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. But if you have curved space, the shortest distance does not have to be a straight line. It may in fact be a curve known as a geometric or geodesic object. Like, again, the ones we were showing you, the cube, octahedron, all that stuff. So the shortest distance might actually be a geodesic. Wow. An analogy to think about the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere such as the Earth, i.e. what curve on the surface is shortest. It is a great circle, the circle in which a plane through the 2 points in the center cuts through the surface. Einstein's idea was that all objects will naturally follow these curves or geodesics in space unless they are interfered with. Can we approach gravity another way to find an explanation? Steiner described how we have a different kind of consciousness when we enter into the spiritual world. This is what I've been telling you guys. One which looks inwards from the periphery of the cosmos towards an infinitely unreachable center. This is very, very key now. This is what time-space is. This is the polar opposite to our normal consciousness through which we experience ourselves as being at the center looking outwards towards infinity. And again, I could spend 2 hours just explaining this, but an infinitely unreachable center, that's what happens when everything flips inside out. If you can't visualize what the Earth would be like this way, well, it's there. It's just a very strange physics that Steiner saw in his meditation. It is possible to characterize a space that fits this consciousness just as we find Euclidean geometric space fits our everyday consciousness. This is often called counterspace or sun space. It has infinite inwardness instead of infinite outwardness. And remember, atoms have that geometric shape that can flip inside out. So even as this happens, they hold together. But in our reality, it's a wave. It's not a particle. It's past, present, and future all at once. Oh, isn't that cool? Yeah. We had Richard Collins donated. He said, my ears have been ringing for as long as I can remember. What am I to listen for? You want to just keep meditating, and whatever thoughts naturally occur in your mind are going to be the thoughts of the Creator. That's one of the things the Law of One says. I could talk about this for a long time, but if a body tries to keep its shape and size fixed in ordinary space while it moves, its analogous properties in counterspace must change, or vice versa. The result is called stress, which in physics is internal force resulting from a coerced change of shape called strain. So this is just for people who really love the science. Thus, if a piece of elastic is pulled to twice its original length, it reacts with a force called an internal stress. When objects in two spaces at once, it is possible they suffer a deformation or strain in one or other space, and as a result, they have stress. For example, if a cube moves nearer to the counterspace's infinite inwardness, it appears to be getting bigger in counterspace, even though it actually stays the same size in our space. Well, yeah, the cube, counterspace, this is, again, your tesseract. It appears to be getting larger in one reality, but not the other. And again, all of the atoms and molecules are doing this. They go towards infinite inwardness when they go into counterspace. Now, we can see if a force exists that has no apparent spatial cause, it might arise from such a stress. The idea has been followed up in detail that gravity is related to this stress. It's caused by the pressure of the spiraling lines of light, just like what we heard George Van Tassel saying. The rotation of the planet is caused by A lines and B lines, and in his case, he's calling it the strain of counterspace. Hence, we are unaware of this cause in our ordinary consciousness, but the effects are apparent. The stress reduces as two bodies move closer to each other, which is why gravity appears to attract. Ah, isn't that interesting? A detailed mathematical analysis shows the law is the same as the one Newton found, and it indicates this is a feasible idea. So stress reduces as bodies get closer to each other, and that's what causes them to interact. Then in another Rudolf Steiner-related article that he wrote, in this case it's on budworkshop.co.uk, which is one of his websites, it says, "What is it like inside the sun?" Rudolf Steiner discovered psychically that the sun is not filled with burning gas, or what we now call nuclear fusion, but rather there is less than nothing there. The space inside the sun becomes negative counterspace. The same exact thing is what's going on inside those portals. The same exact thing happens inside your pineal gland. There is less than nothing there. It flips inside out into counterspace. Furthermore, he indicated that it is in such space that you find the so-called ether. In reference 6, he describes the inversion of consciousness as you cross over the light speed boundary. George Adams followed this up and did seminal work on the nature of what is now called counterspace. Louis Locker Ernst independently worked on this as well. Imagine you are standing outside on a starry night. The width of the cosmos is apparent. It is as if you occupy one point in space, but you're looking out towards infinity in all directions, at least above the horizon. Infinity is physically unreachable, and because an infinitely large sphere becomes flat, there's an infinitely distant plane going outwards. And again, when you flip it inside out, you're an infinitely unreachable center now. The opposite polar imagination is to suppose your consciousness is located in a plane on the outside edge, the periphery, and now you look inwards towards a point that you can never actually reach. It's infinitely unreachable. For this experience, there is an infinite inwardness rather than an infinite outwardness. And the law of one goes into all this too. You see how we have interchanged the point and plane to arrive at this picture. So here again was Athelstan Spilhouse's diagram of the Earth with this weird dodecahedral thing that you can see in the mountain ranges and the undersea volcanic ridges. That geometry is the result of the counterspace energy flowing into our reality, and we said that's where all the portals are rising off of this grid. I'll show you that again a little bit later. The kind of space that this represents is called counterspace. It is inextricably bound up with the change of consciousness, i.e. dying, near-death experience, dreams, ghosts. Ghosts come through this. Clearly, our ordinary consciousness does not normally extend over a whole infinite plane. In reference 6, Steiner describes how as we cross this light speed boundary, we look down on our body as the outer world, and the entire planetary system of the universe is now inside us. People have that subjective feeling. They see the stars inside their own body. In other words, you are now looking infinitely inward from a perspective towards that point we started from that you can never reach. A correct formula for gravity was deduced, implying gravity can be understood as a special stress between space and counterspace. It is important that we not only imagine it in principle, but also obtain a result in agreement with scientifically verifiable results. The idea was then refined and applied to the behavior of gases and liquids, also successfully. So in short, there's various names that he goes through, and I'm only giving you a taste. If you want to get into this, you got to read these websites. But there's physical laws of physics that can be defined by explaining counterspace this way. An infinitely unreachable center. As you cross the threshold, everything turns inside out. It solves all the mysteries of physics, and that was what Dewey Larson also discovered. And the law of one said, yes, Dewey Larson's physics is the best physics to explain time-space and space-time. It's really, really interesting. Kind of like my sizzle jacket. So we're almost done with this. I want to read you a few more of these. Application of that idea leads to a comprehensive new understanding of how light works, correctly describing phenomena of refraction, diffraction, and scatter. So all of these different physical things that are studied in physics. The stresses and strains involved are more subtle than our four elements, and a new approach to time, there it is needed, yes. It is also possible to understand Steiner's finding that light does not have a speed, as physics believes, but crucially also why we think light does have a speed. Okay, so that's a really, really broad, and again, it's kind of like, wow, man, David, you're kind of overwhelming me here. I'm kind of zoning out. I feel a little dizzy, a little scared. I don't know if I understand all this. Infinitely unreachable center. Well, again, it's just a weird principle of the universe that allows for levitation to occur on Earth, right? Because that's part of what it is. There's a spiral going down, that's gravity. There's a spiral growing up, that's levity. And if they converge and they move together, they create that ball lightning. And this is now a portal between realities. So there's two spiraling lines. And again, what did George Van Tassel say about the rotation of a planet? It's these two opposite lines coming together. It's like tug of war, and one wins over the other, and that's what causes the Earth to rotate. Are there, in fact, these two spiraling lines of light always happening in our solar system? And could we measure that? And the answer is yes. So this gets into some very, very strange stuff, because it turns out, first of all, that different types of molecules, different types of metals in particular, apparently respond differently to the spirals. So some metals like copper are going to get more of one type of spiral than another. Other types of metals, maybe like iron, will be more responsive to the opposite spiral. And this is something that was talked about all the way back with Paracelsus. He talked about different elements and what they are. But then in modern times, a student of Rudolf Steiner, known as Lily Kalisko, discovered something incredibly fascinating. And the other example of a scientist who discovered the same thing of the two spirals working together, he discovered it in the buds of plants. And again, remember our little filial here. This is like the pine cone shape. This is actually going to be the intersection between the two spirals. It draws this shape. And I'll show you exactly how that works. But so Lawrence Edwards found it in plant buds and how they move according to planets. And they swell in different shapes according to planetary motion, which is very strange. But first, let's talk about Lily Kalisko. Here is Lily Kalisko, a female hero or heroine, unsung in physics. I'm wanting to give her props for what she discovered. And this was her book, Agriculture of Tomorrow. So what did she actually do? She took pieces of filter paper and then dropped them into these solutions of various metals that were dissolved into water. So you have, like, it could be iron, it could be copper, it could be gold, it could be other elements. And then what she did is she watched how the metallic crystals would form on the paper as they rise. And what is so freaking weird, you guys, is that as the planets move in different, let's go back to that, as the planets move in different positions, the crystallization of these metallic salts totally change. So it says here, June 12th, 1977, this is somebody replicating what she did. The experiment was done as Mars was occulted by the moon. So the moon passed in front of Mars, and apparently what happened is it interrupted these lines of light, and as that happened, all of the normal form that you see, like on the top left, of these weird, you know, the way that the crystallization occurs looks like comets almost. It would stop. As the moon covers over Mars, it's interrupting some line that feeds into that metal. And now the way that it crystallizes totally changes. And this is, again, replicable. So this proves, ultimately, that there are these weird lines of light. And in this case, the moon interrupting Mars causes the crystallization pattern to completely change. I mean, you could actually do this at home. If you research her stuff, it's very easy to do. This is another one where, again, what you see on the top left is what it should look like. And then down on the bottom is when the Moon-Mars conjunction happened at 13:33 hours. And you can see that a loss of form of the crystallization occurs as this is happening. This is very important stuff. Charlie Winner says, once the third eye opens, how do you keep it that way? Nutrition, daily meditation. I don't want to go way off track. Let's just stay on track, but we will talk about that later. All right. I want to get this done first. So this is another example of something done in 1975 on a BBC Horizon program, and it shows the grading of the filter paper from the heaviest form to the lightest. The most impressive forms turned up for the occasion being replaced by marvelously delicate patterns identical on all three pieces of paper shortly after this particular conjunction occurred. It was in the daytime at 4:30 p.m. The experiment was done in a school chemistry lab. So this is getting back to Paracelsus. You have gold, silver, iron, mercury, tin, copper, and lead. Gold is ruled by the sun, silver by the moon, iron by Mars, Mercury by the planet Mercury, interestingly enough. Jupiter is tin, Venus is copper, and Saturn is lead. So apparently, and this is all alchemy, this is all the weird alchemical science, like what's all this alchemy stuff about? Well, again, Paracelsus said that different elements are wired into different planets. So as that particular planet is occulted by the moon, the way these metals crystallize will change. That's because the moon is interrupting the lines of light in the cosmos. It's very, very interesting. Okay. And then Scott Morrison says, love you, and you should label your production panel. I don't even know what that is. Honestly, I don't really spend a whole lot of time getting into the way that the platform works. If it works, I'm happy. It still says dwilcock.com at the bottom. I haven't updated that website in a long time. I need to fix that. It should at least probably say something else, but whatever. Lawrence Edwards gets even more interesting than this, because once again, planetary motion is changing things in our reality. This time it's not metals, but it's actually flower buds and the shape of the flower bud. So here's Lawrence Edwards, and this is where he is now studying the buds on a beech tree, and he's comparing them to planetary motion, and the way that they shape changes. So when there is an alignment, the bud becomes more elliptical, and then when there's a planetary opposition, depending on what planet it is again, the bud becomes more spherical. Well, there again, this is getting back to your concept of the filial. And so this is a more elongated shape, and then it'll actually turn into a sphere. And so this is the science of counterspace, and I'll show you how it works here in just a second as we go on. This is very interesting. So the projective transformation of space into itself, this is counterspace moving into space. Remember, there's two opposing spiraling lines of light, just like George Van Tassel said, gives rise to so-called path curves. So this is where you can actually drag, if you go to the website, you can drag these points like A, B, and C, and you can make it pointier or you can make it wider, and that's the shape of various flower buds. And you can actually do this on the website, draw it yourself, and see how it changes. So there is your pineal gland shape, and what Lawrence Edwards gets all into is, yes, this is the merger between two spiraling lines of light. Edwards' research is the first and the only one to have, from first mathematical principles, successfully described biological forms. He discovered that buds change form rhythmically, and that the rhythms are those of the alignments of the moon with the bodies of the solar system. He found that a specific tree or flower changes the shape of the buds in alignment with the moon, with a specific planet. Oak, for example, which might have different metals in it than other plants do, oak appears to shift its shape of the buds with Mars, beech changes bud shape with Saturn, and birches change their bud shape with Venus. One of his lambda charts reproduced above for a beech bud near his home clearly shows the form of the bud changing almost on a night-by-night basis. That is in rhythm of the alignment, opposition, or conjunction of the moon with any of the planets in the solar system. And again, you don't really need to understand how all this works, but it's very, very cool because it totally ties into the pineal gland in such a big, big way. The alignment of Earth, Moon, and Mars, and the corresponding change of the shape of the bud, none to scale. The lambda controls the sharpness of the bud's apex. How pointy is it versus how spherical is it relative to the bluntness or how spherical the bud's base is. So this is some interesting stuff. Now we're going to jump back into Law of One real quick to give you more perspective on this. Your mathematics and arithmetic have a paucity of configurative descriptions we can use. Without intending to be obscure, we may note the purpose of the pyramid shape is to work with time-space in the mind, body, and spirit. Therefore, the intersection of these two lines of force is both space-time and time-space oriented, and thus expresses in three-dimensional geometry by two intersections, which when they project in time-space and space-time form one point. Same thing that we're seeing inside the bud, caused by different planetary motions. And he says, imagine, if you will, the many force fields of the Earth in a geometrically precise web. Energy stream into Earth from magnetically determined points. Again, this is caused by these spiraling lines. Due to growing thought form distortions to understand the law of one, the planet itself was seen to have the potential for imbalance. We built balancing pyramids, there's, I guess, 54 of them or something around the Earth, charged with crystals to draw appropriate balance from the, here it comes, energy forces that stream into geometric centers of electromagnetic energy that surround and shape your planet. So again, it sounds really, really complex and crazy. Whoa, what are they saying? We talked about this last week. That's the global grid. Geometry shapes the planet, and it's true. We saw that these plasma balls that are, the whole secret to levitation, free energy, they're rising off of this icosahedron. So we talked about Sanderson investigating all the planes and ships disappearing. Remember that? And he found that, yep, if you put pins into a map of where these things occur, there's 12 spots around the world where it always keeps happening, and they're actually equidistant from each other. And this is all going to relate to the two lines, so just bear with me. They connect and they form the icosahedron, as we saw right here. And then the Bermuda Triangle being the most famous example. These plasmoids rise up, they're portals through space and time, just like you have in your pineal gland, and they rise like soap bubbles off of this mysterious hidden geometry that is basically our linkage to time-space. It's the linkage to the other world. It flips inside out. And so that's what we saw. Again, this was the map that he originally made. All these geometries do this. The icosahedron flips into the dodecahedron, and you draw those two shapes together. These three Russian scientists did that. Remember, they found that every single giant stone structure on Earth, all 3,300 megalithic sites, fit on this global grid. And so here they are showing you this, and it does indeed shape the physical Earth. It shapes the continents, and you can look on like the triangle in the middle there, and look at the coast of the east coast of Africa. It hugs the line. Look at India. India hugs the line. And we can do this all over the planet. I don't want to take the time to do it right now. But the really most dramatic one, as I said before, is the Mid-Atlantic Volcanic Ridge. It has this weird lightning bolt S shape to it. It's precisely in the shape of the dodecahedron. So this is again caused, the geometry is ultimately caused by two parallel realities that intersect in spiraling form, and they coalesce into this geometry. All matter is made by the two intersecting lines of light from space-time and time-space. And then they talk about ascension, that this is what's ultimately going to happen, is everything about matter as we know it changes. The fourth density is as regularized as the striking of a clock upon the hour. Your solar system has enabled your planet to spiral into a different vibration of space-time. This causes your planetary sphere to be molded by the new distortions. However, the thought forms of your people during the transition are such that the mind-body-spirit complexes of both people and societies are scattered throughout the spectrum instead of being able to grasp the needle and point the compass in one direction. Thus, the entry into the fourth density, the Christ consciousness, vibration of love, or understanding, is not very effective right now. We're having a lot of problems as we go through this, and therefore they say many will have to repeat the third density cycle. Now, the Michael prophecies have kind of given us an insight on this. Everybody's going to go through the first wave of ascension, but not even after that happens, not everybody's going to get it enough to be ready to go into 4D. They're going to have to reincarnate on another 3D world. But we're having a non-catastrophic ascension, thank God. No earth changes. The earth changes have been canceled because we learned the lessons of Christ, apparently. The energies of your wanderers, teachers, and adepts are all bent upon increasing how many people will be able to make it. However, there are few who are going to make it. Much of what you call creation is never separated from the logos of this octave and resides in the one infinite creator. There's another interesting thing. Communication in this environment is like the communication of cells in the body. That which is learned by one is known to all. These sublogoi, which is what they call a person or a planet, it could be either one. Sublogoi is a person, a sublogoi is a planet. they have been in the position of refining the discoveries of what might be called earlier sublogoi. So planets learn from each other. They communicate like cells in the body. They all have intelligence. So all of space and time emanates from this one geometry. That's what we started with in another show here. And this was, again, the amplituhedron that consciousness itself identifies as geometry. So I'm not going to show the amplituhedron again. We did all that before. But this was a very, very fascinating study in which they looked at groups of neurons, and they actually found out that neurons are firing in geometric patterns. They all work in a geometric arrangement. So here you're seeing tetrahedrons. These are actually structures of neuron firings inside the brain that are perfectly geometric, found in this scientific study. Under A, you see the octahedron. This, again, is a shape in the brain as thoughts are occurring. It is geometric. And then here on the right is their actual mapping of these different geometries that happen inside the brain. There's millions of these happening in real time. And we'll talk about the geometry of mind later. I'm just giving you a little taste. But you can see we've got very precise geometric forms. And they tell us in this study that there are tens of millions of these objects, even in a small speck of the brain up through the 7 dimensions. It's very, very interesting. And this is all going to tie back into the pineal gland. So just bear with me. But I love talking about this stuff, and I'm sorry if it's going over your head. It looks like everybody... Gregory Leon Watson says, if I'm getting this right, the resulting motion would look like a gear working against a gear in the machine. The energy explains apparent available energy. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So another way that you can see this is in the galaxy. There's actually counter-rotating clusters. Most of the galaxy is rotating in one direction, but then you see where it says globular clusters inside the galactic halo. There's like a sphere around the galaxy. We know that all those globular clusters move in the opposite direction. So most of the galaxy is going like this, but then something else is going in the opposite direction, and that's where all the clusters. So the galaxy moves this way, and it's turning oppositely like that. I mean, how weird. And that's the big secret, is that your pineal gland is capturing those opposing motions and turning them into a portal. The two opposing spiraling lines of light merge into a spherical shape. So there again, depending on what's happening to the planets, as Lawrence Edwards discovered, the shape of flower buds will become pointier or more spherical, and this was even written up in New Scientist, Searching for the Shape of the Rose. And this was in what? Let's see, 1990. So the geometric form of the rosebud path curves, it says here on the bottom left, Edwards comments that it is sharper and blunter than most of the heart of flower buds. Then what we see here is a diagram of the pumping of the heart. The pumping of the heart is the result of these two spiraling lines. And so as the heart is doing this, it's these spiraling lines that are being captured. So your heart is another gateway between realities. It isn't just the pineal gland. It's the eardrums. It's the heart. The beating of the heart is actually caused by your soul interfacing with your body in these two counter-rotating spirals. It's very, very cool. So here's the big mother diagram. So this is what Lawrence Edwards was seeing happen to flower buds. And the numbers there, again, are the lambda. So if you have a lambda of 1, you have a more spherical-looking bud. And then you go to 1.616, 3, 6, and then up to 10. A lambda of 10, the bud becomes pointier, and this is the result of counter-rotating energy. So here it is in the heart, and they're showing you this diagram. So this explains how the heart is actually pumping, causing by the dynamic action of these two lines of light. And you can see that as the two lines are represented on the right, they're the red lines, as they come together and form like a triangle, okay, the spiral inside your heart compresses and it causes your heart to beat. So the whole time your heart is beating, you're wired into time-space. Your heart is a fundamental part of this that works with the pineal gland directly. Really, really cool. So then Steiner goes on to talk more about this. The path curve, which is what we were just looking at, is formed by repeated application. I don't want you to get lost in this, but just kind of stay calm and just follow me through this. the repeated application of a projective map P to a starting point A. The curve was discovered in the 19th century by mathematicians Felix Klein and Sophus Lie. Klein called it a W curve, which was incorrectly understood as WEG curve. It was translated into what we now call a path curve. So this is just, path curve is just two lines spiraling together. Relations have been made to several shapes of living things: buds, pine cones, or eggs, the human embryo, the aorta, and, yet there it is, the pineal gland. Rudolf Steiner saw these relations back in 1920, 100 years ago. George Adams studied it in the 1930s, and then Lawrence Edwards saw this after World War II. So what we find out is that the egg is the perfect shape to merge these two realities. So this is really it. Think about now the yin-yang spiral, and before I start animating this, what are we seeing here? Let's just say the spiral on the top, which looks like, again, my Nautilus shell, is time-space. The spiral on the bottom is space-time, okay? What you're doing is you have these geometric lines of force that are all inside that red square, and you see there's an X inside the red square. So as you map out the relationships in that X, it draws your bud shape of the flower bud. So let's animate this now, and now you're really going to see it. So we're moving the square around, the X keeps changing, and then where the two lines intersect, you draw a point. And as it moves around, sure enough, you get what's called a path curve, and this will ultimately draw the shape of the pineal gland. So again, depending upon, in this case, you have a nice pointy one because the spirals are about the same. But as you change the size of one spiral to the other, one spiral gets bigger, one spiral gets smaller. It no longer looks exactly like the yin-yang. They're intersecting. That path curve intersection causes it to become more spherical or more pointy. So the egg does this, and it captures the life force of the cells. The cells of the developing embryo are being fed by this. Your heart does this. The actual pumping of your heart is caused by this constant interaction between space-time and time-space. Like, wow, I've never thought of that before. And then the pointiness of the flower buds, depending on which planet it is, Lawrence Edwards, you can go into so much detail on the work that he did. He actually saw almost on a day-by-day basis that as the planets move, certain buds of certain plants like the birch tree, the rose, etc., will become pointier or more spherical, again, because you've got these two counter-rotating energies, the spiraling lines of light the Law of One talks about. This is what they were saying. It's very, very interesting. So the pineal gland is actually capturing the intersection between space-time and time-space, and when it does it properly, it creates a sphere, and when you get the spherical shape, now you've got your Stargate. That's when you get ball lightning. So this is another important thing. If the spirals are too far off from each other, you get the point and you don't get the sphere. The sphere is what you need to have to actually create the ball lightning and create the portal. So your pineal gland, as it fires up that electromagnetic energy, it's aligning the spirals of space-time and time-space. It aligns and captures the spirals of light and makes them flow together and synchronize into a sphere, and that's what creates your portal. This is all, again, extraterrestrial science. And where the rubber meets the road, again, the geometry all over the universe is a very beautiful diagram of that. I don't want you to get lost in the technical stuff. Now we're going to make it fun and simple again. Can we reverse engineer the pineal gland, or has it already been done? So this is, again, your project looking glass. What do you need? You have a barrel-shaped container that holds water, just like what's inside your pineal gland. There's resonant microclusters of DMT inside the water. You have to shield it off from electromagnetic energy. You fine-tune the electromagnetic fields. Again, you're basically controlling how the two spirals come together and making them spherical. And then they have this ionized gas that's in pressure around the thing. It's all inside a container, and it's glass. And you pick up the visual images that come in from time-space. So it works much like neon light. So this was apparently leaked. This was a diagram made by Dr. Dan Burisch, who was one of the Project Camelot whistleblowers. And this is all inside a glass bubble or dome. There's a port on the side where you shoot in the argon gas. What you see in the center is this barrel of water, and then those 3 rings, they are rotating at high speed in all different directions. And then you got these standing pillars on the outside that are slightly taller than a human being. Those would be your yellow lines. You have to walk up to where the pillars are, and then this thing apparently harmonizes with your pineal gland. And once you fire it up, you get this halo around the object, and it's this weird argon gas neon halo. It's a yellowish color. And then inside you see pictures. So apparently what this technology actually does is that it picks up the images that you're thinking in your mind, and it shows them along the surface of the sphere. Whoa. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. So this again is Looking Glass, and the Alliance directly referenced this in post 3585, that they were using this technology to see into the future and make sure we're going to be okay. It says Project Looking Glass going forward in order to look back. And again, you can control whether you get a portal or not by the tilt angle of the barrel. If the barrel is aligned north and south with the gravitational field, you get the sphere, but as you tilt the barrel away from the flow of gravity, the sphere dissipates and eventually turns into a disk. So for these purposes, you actually want the disk. You don't want the sphere, because if you try to go through the sphere, your body gets ripped apart. Part of you goes through the portal before other parts because the sphere is a rounded edge. So you actually need to make it a flat disk to travel through the portal, or else your body gets ripped apart. Well, this is your basic idea of what they show in the Stargate show. And so this insider from Area 51, Dan Burisch, this was his diagram of what he saw, an artificial Stargate that was near one of our grid nodes in Abydos, Egypt. And it's got that barrel full of water. And if you don't want to make it like Looking Glass, but you want to actually use it as a portal, you see this slate gray disc. So you notice there's a big gray disc in the middle. You have to walk along that gray ramp you see. There's a little robot they were sending in. You walk along that gray ramp, you walk right into this gray disc. Now it doesn't tear your body apart, but you see where there's those 3 red lines along the ramp there? If you try to back up once you cross those lines, your body will literally get ripped apart because you're already under the influence of the energy. So apparently this is how the Stargate works. You have to keep walking forward. Your body doesn't get ripped apart. You walk through the gray circle, and then you portal into another reality. So this is him showing it again from the side. You've got the barrel of water in the middle. You got the rings rotating around it. You got to tilt the barrel outside of Earth's gravity, and then you get, instead of a sphere, you get this flat circle, and that's how you get to go through it without being torn apart. Now, maybe there's also examples where there's a ring around it. We don't really know for sure, but some of the insiders say, yes, that's the way it is. But again, the barrel of water is one of the technologies that they know that they can use. So by going through these types of portals, they have something that, again, even the most recent insiders I've met, they all say, yep, this is the real thing. The doctrine of the converging timeline paradox. They found that there were 2 different timelines that you see, and they flicker together. And then for some reason, the timelines merge after 2012. And then that's why all of the deep state's own time viewing technology, they couldn't see past 2012, but apparently the ones that the Alliance is using, the Looking Glass stuff that the Alliance is using, actually can. So Juan Hernandez just donated $100. Thank you very, very much. This is really, really interesting. I mean, it's a very advanced science. It's an extraterrestrial science. And I'm blowing through a whole lot of stuff really quickly here because I wanted to get it done within, I guess, 2.5 hours. We're just about there. And Juan Hernandez donated $100. Thank you very much. So for some reason, when they're looking at these different, when they look through the Looking Glass, it flickers between one reality and another. And it was timeline A and timeline B. And one of the 2 timelines was catastrophic and everybody gets destroyed. But the other timeline, the Earth is safe. And so the people in Area 51 believed that 2012 was the end of the road, and that we were all going to get wiped out because on one of the two timelines, that's what happens. And they would have to do high-speed filming of what they saw in the looking glass, and then they de-interlace the frames between timeline A and B, and you get two potential realities, two parallel realities, but then they start to flicker together so fast by 2012, December 21st, 2012, that you can't see anything. It just turns into white light, which is very, very strange. Now, the ETs, when the ETs came out of the Roswell crash, they were carrying this cube, the ET that came out alive was carrying this cube in its hands. And it turns out that this is another version of the looking glass. It will open up like the petals of a flower. It has this strange, colorful geometry inside. And then you see a yellow disc-like area above the cube. That's why they called this thing the yellow disc. And then above that, whatever you visualize in your mind, you get a full color image of that place in space and in time. So this is how they navigated. Apparently the Roswell ETs are holding this cube in their hands. They think about where they want to go. They can see it above the cube right here. They see where they want to go. And then they make an emotional, mental decision. I want to travel to this place. And then the UFO actually takes them there. And so this works for time and space. So this again is like, it's another kind of weird reverse engineered pineal gland technology that allows you to do it without having to use your own pineal gland, but it works with your pineal gland, just like Looking Glass does. This is very, very fascinating extraterrestrial technology. Again, Project Looking Glass is another example of this, where it turns into a sphere instead of a flat gray disc. And Burisch did this one as well. Which future will we choose? Because again, there's two timelines. We also find out that you can very easily skip through time, as Michael said in last week's reading, in 20-year intervals. The Montauk Chair was one of the craziest things of all, that it was like a chair that they found inside a UFO, and they hooked it up to a power supply, and they found out that people could meditate in the chair, and you could think about a particular place that you wanted to go in space, and a portal would open up in the room that would be able to take you there. The chair was giving off these wavelengths, and one of the main wavelengths they found was a sine wave, and this is how they figured out where in time you were going. The sine wave would tell you where in time you were, and so they could track where somebody was going by this sine wave if you sent them through the portal. And then all of a sudden, on December 21st, 2012, and they calibrated all this, they had something called a full out. And this is where people came completely out of their body. At the end of December 2012, they had this cosmic consciousness. So again, they thought the sun is going to blow up, there's going to be a big, big flash of energy and light, and we're all going to be destroyed. So when you start to understand that UFOs are time travelers, you realize, okay, the crop circle could actually be a flip book that helps you time travel. Depending on where you go, you just park your ship over a particular crop, and then they draw crop circles there every year, and you look for the picture of the year that you want to go to, because you can flip through time like a Rolodex. And when you see the right picture, that's when you say, okay, stop, and now we know, okay, that's 1989. Let's go right in there. That's the correct shape for 1989. We got the book. So they use that apparently as an easy way to travel through time. Very interesting. So the Montauk Chair, again, the seat from the UFO, is duplicated in many different films, and this includes Contact, where Jodie Foster goes through it. There's sort of a version of it in Total Recall. Oh my God, Arnold, right? And he was mind-controlled in the chair. The Chair of the Ancients appears in Stargate SG-1, which is now on Netflix, I believe, yeah. And then we also have Minority Report, where these people are in a version of the Montauk Chair, and they're traveling through time with their minds, and then Tom Cruise's character is able to visually manipulate what he sees in time. He's in the Department of Pre-Crime, and they use these three people with their pineal glands, their psychics, and he envisions crimes before they happen, and they arrest people for crimes they haven't even committed yet. So if you're thinking this is all the result of like leaked classified information, you're absolutely right. Another example is X-Men. There's a chair in there called Cerebro. And once again, you got Captain Picard, as I would love to call him. And as he meditates and he visualizes something, the chair actually creates that vision, and he can amplify his psychic ability. They end up killing people in one of the movies with it. This is the Cerebro thing again, a really nice diagram of the Montauk Chair. And so these are all very interesting classified things. So here's the point, right? I mean, I've given you a lot of science to think about. Rob of Broccoli says, thank you for Disclosure Module 8. I'm learning a lot. Thank you, Rob. We're up to 4,280 people watching. This is incredible. None of you guys have left me. Again, the opposing spirals, the path curve, that's happening inside your pineal gland. There's the gravitational spiral of the Earth that's going down, and then the pineal gland, the egg shape, like what we see here, okay, it's going in the opposite direction, or again, like what we see here. And as your pineal gland fires up, it controls how those two spirals interact, and when they become spherical, and that's the perfect interaction where the two spirals are aligned in the same way. It's caused by the electromagnetic movement that Pete said happens on the outside of the pineal gland. That's when you get the portal. That's when you start to be able to levitate as a saint. That's when you activate your Stargate. So, Vacapalo says, wow, 20 and back has that limit of looping years. Yeah, it's interesting that they actually found the 20-year cycle in the Montauk Chair's graph, and it's very easy to hopscotch through 20-year loops of time. The geometry lines up, and if you can pop into the geometry, then every other place where the geometry is in alignment in time, in a cycle, you can go back. So Jupiter and Saturn align every 20 years. It's a Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. Their big geometries align at that. Well, that's going to be in the time-traveling dinosaur thing, which I think is that's probably the best place to go next week, is the time-traveling dinosaurs. Because again, hoping the Alliance is going to do the arrest pretty soon. I'm giving away all my best stuff because I really love to talk about this. It gives me a natural high. So your pineal gland is a functioning Stargate. How do you make sure that it works the best way that it can for you? Again, there's all these things in your diet that are attacking your pineal gland and causing calcification. The whole body gets unwelcome mineral deposits from things like, carbohydrates, refined flour, refined sugar. So you really want to reduce, especially your wheat intake. You want to reduce your sugar intake. I was inspired by the new administration and some of the stuff that the Maha movement has come out with. They say, if you go ketogenic, if you go on a paleo diet and you're only eating meat, vegetables, nuts, and fruit and water, basically, you don't have any carbohydrates, you don't have any added sugar, you try to limit those things. He said, this particular speaker that I just saw said, you'll lose 7 to 20 pounds a month until all of your excess body fat is gone. You won't be hungry, but you'll have cravings for foods that might not be healthy for you. So I said, dude, I've got to try this. I've got to actually see if this really works. So I have been doing the no carb, no sugar diet, and it is amazing. I have slight little love handles, and they've been just vanishing. They're literally disappearing. I've never been able to get rid of them because I was overweight as a teenager. I've always had slight, dad bod man handles here, the love handles. They're actually vanishing. So diet really is the most important thing, and it's so hilarious that I started out as a vegan, and it turns out that on the paleo diet, you really don't even need to eat vegetables unless you want to, but you don't have to. You can get by just eating meat like Eskimos. All they eat is blubber from whales, basically. That's their whole diet, and they're very healthy. You can eat healthy fats. You can eat meat. In fact, that should be the mainstay of your diet is protein, and then you have some vegetables and fruit. You don't want to combine them. That'll ferment, create gas pressure, and all that kind of stuff. So the other really, really big thing about decalcifying your pineal gland is that you drink lots of water that is, again, no chlorine, no fluoride. It's got to be purified water, and the purer it is, the better. But again, distilled, you want to have minerals in the water too. So if you use like reverse osmosis water, that's one of the things that everybody seems to normally land on is reverse osmosis. You probably want to add a pinch of salt or specific colloidal mineral mixture to every glass of reverse osmosis water you drink. Reverse osmosis by itself takes out basically all the minerals. And if you don't have minerals in your water, that's going to create this same pineal calcification. So you don't want calcification. So again, no chlorine, no fluoride in your water. You want to make sure that you're trying to avoid starches, trying to avoid carbohydrates, trying to avoid sugars, because all that stuff creates this sticky stuff in your blood that it's like, you know, it'll pass into your pineal gland. It creates calcification. So you will decalcify your pineal gland, and you can actually get rid of that bony lump that's in there. And the more you do that, the more psychic you become. So your psychic ability is directly related to how decalcified your pineal gland actually is. So this is really, really shocking stuff. But what's even more shocking is what we've now found out. There is a war on your pineal gland. There is a war to try to destroy your pineal gland. And how do you think they might be doing that? Is there something that they're giving people that would actually cause your pineal gland to not even exist? Yes, and it is something I can't really say the word, but you can see what it is right here. This study just came out earlier this week. Top pathologist warns that this particular treatment causes personality changes, and the pineal gland was completely destroyed. April 22nd, hot off the presses, 2025. And this should make you boiling angry. I know it does to me. A world-renowned Italian pathologist raised the alarm after discovering that this treatment completely destroyed the pineal gland of every recipient, and then they had widespread personality changes. So again, there's other parts of your body that are going to bring it into, so it's not like you're totally cut off spiritually. The heart will do it, the eardrums will do it. But this is an attack on humanity. This discovery was revealed by Fabio Zaffi, the founder of ZS. ZS is an organization researching the toxicity and how to detox from this stuff as found in certain remedies. He described an Italian pathologist's discovery showing that these substances actually do damage the pineal gland. It's a pea-sized organ that regulates sleep, mood, and hormones. He found that the pineal gland was completely destroyed in these recipients, apparently all of them. And he believed this was why they were having strange, upsetting personality changes. Isn't that weird and sad? During this Alliance Roundtable discussion, he told a group of researchers, I want to add a comment about the change in personality, depression, all these things. It is very real, he asserted. Man, this makes me pissed off. They identified the reasons from the theory. Some doctors in Italy confirmed that this attacks and destroys the endocrine system as well. The glands that produce your hormones, which make your emotions and feelings, are all being attacked. He continued, an Italian pathologist near Venice went on a newspaper saying that all of the brains he investigated, in every one, the pineal gland was completely destroyed in people who received the treatment. You think this is an accident? Oh, it's a side effect. Well, no. This is obviously very deliberate. And again, you don't hate them enough. Until you learn this, you didn't hate them enough. And leading researchers in South Korea also confirmed that human behavior is being altered. People's emotions, personalities, feelings, fears, their stress level, their mental well-being, and their general outlook all changed after they received the treatment. The peer-reviewed study included over 2 million people, and it was published in Nature, the renowned journal. It was led by Professor Hong Jin Kim, orthopedic surgery at Inji University Sangye Paik Hospital, College of Medicine in Seoul. Patients described feeling inner turmoil, fear, dread, and depression, which again is also going to happen if it's calcified, but this would make it even worse. The study found that it caused people to have a 68.3% spike in depression, a 43.9% increase in anxiety, and a 93.4% surge in sleep disorders. They've recruited 50% of their population and made it one of the largest studies into these things to date. So yeah, you don't, until you learn this, it's like, wow, man, I did not realize that this is something that apparently was being done deliberately. So let's look at it again. And I know that some of you probably received this, and You can regrow your pineal gland. I'm just going to make that clear. That's what Michael tells us is going to happen after the first wave of ascension. We'll get healing. But this is somebody who just despises humanity. They don't want you to connect to the Christ. They don't want you to connect to God. They don't want you to have a functioning third eye. And so they came up with this interesting way to destroy it. And then they're going to tell you, oh, this is good for you. You need to take this so you'll be more healthy. Well, a 68.3% spike in depression, 44% increase in anxiety, 93.4% increase in difficulty of sleeping. Yeah, because your pineal gland isn't functioning anymore, so your brain has to work around. So by now, you're probably very angry. I know I was when I saw this. It's like, my God. I mean, let's just read what you guys are saying here. Eric Person says, chat, you all are sharing and very kind with each other. I love this. It's refreshing. Marilyn Jacobson, the creator should ever allow evildoers to stop the outer ascension. It is so unfair. Spirulina is good to remove heavy metals. Is there a percentage on anger management? Yeah, that's definitely one of them. I didn't see it, but I'm sure it's in there. I had a dream recently, and your voice said, you are the one we've been looking for. Do you have any idea what that could mean? Stephen Purvis. Well, you're the one we've been looking for. I'm doing my best to, try to not have my hair too crazy. It looks like there's a few flyaways here. But yeah, I'm trying to do my best to bring you the information that I know is true, the information that will change your life. Borax for decalcification, I hadn't heard that. I don't want to be seen as any savior figure, but I'm just doing my job, and I see things that other people don't see. But again, if you have a functioning Stargate in your brain, and the classified research shows that, it is under attack. They want to destroy it. So you must not, even if you've taken some before, you must not let this into your body. However, it is not irreversible. And there's a great body of science. As the last thing before my pee break, I'm going to show you incredible body of science that you can completely regenerate destroyed organs. And this is what we're going to do after Ascension. Everybody who's got a damaged pineal gland will be able to heal them. So this gets into the research of Dr. Peter Garyaev, who is a Russian scientist, and it's really wonderful stuff, where he had seeds that were destroyed by radiation in Chernobyl, and he actually healed them. So this is all he had to do. And again, think about the pineal gland, except here we're analogizing it with the seed. He had these seeds that had been killed by radioactivity. Now that, in typical science, they're gone, they're never going to return, and that's what the DS thought would happen. However, if you pass a laser light through healthy seeds, and then you redirect the beam of the coherent light with that DNA code, that you got the geometric DNA information, you shine it into the dead seeds, and they actually have a Christ-like resurrection. And again, this is really great timing for Easter. We're celebrating the resurrection of Christ. He is risen. The dead seeds came back to life, and they are rejuvenated. So, simple photonic light from this laser of healthy seeds will actually cause this to happen. And so the equivalent is, if you do meditation and breath work, you visualize light and love. If you're a loving person, that loving consciousness will actually heal your cells by bringing in the light codes. And the other way you do it is by, again, the ketogenic paleo diet. You eat the vegetables, you eat the meats, especially, again, the cleanest organic meat you can get. You're ingesting DNA. You're ingesting DNA from plants. You're ingesting DNA from meat. And dead foods like starches, carbohydrates, they really don't have any DNA in them, but meat and vegetables do. So you consume the DNA that has the healthy light, and that healthy light redirects itself into your body. So this is, again, why supposedly people are getting really great healing results and things like all the worst diseases by going on these plant-based diets. And it actually turns out that if you eat the right meat, it'll do the same thing. So also, it's very important to note that DNA itself has a natural self-healing capability. So let's talk about a couple of those studies for a second. We now know from Dr. Robert Pruitt that 10% of all mustard plants where you kill their DNA, you create DNA changes that make them mutate, 10% of those plants will actually heal the DNA, which is supposedly impossible in regular science. So again, what you're seeing here on the top is the DNA mutation that Pruitt's team caused to create abnormalities in the way that the buds look. And again, you notice the pineal shape of the buds. It's pine cone shaped. And 10% of them spontaneously repair their buds so that they don't have these weird bubbles coming off of them anymore. And that is something that they know is happening, but they have no idea why. So let's read a little bit more about this. This is Dr. Robert Pruitt and his self-correcting mustard weed. So this was actually in the New York Times. Startling scientists, the plant fixes its own flawed gene. In a startling discovery, geneticists at Purdue University say they have found plants possess a corrected version of a defective gene inherited from both their parents, as if there is a hand. That's not what it is. It's not a corrected gene. It's the light consciousness of the geometry. But anyway, handy backup copy with the right version was made in their grandparents' generation. Some organisms may contain a cryptic backup copy of the genome. No. What did we just see from the Russian study? It was caused by shining light through a healthy seed. Then you kill a seed with radiation. The healthy seed's light reprograms the DNA. That's what it is. It's a light-based system. So this would represent an unprecedented exception to the laws of genetic inheritance from Mendel in the 19th century. The cryptic genome, again, they got to call it a genome. It's really a light thing. It is not made of DNA. So then Dr. Elliot Meyer-Owitz is another guy that was working with him on this. It looks like a marvelous discovery, he said, plant geneticist at Caltech. Dr. David Haig, an evolutionary biologist at Harvard, described it as a really strange, unexpected result, which would be important if it holds up and applies widely in nature. So the DS people did not know this. So this is Dr. David Haig, not to be confused with David Hogg, who did his Elon-style salute that Elon got in so much trouble for, but nobody even got mad at him about it. Because I guess he's on the wrong side of politics, right? So yeah, David could get away with it. Elon could not, unfortunately. It's his fist. Yeah, it's a little bit different, but basically very similar. So here's the details. Dr. Pruitt and Lal were trying to understand the genes that control the outer skin of the mustard weed. They were studying plants with a mutated gene that made the petals clump together, as we just saw. Because the two copies were mutated, they had virtually no chance of normal offspring, but up to 10% kept switching back to normal. When they analyzed the mutated gene known as HTH, they found it had changed, and the mutated DNA reverted back to normal. So it went from this back to this. And it says, the finding poses a puzzle for evolutionary theory because it corrects mutation where evolution depends on it as generators of novelty. So it says again, Mendel is upended. Well, thankfully, the people who designed this so-called medical treatment did not understand this because this is not part of accepted biology. If you have a destroyed pineal gland for whatever reason, you can heal it. Another example of the same thing is with the fruit fly, Drosophila. They have mutations. This is one of the most commonly mutated creatures in the lab. They do multiple mutations. And it says right here, a great deal of work is being done in contemporary biological research on tuning mutations, formerly called homoeotic mutations. I can't imagine why they changed that name. It doesn't at all sound like homoerotic, right? The animal used in most of the investigations is a fruit fly. They create various monstrosities. One of them has the antenna transforming into legs. They have legs instead of antenna growing out of their heads. Another mutation leads to the second of 3 pairs of legs. Normally flies have 1 pair of wings. Still another mutation leads to transformation. So anyway, this is the most frequently studied insect in science. You take a single fertilized embryonic cell of the fruit fly, you remove all the DNA that makes its eyes. I don't know why the shadows are there, but bear with me. And then the fruit fly is born without eyes, or it might have legs coming out of its head. You breed it with other fruit flies who also have no eyes. No matter how many times they do this, the eyes replace, and it never takes more than 5 generations. So this again is the natural self-healing, self-correcting quality of DNA. At no more than 5 generations at the most, the eyes grow back. So if they tried to get rid of the pineal gland, it's not going to work. And again, the real secret is that you got to get that light coming in. All of these mutations depend on single genes. I propose somehow single gene mutations change the tuning of the embryonic tissue such that it tunes into a different morphic field, creating a different set of structures. Well, here's the one that really ties it all together. This is the rat pancreas study. It was again done by Geryaev. And here's where it was done. In Moscow 2000, Toronto 2001, they replicated it, and Nizhny Novgorod in 2005. They take these rats and they inject them with alloxan, which is a pancreas killer, creates diabetes. They get diabetes and they die within 4 to 6 days, and their pancreas is completely destroyed. And again, think about what I just said with the pineal gland, right? Well, normally, that's it. You poison somebody, their pancreas is gone, they get diabetes, and they die. The second group was given the identical dose of toxin, but again, he takes a healthy pancreas and spleen from a healthy rat, and he zaps it with the laser beam, just like he did with the seeds. He passes it through the healthy pancreas, the laser light hits this dead pancreas, and the pancreas now completely regrows, and they are not diabetic anymore. Their blood sugar normalizes, and he found that the light could be transferred up to 20 kilometers away. So this is not a genome. It's actually in the photons itself. And again, there are no known fields that can do this. So this is what we see here. You see there's a total of, how many rats are there? 15 rats, as you see on the bottom. Each of them has a different code, 1 through 12, with different color. And then the days of the experiment, you see by day 12. So what does it say at the top? It says the blood glucose concentration over time as a function of the alloxan injection and the consecutive laser biocomputer treatment by the virus, by the what does that say? The whatever information. So here's the deal. On day 1, you give them the toxin that's going to create diabetes and destroy their pancreas. Then you wait until day 4, where they would normally actually die. He doesn't even start giving them the laser treatment until they would have died. And that's when he does it. That's when he zaps them with the laser beam. So he zaps them with the laser beam, and instead of dying, as you can see, every single one of the 15 rats, except for, I guess that's what, rat number 11, didn't quite make it all the way back. But by day 12, all of their blood sugar has gone back down. And then when they die the natural death, and he then autopsies them after their natural death, all of them had regrown their pancreas. So, okay, it turns out that you could actually take lasers and you can shine it through a healthy pancreas, and then you take fiber optics and you put them into the body cavity where the pancreas would be, and you shine that laser beam into where the pancreas would be, and the pancreas will regenerate in a human. Apparently he did this. So this is really incredible. And again, most people are not going to be sticking fiber optics in their bodies. The point is that this is mustard does it 10% of the time. The fruit fly naturally regrows its eyes. There's other examples too. So we do have the power to heal ourselves. And that power is going to become greatly enhanced after the first wave of Ascension, which supposedly is going to occur this year, 2025. So it's a very, very sad thing that there may be, tens or hundreds of millions of people or more out there who have a destroyed pineal gland, and therefore they're having anxiety, they're not having as vivid dream recall, their body is really struggling to interface with spirituality. They've still got it with the heart, they've still got it with the eardrums, but taking the pineal gland out of the game is a big loss. The body will adapt to that, but again, the clean, healthy diet is very, very important in getting these types of miraculous regenerative effects to occur. So I can't stress this enough. The new administration's diet that they've proposed, the new food pyramid, the paleo-ketogenic diet, it is the key to regenerating anything that's bad. You got to drink the healthy water. You avoid the fluoride, the calcium, all that kind of stuff. This is very, very important. So we are now going to shift into the Archangel Michael time loops. But first, of course, I have to actually hit the bathroom. So anyway, let's bring up where we're going to go here next. And what are we going to do today? I think what we're going to do is we haven't shown the shoveling video very much. So you're going to go out and shovel with Daddy when we're on our break. But before we do, let me hear what you guys have to say. Amazing, but those poor animals, says Bella's Patio Garden. Yeah, I mean, animal testing is never nice, but anyway, you can test them without killing them and see that their pancreas is back. You can detect that with their blood sugar. When they naturally die, you autopsy them and their pancreas is returned, which normally would not happen. Turkey time, turkey time. You guys want the turkeys, huh? Oh, no Monica. Valentine Puppy says, no, okay, you really want the Monica thing. I think that's what everybody's feeling, and I thought about that. So we'll do Monica the Moose. I want to see the moose. I want to see the moose. Okay. Yeah, the moose is really cool. Gregory Leon Watson says, blankety blank is medicine in California, and you can get shrooms in San Francisco. How did you figure out the seconds in the videos relate to old posts? Well, just repetition. You know, it's so common how they show you that I'm like, yeah, there's really something here. So anyway, what we're going to do now is I'm going to mute my microphone, and then we're going to start talking about the Alliance. And again, you don't hate the enemy enough. They want to destroy your spirituality. There's an evil agenda here to make us incapable of having psychic insight, incapable of activating our ascension. They don't want people to ascend. These negative aliens are ultimately responsible for this, apparently. Dracos and Greys. They don't want you to have a pineal gland. But they didn't realize that, yeah, you know what, we can regrow that stuff. And we can heal the damage that is being done to us, which is really cool. So everybody has the potential to activate this Stargate. But yes, if you have pineal damage, if your pineal is gone, then your body probably does not have everything that it needs for you to be able to activate your light body after this so-called first wave of ascension. But other people will have their pineal gland activate, and they will be able to go around and do saint-like healings on other people. So the healings are very real, the healings are very exciting, and the Alliance is out there defeating this negative agenda, defeating this DS. And so in the next part of our show, we're going to be reading from the remote-viewed transcripts of Archangel Michael speaking to me in the 1990s. And you say, oh, nobody gets the voice of the angels. Well, yeah, it's what happens if your pineal gland is working properly. You'll be able to get these psychic messages. You'll be able to, let's see if I can fix that, make that look good. Yeah, that looks nice. So, you know, all this stuff is very interesting because I'm not only talking to you about the pineal gland being a Stargate, I actually practically developed that system that allowed me to get angelic messages to come through using remote viewing, where they claim they get a 99% accuracy rate. So I've been really leaning down a lot because I've had so many slides, so my back kind of hurts. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a break now. We're going to watch Monica the Moose, and then I'm going to have time to go to the bathroom and eat a little food, and I'll come back, and then we're going to get right into the Michael readings, which are extremely, extremely inspirational and uplifting for everything that's going on right now. The coming exposure of the DS, the defeat, and how this then, as people learn that the evil in the world was much worse, as they learn that this alleged medical treatment was intended to destroy your spirituality, destroy your pineal gland, destroy your ability to ascend. No, we can fix that. People are going to be able to heal you. Those who still have it functional, if they get pineal activation, apparently that's what Michael keeps telling us, ascension is going to happen. So without further ado, I'm going to mute my microphone, play you the video of Monica the Moose, and we'll get this going. So again, one of the classic traits of the awakened master, the awakened pineal gland, he's got the glow coming off of his head here. This is St. Jerome in his study by Albrecht Dürer, and he's got telepathic interface with the lion. The lion sits at his feet, and it doesn't attack his dog, and it doesn't attack him. Everything's great. This was also illustrated again in the Rider-Waite Tarot deck. The strength card, here's a woman holding the jaws of the lion open. This is not physical strength, it's the spiritual strength. And again, that infinity symbol over her head, awakened pineal gland. So the pineal gland really is the key to all this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to delve in to the magic of Monica the Moose. But first, I got to turn off my mic, take it off, and then put it back on again. And I'll be back in 6 minutes. Thank you guys for watching. I'll be back right away. Okay, let's go with Monica the Moose. This was terrifying. I had no idea if she was going to attack me, but I just felt confident enough to do this, or stupid enough. Do not try this at home. This is the most dangerous animal in the forest. More dangerous than a mountain lion, supposedly. But I went for it, and here's the beautiful results. So here we go. You're always safe here? You don't have to worry about anything. You just keep on being a good girl, okay? Yeah, Daddy loves you. I'm going to go back inside so you don't get scared, okay? Yeah. You're my baby. You know that? You're Daddy's baby. You have such sweet little eyes. And you're a good girl. And I decided today that I really love you. And you're not even afraid of me. Yeah, you can eat that crap. I don't want that crap. You can have as much as you want, Monica. You can crunch on it and bite on it. And she's looking me right in the eye. It's so cute. That's a good girl. Yeah, that's Daddy's good girl. I think you're a great friend to have around. And you know, you're just kind of, I don't think you're dangerous. I don't think you're dangerous, Monica. You had me a little worried there, though, because you were lying down in the middle of Daddy's board meeting. And I was like, well, you know, is she sick? Something wrong with Monica? But no, you seem to be in perfectly good health. Yeah, actually, you're helping me out if you clean that crap up, because I don't like it. It doesn't really do me any good. So you just hang out. I think there's plenty of good things you can eat. But, you know, I got to have time to take a piss. So this video that we're doing gives me some new stuff. I can do new stuff, Monica. I don't have to... Well, you're really getting in there, aren't you? You just love to eat. I was worried that you might be sick. You had me a little scared there. But we're having this moose encounter situation. And it's really awesome. You know, you definitely, your fur looks very warm. And you don't have to be afraid of me. I was worried that my dog might attack you, but we don't have to worry about that anymore. I just think you're good. Yeah, I think you're good. You just keep eating and eating. Because honestly, that bush doesn't really do me any good there. It pretty much just captures the snow. And the snow gets all piled up there, and it's like a big mess. So you want to graze on that and eat it down, that's fine with me. I'm really glad you're letting me get this close. You know, I would just consider that bush to be junk. I mean, I don't need it. So yeah, you just crunch away on that stuff. And we're hanging out, and we're being good friends. And you're letting everybody see you, Monica. And I want you to feel really safe here. I don't want you to feel like you're in any danger at all. I know you were watching me and laying down out in my yard. But we're having a really great special encounter now. Yeah, you look kind of like a horse almost. You're like a big horse. And I don't think you're dangerous. Yeah. You want to come even closer? That's okay. I don't feel scared. Not really. I mean, it's not a big deal to me. As long as you don't try to, like, kill me or something, I think we're okay. We're already going up towards 6 minutes, though, and that's about as much as we need. Yeah, you just eat and eat. You're so cute. You're so cute, Monica. What do you have to say to the audience? What do you want to say to all the people out there on YouTube? You say, well, I'm just a big old moose, and I hang out in the forest, and I got this funny stuff under my chin, this hair that hangs down. It's no big deal, because I'm just your friend. You know, we get along really well now, and I'm not worried about anything. You're like my pet, you know, and I can't believe that you love to eat that crap, because to me it just looks like a bunch of sticks. It's pretty freaking gross, actually, you know, but you just seem really relaxed, so okay. Thank you, Monica. Yeah, we'll talk to you later. We're going to talk to you later. You go have a good day. You go move around, do what you got to do, eat stuff. Sorry, it's hard to get this camera to work. Okay, boom. I am back. Thank you guys. Wow. So much of a relief to be able to take a nice leak. Anyway, yeah, that's Monica. And I'm really glad that you guys are still here with me. We hardly lost anybody. We're still rocking 4,000 viewers. So anyway, does Monica have a boyfriend named Bullwinkle, says Snarky Panda. I hadn't even thought of that. Rocky and Bullwinkle. Has this laser zapping technology of a pineal gland to a damaged one been done in humans? How do you find out the other person's is optimal, says Vacapalo. I don't know if it's been done with the pineal gland. That's a good question. But since it works with the pancreas, there's every reason to believe that it would work with the pineal as well. And I think that that laser fiber optic treatment would be able to do it even without the ascended healer. And the other thing is we have Budakovsky, who actually took a hologram of a raspberry plant that was healthy and then shined it into raspberry tumors. And even without living donor cells, but just the holographic image of the healthy raspberry, he got the cells that were sick to regenerate into healthy cells. So you don't even actually need the living donor organ. You just need the hologram of the cells from the donor organ, and then you need that laser light. That's really the key. It's not a hidden genome. But again, I think the real point here is that this shows us the future after some people go through ascension. Their pineal gland gets activated. They have the control over levitation. They have the control over telepathy, psychic ability, ESP. They're going to be able to do this. What triggers this first wave of ascension? Well, there's been some pretty exciting things this week where we're finding out that the arrests are very close now. It's going to happen when the files drop. You have this particular musician who's in the rap industry, right? And as you are very well aware, this next month is where all of that is going to be coming out in the open. Not only him, but all of his cronies and colleagues. So it would make a lot of sense that they're going to drop the files around the same time that that trial hits the public, or even if the trial gets delayed somehow, the alliance is not going to be defeated. We are not going to be waiting until the end of the year. They have a slide that's going to be coming up where they show you that. But again, that's the Ezra part of the talk. And again, Ezra really blew me away this week because he came forward publicly and he spoke on a radio show. I would call it radio. It was Twitter Spaces or X Spaces. So we got to hear his voice, and it was quite remarkable that he came forward. We'll talk about all that a little later. But again, apparently this is all being controlled by them using in the Alliance the Project Looking Glass. They're looking into the future. They're seeing what we need to do to heal and save our planet. And then I've been doing the same kind of thing through remote viewing. So again, as I've said now, multiple times in other shows, here are the tapes that we're going to be reading from. This was stuff where I was, again, activating my pineal gland. I get mind awake, body asleep. And then when that portal is open in the center of your brain, you can contact angelic intelligence. And so the science is that apparently people are getting 99% accurate results if they use remote viewing protocols. The main protocols are, again, you get mind awake, body asleep. It's pineal activation. You then keep yourself in a very deep state of meditation. And most importantly, you write down everything that comes into your mind. You don't analyze anything. You don't have any emotional reactions. And you hold that protocol. You're not trying to understand it. You just let it happen. And I just modified the protocols for speech. So I would write my dreams down, and I would write the voices down, whatever I would hear in my mind. And this was all done back in 1999. But now these 21 tapes that I missed out on in the 7 Michael books are speaking to us in the present. And it's incredible, because what they're saying is that we're going to have some type of first wave of ascension this year, and that some of us are going to have very intense pineal activation. So these, again, are the tapes, the originals that I dictated on. 21 of them I didn't catch until later. I only transcribed those in 2006. And so those are now what we're reading through week after week. And again, we have one hater. His name is Stephen. He's going to be mentioned this week in the time loop. This guy's been stalking me for 8 years, and Ezra just outed him. It's really incredible. It turns out he's been attacking everybody in the community, not just me. All of the top people in the so-called truth movement are being attacked by one guy, and he always does the same stuff, and he makes death threats, and he tells you he's going to kill you, and he's apparently even been sending suspicious packages to people's doors. And this has now, it's not just my problem anymore, it's caught the attention of millions of people. And the top management of Twitter has now said that they're going to take very concrete, proactive steps to stop this problem from happening. And we should all be very grateful for that, not just for me, but because, again, it appears now that somebody's paying this guy to do this on a very, very widespread level. And he hates my guts. He despises me. I don't hate him. I wish he would stop, but he won't. So we are going to be suing him because he will never stop. If he had stopped, I probably would have let him go, but our company's very close to being funded, so he's going to be mentioned in these readings again. And so we're going to pick up where we left off. It starts with a dream. So this same dream we read last week, but the reading is going to further explain it as we go on here, so I'm going to read it to you again. It came in on March 12th, 1999, on one of those tapes I just showed you. So it started out with the theme of disease in the dream, some type of great disease, and then I say within the spirit. But again, this is time looped to the events of 2020, to COVID. I was seeing that coming in 21 years in advance through the use of the activated pineal gland. I was too tired to dictate it. So there again, the prophecy of the coming great disease. Very interesting. In the next dream, I found myself in my old bedroom where I had grown up as a kid. And in this case, there was a shadowy, malevolent, dark-robed figure standing there. Turns out that it's a gray. We'll see that at the end. The little girl was in the room as well. The being was very real to us. So I made a new note here. In this week's time loop, they revealed that the demon is also a metaphor of Stephen, who we now know is terrorizing everybody, who's the most famous influencer in the truth community. This being had on a black cape that went around his head. His face had the consistency of light white modeling clay. His eyes were swollen and they were set funny on the face. He had a skeletal look like he was built up with modeling clay. And I said they're essentially, the grays are undead because they actually live off of pureed human bodies. It's really disgusting, but that's what it turns out they're doing. They soak it in and that's how they survive. Otherwise they would die. So they keep themselves alive artificially like vampires this way. He had been causing us some great fear, but there he was. You had this horrible, demonic-looking creature standing right in front of you, and he was taunting and teasing us, and he was mean. And so I say here, this is prophetic of us facing down against this satanic DS, seeing them for what it is. It also is, again, talking about Stephen. He's just constantly telling me I'm vile, disgusting, pathetic, whatever. The little girl was scared of him. He scared the piss out of us both. There was nowhere to go. So again, it appears that I was abducted as a kid and that they brought me in and did terrible things to me, and it included satanic stuff. We've talked about that in many other shows, and it also seems to be about humanity finally detecting that there is a global villain and that it ultimately is a evil extraterrestrial-run system. Now the little boy and girl had become adults and medical professionals. I saw one of their faces. He was smoking, and this seemed to be important. The client was a smoker, and Michael definitely wanted him to stop smoking. That was one of Michael's big agendas for this guy, Robert. Please stop, smoking cigarettes. The man had a pair of glasses on with silver rims, and he wore a deep blue shirt with a tie and dark pants. He was wearing a light white lab coat like a doctor. And again, some of what I went through apparently was medical experimentation. He and the woman in the room had now grown up. They became professionals, but they were still talking about the entity that scared them so much, this malevolent hood being. And this is really the essence of what the evil is. The DS is caused by grays that are telling people what to do and giving them wealth and power. And these entities are also the ones behind destroying your pineal gland, because they don't want you to ascend. They know that if you ascend, that you will be a problem for them. So, let's destroy everybody's pineal gland. But apparently they're not wise enough to see that you can regrow it. And if you eat the right food, and if you have the right consciousness, the right loving consciousness, it's a mind-body medicine. You can actually heal yourself. And it's the vibrations of higher light and love will actually heal your DNA, just like the radioactive dead seeds from Chernobyl were rejuvenated by shining healthy light into them. Then I was standing by a river, a large crowd of you remember this part? It was so crazy if you saw last week. Large crowd of spectators on either side. There was a water show going on. And then the first quote came in and said, keep the quote needing alignment to a minimum. And so this indicated that I wasn't in the best alignment. It wasn't the most deep reading, but it's still very, very beautiful. But I had much stress going on. I was about to get kicked out of the farm. Violence occurred on the river, and this is a window into our present world of like Tesla dealerships being attacked, which I don't support at all. It escalated into something so fast it was incredible. There was a guy who was boating. He was in a small craft, and I believe that was a part of the water show. He had his hands on the edges, and he rode through the central area. And in this case, as I say, he symbolizes the DS. The central area was crossed by two other people who were dressed up like circus clowns with golden sparkly clothing, and they were swinging around swords very dramatically. They were coming towards this guy with the two swords as he was riding on the boat, and they spun the swords around dramatically. So, when you decipher the dream, and I didn't quite get into all of it last week, I didn't quite see it all, the two clowns represent how the DS views 47 and Elon Musk. They do treat them as if they're clowns. They do try to make fun of them. They say, oh my God, they're crazy. And the swing of the swords represents all the budget cuts that they're making, all the aspects of the DS infrastructure that are being cut out. You just had this judge get arrested for violating constitutional law. That was a stunning thing. There was a key figure in the Oklahoma City situation that they outed him this past week. Big things are happening behind the scenes, folks. But again, the two clowns represent 47 and Elon Musk, and the swing of the swords is the budget cuts they're doing, and then the guy in the boat represents the DS. So you remember where this goes. They were going to chop the swords down to either side of the boat without causing damage. They wanted to make people ooh and ah and think it was a close call, but it was really just a trick. The clowns with the golden stripes, and again, I said a red thing. Well, that would be like the red Republican side, right? And I missed that last time. Golden stripes, they're both very wealthy individuals, and that's one of the reasons why they're being hated. So again, this symbolizes MAGA. The clowns came down. They were swinging their swords around very dramatically. At the last minute, before they got to the boat, they hit the eddy on the water. Apparently they were on a boat too. Caused them to slide. And as a result, the sword came very close to the guy's pinky finger on the left hand. And again, this symbolizes how most people think that they are making mistakes, they are missing the mark, they're not happy about these budget cuts, they're not happy about saving billions of dollars. And the DS is projecting the idea that this new administration is negative and destructive. Then, the guy became incredibly angry because this theatrical attack nearly cut his hand off. He grabbed the sword out of the boat, managed to throw it in reverse, turned around and lopped off one of the two people's hands. So this symbolizes what's happened to both of the men who, again, the media calls clowns, because they tried to shoot 47. He has a scar in the ear. He actually took a bullet. And at the same time, the chopping off of the hand represents the attack on vehicles and dealerships of Tesla. And it's really, really fascinating how time-looped this is into the present, that this is what's happening right now, and that this guy overreacted, right? But guess what happens? The sword of Archangel Michael literally chops him in half. He doesn't get away with chopping off the hand. And again, the hands are how these guys are trying to do their work. That's what that symbolizes. And the DS is trying to stop them from being able to finish and do the arrests. That blew me away. I couldn't believe that he did that. Whatever happened to his hand in the first place wasn't really all that bad. I don't even think he bled. But he got so angry that he turned back around and literally chopped off the hand of one of the clowns. And so I already had that one in there. The attempted assassination, one example, Tesla dealerships being another. It was telegraphed in slow motion, as real as anything I've seen in my life. The guy who did the chopping off then held his arms up in the air as if to say, okay, we don't want you to do anything else. Don't hurt me, which is the way they're acting. Like, you can't hurt us. You can't do this. Then someone came up behind him with a broadsword and literally chopped him right in half, the top half of his body, separated from the bottom half of his body. It was very dramatic. It was very cinematic. I saw the look on his face. I saw the sword go through his body. The sword kind of got hung up on the spine. It broke a little bit too slow to line up with the cut. Then his torso was just sitting there. Now the top of the body was sitting on the bottom of his body. This is likely prophetic. You know, people are like, oh my God, they're never going to do it. They're never going to arrest anybody. No. Michael sees into the future, just like they do with Looking Glass. They are about to do these arrests. And when the big one comes, it will be absolutely devastating and final. It's literally going to chop the body of this evil in half. It's going to be maybe even only one day that they're going to need to do this. Okay? Another guy kicked someone with a karate kick in the head. There were other acts of violence. Probably 7 or 8 violent events that I saw in one little area. Then I ended up with Clint Eastwood. Michael's going to mention this in the reading. And the idea here is Dirty Harry, go ahead, make my day. That's what they're going to say it's about. And that's exactly the way the Alliance is acting. You know, the guy that's the action hero is going to get revenge on evil. I was here in the barn in the main part where we don't usually live, and this has to do with a part of the psyche. We had just seen a movie, and so the whole thing about the guy getting chopped in half was only on TV. It was not real. I looked at Clint. I said, I can't believe people watch this horrible stuff on TV. I remember watching horror movies with my father, but I don't know why you'd want to look at this. Clint Eastwood had a curious attitude. And again, this is time looped with watching Blacklist that can have strong violence. And when people learn the truth, it will be like a horror movie. There's evil greys, there's evil reptilians. And they apparently told people on Earth to destroy the pineal gland with this so-called treatment or create death, which is something I didn't know until that article came out this week. And it's like, oh, wow. And I only learned about this after I'd already decided that the show was going to be about the pineal gland. It was like the universe just lined it up in such an incredible way. It was really amazing. We had a fireplace in the middle of the barn. It's possible because it has a high ceiling. I said, why are we trying to camp out on concrete when we could just walk up into the apartment? And as I say here, we all feel homeless because of the turbulence. But once people are arrested, we're going to feel like it's home again. It's going to be much more peaceful, much more safe, much more prosperity. As I continued talking to the person, a pickup truck pulled up outside. This was his brother. He started out as Clint Eastwood, but he didn't stay that way. Out walked Josh, who was my main bully in 7th grade. Literally every day after school, he'd follow me home, and I'd have to talk him out of trying to beat me up, which basically just turned into a daily therapy session for Josh. And my bully, Steven, who's the guy that's been doing this for 8 years, the only one, I've been comparing him to Josh, and now actually, it's a common thing the last few weeks, he started using the name Joshua, because basically, he seems to be obsessed with me. It's like a love-hate relationship. So he actually took on that name, and now he's going to have a new one this week. We'll get into that. I'm sure he's going to start using it. Josh looked exactly the same as he did when I was in junior high, except that he was wearing a cowboy hat. And that was time looped in with me starting to do routines with the cowboy hat. I said, oh man, anybody but Josh. Why does Josh have to be your brother? Well, again, the negative helps the positive because they're inspiring us to grow and ascend through having evil that we have to struggle against. However, when Josh came up, he wasn't really all that difficult. He was halfway friendly, and he certainly wasn't threatening to me. And again, you know, Stephen just talks and talks and talks, but if he if he ever actually did come here and try to kill me, I don't think it would work. I have all the advantage. I have the home advantage. I don't think that's going to happen. But these threats have been going on for 8 years, and now we find out he's doing it to everybody. And Ezra outed him in a very interesting way this week. So they both left, and the exchange didn't last very long. And when I did my last show, he had stopped attacking me, but now he is back with the fury. Because again, I think a lot of it is that he's really pissed off the Alliance is coming after him. But you know what? You can't just go out there and attack people and threaten people's lives and tell them that they're con artists and frauds and vile and disgusting and not expect that something's going to happen. And even if you have fancy friends who protected you and they say, don't worry, if anybody sues you, you can use our lawyer. Good lawyers still can't win a lawsuit if there's evidence that proves that you're guilty. Even a corrupt judiciary, we can appeal, you know. So look, it would be really great if he would stop, but I don't think he ever will. And so that's why we're moving forward with the lawsuit. Then I became aware that I had the Gray's head in my hands as modeling clay, the face of this dark figure who had scared us when we were kids. His head was in my hands, and it was made of the same weird white molding clay. So as I say here, the tides are radically turning in favor of the Alliance, defeating these Grays, defeating these demonic extraterrestrials that are drinking our blood and destroying our pineal gland and telling people what to do to make that happen so we can't ascend. We can't activate our 4D body, but yep, once other people have done it, then they'll be able to heal you. So it's going to be fine. Then I started shaping the head with my hands, and I remembered pushing the eyes into the shape of a Gray, one of the visitors. And I said, wow, this already seemed to be about a Gray, and now it confirmed it. This is fascinating and prophetic of the stunning defeat of the DS and the aliens that control them, the satanic evil aliens. There was a great deal of fear surrounding the shape I carved, but it also turned into acceptance. The pale white skin, etc. Let me get a drink of water. That's what we need to start the reading. So then the reading comes in, and this appears to be the first time Archangel Michael was ever mentioned. So we're going to start out with the first time that he was mentioned. So this is something we read last week, but this is what builds up to it. As we move towards this convergence or ascension, the issues within the self that need to be cleansed are brought to the surface. The spade then reveals hidden root vegetables in the soil, so legumes, yams, potatoes, carrots might then be harvested. So too have the fruits of the Spirit long buried within the soil of the mind long to be spaded out. So as I said last week, 2 mentions of the word spade, and I'm watching now I'm watching The House of David on Amazon. But the lead actor in the show Blacklist I've been watching is James Spader. And there's some very disturbing stuff in this show. I mean, I got to say, it's not always fun. This is not the 3-pointed spade of the devil. There's the 3rd appearance of it. Spader, right? The sword of Archangel Michael, a higher concept, your own true abilities coming to the fore. So therefore, that ties in directly, let's make sure this isn't too crazy, that ties in directly with the dream that I had this same morning. Because remember what happened in the dream is that this guy who represents the DS represents evil, and he was the one that chopped off the hand, which again represents attacks on Tesla, assassination attempts, all the blockades that they're doing. He literally gets chopped in half by a sword, and then they say that that sword is the sword of Archangel Michael. So him getting chopped in half is symbolic of this Christian angelic initiative. People don't believe angels are real. They don't believe Jesus really existed in some cases. Guess what? It does. And the sword of Archangel Michael is actually what chopped him in half. So then later on, in the reading as it goes on, they again say, remember, we are speaking of the spading fork, the sword of Archangel Michael, that will then turn up these hidden treasures of the self, that they might be prepared and consumed. Seek to strengthen the foundations of the building so the next time it is jarred, nothing falls down. And I believe that is a pyramid reference because, again, the pyramid did get jarred and it lost its casing stones. And so the beautiful white limestone that was originally on the pyramid fell down, just like it says here. The pyramid represents, in its fully reconstructed form with all the white gleaming marble polish on it, represents humanity's ascension. So now we're going to actually continue from where we left off last week. Just going to start a little bit ahead from where we stopped. And this is very interesting stuff because a lot of us right now are feeling self-destructive, maybe not suicidal, but many people are feeling self-destructive. So it's talking to everybody. Let's move beyond comparing your present self to violent suicide circumstances, which will still occur, and hence the brevity and the gravity of the metaphor, the idea of somebody being chopped in half in the dream. Let's move towards a reconciliation of personal internal desire with the desire from the higher self, because there are always two ways to skin a cat. There is always a positive and negative, a good and a bad, as your dimension in the third level is that of the Mayic delusion or polarity. We want you to strive for your higher aspect that unifies these opposites, as we now seek to unify the opposites within yourself. We need you to be more prepared for the changes that are so soon to occur. So yeah, many people are just depressed. They've lost faith. You see this online. They're like, oh my God, nobody's being arrested. Nothing is being done. I feel so hopeless. I feel so sad. Okay, look, it's not going to stay this way. They are going to do it, and they're probably going to do it pretty soon. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't even happen next month. And they just said the MLK files are very close to coming out, and what happens after that is the other files that we are so on the edge of our seats about, and the fact that that top witness just died of alleged suicide. Very, very sketchy, very suspicious. Suggests that they might know something that we don't, and they're aware that these trials are coming up very soon, and they're trying to intimidate people. So if you speak out about this, if you come forward as a witness, we will kill you. And make it look like nothing bad happened except that you did it to yourself. Well, there's hundreds of people in witness protection who are very well protected right now, and they're all going to be coming forward. So the threats are not going to work. And again, Michael has proven week after week, all the way back since September in this time loop thing we're doing, that he sees the future crystal clear. And so we are going to get the arrests. It is going to change the world. It's not going to stay like this. But depression is what happens when you think that the bad stuff is never going to go away. It is going to go away. So they're telling you in this reading, we want you now to start feeling happy. We want you now to start lifting yourself up and feeling good about your life. We want you to be more prepared. We need you to maintain a fastidiousness, a stability, and a drive to better yourself. Why? Because the others around you are going to need much assistance. As was said in the Paul Solomon readings, there will be a point on your planetary sphere where there are only two types of people. That person who is on their knees begging and praying for God to come and stop the horror. And again, there's many people who say, oh my God, there's never going to be any arrests. And those who have been sent to stop the horror, which would include you and me. As you're listening to this show, you're part of the solution, not part of the problem. And of course, the Alliance, they're doing an amazing, amazing job. It's very exciting what's happening. And it is going to lead to the results that we've all been hoping for so long. So I'm not nervous at all. I mean, I'm tired of waiting. And I'm tired of being attacked by this one individual so much because it's really stupid and annoying, and being threatened with death all the time, and him stealing your money, and So again, if you're looking on my X page and you see these crazy, wild hate statements, it's all this one guy with lots of different aliases, and now we find out he's doing it to everybody. So now we've finally gotten up to the point where we're going to continue where we left off last week. It's beautiful, beautiful reading. He's talking to Robert, but I think this applies to all of us as angelic souls. Most of you watching this show, you're probably an angelic soul, which is different than a regular human. You're going to have all these extra layers of meditation and compassion and psychic ability, all that stuff. You have volunteered to give forth your genetic material in joyous, loving service to the planet and its inhabitants. You have allowed difficulty within yourself to occur, and it stems from a simple inability to take care of yourself. And that is why we say you are your own worst enemy. I think this is true for all of us. We need to learn to take better care of ourselves and have a positive attitude about this. Let's move in the direction of self-acceptance, self-renewal, and self-healing. You understand we are not saying it is a requirement for you to simply stop your smoking habit after you listen to this. Although that would be miraculous, it is not plausible. Then I say here, I have indeed stopped my own smoking habit, which was, you know what, and I'm now feeling much, much better. Every week I feel better. We are talking about a holistic system, a system that incorporates a wide variety of changes within yourself that you can make in a short time. It is a fundamental rethinking of your philosophy about what life is and how life presents itself to you. So that's what they want you to do. Is life a struggle? Is life to be feared? Is life an ongoing charade of difficulties? Or is your life meant to revivify you and renew you? Yeah, we don't want to be in the struggle. We don't want to be in the fear. So you can change your attitude today. You can make today a special day. Your mother is responsible for all the bad. You see, Robert, at the end of David's dream, he realized that he sculpted, or you sculpted, the very demon that was haunting you. Ultimately, that's what we did. We created this hologram, good and evil, for our own evolution. You had the modeling clay in your hands. Do you not see the metaphor of David's bully coming along and of that bully turning out not to be a threat anymore? Well, oh my God. This is very much time looped in to the idea of our lovely friend Stephen. And again, I don't hate him. He makes me laugh. I mean, it's so ridiculous that this has gone on for so long and that there's somebody so dedicated to trying to destroy my aerospace company. He's the reason why we got sued. We actually heard that from the people that sued us, that they read this stuff online that said we were a fraudulent company, and that's why they filed the lawsuit. Now that whole lawsuit is going to be dismissed. We filed a motion to dismiss. There's really nothing in their counter-argument that's going to allow them to win, so that will happen pretty soon. So, yeah, they mentioned David's bully, and it's just this past week that he got exposed on a massive level. He's doing it to Ezra. He's doing it to everybody in the truth community. And now the top levels of the X-management are going to change the whole system so that he can't keep rigging the game and threatening everybody's lives and ruining their happiness. You know, he wants people to suffer. He wants to suck your energy. And again, it's not just him. This represents holographically the DS as a whole and the way that they work. I mean, this is, they want you to be miserable. They want you to be sad. They want you to think there's never going to be a happy ending. They want you to think that it's just going to get worse and worse. And there are some people in our community who are actually taking that perspective. And they're like, yeah, you know, the economy is going to collapse and there's going to be comets that destroy the planet and we're all going to die and God is going to pass judgment on us because we're not good enough. And that is definitely not what Michael says. And he's giving you these accurate time loops to proceed. Now, for the next thing, on Amazon, I had to get a break from Blacklist for a while, and I saw that this reading was telling me, you got to stop watching the show because it's so violent. And so I started to watch on Amazon House of David. And part of my story is, again, the facial similarity to Edgar Casey. I didn't have time to put those slides in this week. Same astrology, same face, and he was America's greatest psychic, lived from 1877 to 1945. He would go deep under like I did here and do these readings. Mine, I was partly conscious. Back then, I apparently was totally unconscious. I had no awareness of what I was saying at all. Whereas in this case, I got to get my mind out of the way, use remote viewing protocols. So as I was watching House of David, I had never really studied the life of King David, but Edgar Casey's own readings said this is who he had been in another lifetime. And so, yeah, we're still at 4,100 people. We're holding a great audience here. That's a massive crowd if you ever stand in front of a 44,000 person audience. It's wow. So thank you guys for being here. Anyway, David and Goliath is portrayed in season 1. There's 8 episodes, and it culminates with what we know is going to happen, which is that David hits Goliath between the eyes with his slingshot, and the rock hits Goliath in the forehead, and he falls over dead, and they win the war. And that's when season 1 ends, right after Goliath falls down dead. So this is a very interesting the story of David and Goliath is a very interesting symbolic parallel that I didn't really understand until I watched the show. And why do I say that? Okay, because in the show, you have the Philistine army that's going up against the Hebrew army, the army that's protecting Israel. And in this case, Israel is a great thing. It's the whole focus of the show is Israel are the good guys. And that's what the Old Testament's about. So the Philistines outnumber the Israelites by 3-1. They have a 250,000 person army. And apparently the Israelites only had a third that many in their army. So the armies are standing off against each other on the battlefield for days and days and days in a row. But the Philistines have a secret weapon. They have this giant who's like a 14-foot tall humanoid. And he's standing out there every day blaspheming God, defaming God, which is the same thing Stephen is doing. And they put him out there as their giant, and somebody from the Hebrews has to come out and fight him. But nobody wants to do it because they basically know that it's certain death. So day after day, Goliath is out there yelling at everybody, screaming at everybody, blaspheming their God. Nobody wants to fight him until after whatever it is, 8, 10, 15 days, I'm not even sure. David shows up. He was already told by their great prophet Samuel that he was going to be the next king. And this really upset the existing king, whose name was Saul. He's all pissed off about it. But then after all this time, Saul is dying. His army doesn't want to fight. Great stuff, David, says Miles Irvin. Forget not that soon-to-be King David cut off Goliath's head with his own sword. Yes, that's true. And that's also part of what's shown in the dream, as you just pointed out. In the dream, the guy gets chopped in half, but in the David and Goliath story, the head gets chopped off. And they do show that in the show, although they don't show you the head very up close. But yes, that's absolutely part of the story. So to go against love is a fool's mistake, says LMG Philanthropy. So anyway, yeah, the David and Goliath story is very interesting because, again, it's the same thing that the dream is talking about. Goliath gets his head chopped off after he gets hit between the eyes and he falls over. And it was David, this shepherd boy, he's not even a man, he's a boy, and he's the only one brave enough to do this. But he had already been told by Samuel that he was going to be king in the future and that he was anointed by God. And again, this supposedly was my past life, and I supposedly actually did this. And it's like, he became the most famous king in history. So I never bothered to read about it. I didn't really want to know. I've always kind of had a standoffish attitude about this reincarnation story. It hasn't really done me any favors. Most of the relationships and friendships I've had in my life have really been damaged by this because, you have some kind of an anointing and people get jealous and then they end up hating you. And most of what has happened to me is people ripping me off, being mad at me, yelling at me, hating me, plotting behind my back. And then this big betrayal shows up that I didn't see coming. And it's like, oh my God, it happened again. So that's part of the reason why I really keep to myself and I don't associate with very many people, because this seems to just keep on happening as like a human nature thing. So I watched this finale on April 27th, and it did make me cry. I mean, it was incredible because I'm like, wow, this is actually supposedly my story. And I thought about how similar it is to what's really going on, that it's like, we find out that Stephen is attacking everybody in the truth community. They've got one guy who's doing everything. That's just like Goliath. They got their whole army of 250,000 people back there, but none of them are doing anything. And they send out one guy, and he's the one with the sassy mouth, and he's the one yelling at everybody, and he's the one making a big ruckus. And David and Goliath have to stand off against each other. Well, that could be seen as a metaphor of our current situation. And as I say here, I had a dream that encouraged me to compare Stephen to Goliath. And as I said, there were many parallels, and Goliath was David's bully. And again, the Alliance has now actually outed him. His name was, the pseudonym he was using was Enterprising David, Desert Raven. So I actually do believe that this is, that, at least we can, let's just say this, we can meditate on the idea that Stephen is occupying the same role now that Goliath did in this previous historical event, and he may actually be the reincarnation of Goliath. there's a fascinating amount of study that could be done on this because of the fact that the Edgar Cayce readings say that in your past lives, you have certain karmic events that then duplicate in future lifetimes, and you get the chance to do it again, hopefully less violently. And again, I'm not interested in him being killed or destroyed. I don't want any violence, but I do want him to stop. If he would stop on his own, I would leave him alone, but he won't. So therefore, we're going to sue him basically just because we need him to stop. And it is disruptive. As I've said, I have 8 people that are all fighting him on a team. Every time I post, he comes up within seconds and he's attacking. If you read any of the comments on my Twitter, you're probably going to see it. And it's the most scathing, horrible. I mean, he really, really hates me. But then it seems like he's doing it to everybody. So he basically just hates everybody. And I feel really sorry for him because that's a terrible way to live. If you hate everybody and you're surrounded by people you hate, that's just a very miserable existence. And I feel sorry for him. I really do. So anyway, the bully turns out not to be a threat anymore. Well, that's time looped because this past week, the Alliance totally exposed him. And now Twitter is going to change all these rules so that he can't keep doing what he was doing. And even if maybe they were allowing it to happen somehow, they can't publicly admit that, and they have to now stand up against it. And we are going to get change. There's millions of people who are aware of this now. And apparently he's been making death threats to tons of top people, sending weird packages to their house. That's one of the things they said. Threatening packages as if it might have a bomb in it or something like that. I mean, it's freaking crazy. So it's perfectly in line with Goliath. Here's the whole Philistine army, and they send out one guy, and he's the one yelling at everybody, and he's the one that wants to fight everybody. That's what it is again. It's a very interesting time loop that correlates with this show, House of David, coming out. Plus the $7,000 he stole from you. Yes, we're going to have a Steven survival checklist coming up, and I'm going to explain what I learned about how to protect yourself after 8 years of going through this for all the other influencers who are being plagued by this problem. So then Michael says, we also have Dirty Harry, whose classic line was, go ahead and make my day. Dirty Harry is presented as the entity who chooses to sleep in the area of garbage, dirt, and dust. So this is the person who doesn't want to change anything. And again, demonics live in the garbage and the dust. The aspects of the self, this is why you need to clean your house. The aspects of the self that have been shunted away, hidden, and kept in seclusion need to be cleansed and renewed. And what we find is that you are modeling an image of yourself. This recognition of your extraterrestrial identity has been coming. This is not the first time that you have thought of this. Although it does defy your sensibilities, does it not? This is not rational. This is not empirical. You can't get a blood test to prove that you have an extraterrestrial gene. And yet we do see that it does exist. There is a part of yourself that is an angel of light, and you must remember this. For these angels were very involved in the biblical times. And again, this is prophetic of me watching House of David, because that's a big part of the show. The giants were the offspring of fallen angels. There is no separation between the angels of the Lord and that which you are in your higher sense. That is beautiful. We want you to start being an angel of the Lord to others on earth. Do not continue to be the dog who runs around in the mud trying to find pieces of rotten fish to consume. Well, this was another staggering time loop. As I said on April 26th, yesterday after my massage appointment, a man was looking for his loose dog in my yard. He was terrified. He was walking right near my house, and he got all scared because he thought I might shoot him. So he immediately put his hands up, started apologizing. Nobody's ever walked that close to my house before, but I wasn't even scared. I was in a good mood. Now, here's the thing. I had tried to cook a duck on Easter, and the duck had been in my fridge during the last big week-long blackout. Parts of the duck ended up being bad, so I had to throw the whole thing out. So I had put the meat outside, and his dog had apparently smelled it and was eating it. And so that's why the dog ran away, was that it wanted that meat. So I was not startled, and he spoke to me before I saw him. So then Michael says, do not be the dog who runs around in the mud trying to find rotten meat to consume. I mean, holy crap. And it was right after this happened that I had unsealed this and read this, and I'm like, oh my God. It's literally time looped down to the day of he's describing what actually happened. And when I was on the farm, the main meat that we had that was rotting was fish, but now it was duck. So it's very, very close. Fish versus duck is a very small technicality because it was more aligned with what was happening back then. We did have dogs on the farm that tried to eat the rotten fish, by the way. That did happen. His dog's name was Tater, and Tater wanted to eat rotting fish. This farmer's dog's name was Tater. If you continue to indulge in self-indulgence and continue to muck around in the swamp of human indignation, you will find that it begets further indignation. You will find that difficulty brings difficulty, fear brings fear. Well, this again totally freaked me out, you guys, because if you watch the show, again, David's mother says deep calls to deep, which means God is calling to the deepest part of yourself, so you will listen to him or her. And I had just watched this last night. So in the show, it was deep calls to deep. In the reading, it was difficulty to difficulty, fear to fear. So this wouldn't have worked if I'd tried to read all this last week. It only worked because I stopped halfway, started reading it again, and then it time loops in with House of David. So it's freaking mind-blowing, you guys. Forward motion requires you to store personal vitality. So stop being the dog who looks for rotting meat and realize that fresh fish exists. And again, I just threw out the rest of my old spoiled food before unsealing this. There is an ocean of consciousness surrounding you, and you can become a fisher of men. That's the Christ saying, right? Go ye therefore and be a fisher of men here on earth. So that's why they chose fish, because it allows them to use the rotting fish mentality as the fisher of men. There is an ocean, and you can become a fisher. You can demonstrate to others the Christ principle by example and bring forward the square of your material conceptions and extenuate the corners into the circle, and you will find that your own internal core is transformed. Well, there again, the squared circle is the simplified form of the sacred geometry that we've been talking about in this show. And so it's like, wow. Here we've just been doing this whole thing on inverted geometry, sacred geometry, and they time looped that right into the reading with the squared circle. So again, this was done in 1999, but it's all talking about everything that we're doing right now, the geometry turning inside out, squared circle. And the square represents material, and the circle represents spiritual. Space-time, time-space, inverted realities. We want you to be aware of the power that you have. We do not need to give you specific information about what to do with your business or whether to discontinue your relationship, etc., because that's one of the... He was asking me questions like that, and Michael didn't want to answer him because they don't want to violate free will. What we want you to do is to focus on the parts of yourself that are positive. Focus on the simple changes you can make in your attitude and how you perceive the events that occur in your life. As was said by Jane Roberts in the Seth books, your reality is the result of your perception. You create the circumstances that then unfold before you. And that was my mother's favorite book, Nature, Personal Reality, by Seth. I love this line. This is so great. You live as a memory that remembers itself moment by moment. Because remember, in the Law of One, they say all we are is dancing thoughts. Are you renewed or are you wasted? Sally forth and bring out the parts of yourself that are so beautiful. This mind that you have for technology is facing up to its own inner demon because there is more to life than machinery, and there are more to human beings than levers and switches you can flip on and off. You have had to learn your lessons with great difficulty. We want our ridgepole to be strong. We don't want everything collapsing. And so this is talking to all of us. We have to stay strong. Do not lose faith in the Alliance. They're going to do the arrest. It's all going to be fine. Yeah, you might want to freak out, but please don't. That's what Michael's saying. Just be strong. We need you to stay on the positive side of life, and that will require your participation with us. That will require your beginning to change some of these habits, dietary habits, smoking habits, etc., and begin to wean yourself away from sugar, white flour, heavier meat, greases, and fats of fried food. So again, I've just started cutting carbs and sugars, so this was amazingly time looped into my reality. The heavier meats definitely can be a no-no if they're conventional. So like, for example, conventional red meat probably is going to clog your arteries, but that's why I get bison steak. I don't eat beef at all because they mess with it. They shoot it up full of hormones and chemicals and all this crazy stuff. So I basically never eat any beef, but bison actually tastes better. Yes, it is more expensive. I got harassed by some guy in line because I had one bag of groceries. It was $300, and he's like, "Ooh, what do you got in the bag? It costs so much money." I said, "Bison steak, dude. It's the healthiest. It doesn't have parasites. You know, I feel great. It's a very, very healing food, and it doesn't clog your arteries, apparently. If you go back into the work of Dr. Weston Price, he went into these indigenous cultures, and they had no cavities. They had no cancer, no diabetes. They had no osteoporosis. They were very psychic, and they're all eating this ketogenic paleo diet. There you go. So buffalo is what I recommend, bison, you know, and you can do it ground if you don't have a lot of money, or pay for the steaks if you have the money. So that's one of the luxuries I give myself, is basically every night I eat a bison steak and broccoli for dinner, and that's about it. So this, again, is massively time looped into the present, because I've been really getting dramatic weight loss results. The handles are disappearing very quickly. They'll probably be gone in a month or two at this rate. And that's fantastic, because I've never looked like that before in my life. And the main thing I'm doing is cutting sugar and carbs. It's fantastic. Of course, I don't eat anything processed or fried or anything like that either. Focus on simplifying and purifying. Understand how much energy is wasted within you in moments of stress, fear, and anxiety, and in these moments of, yes, self-loathing. These emotions drain your vital energy as though you were a tree that had been tapped for its sap. And that's interesting too, because the only sweetener I use is maple syrup, and I use it in my bison steak. I use that and sesame oil, and that's about it, and salt. And I have a couple other spices, garlic salt, onion salt, you know, just the powder, not the salt. You're not making maple syrup, but rather continuing to let your blood spill to the earth. Remember that we are speaking of the spading fork and the sword of Archangel Michael that will then turn up these hidden treasures of the self, that they might then be prepared and consumed. So seek to strengthen the foundations of the building, so the next time it is jarred, nothing falls down. We read this part earlier. Move out of self-pity and remorse and longing for the past. We can't change what's already happened, and there is a part of you that needs to accept that. There is a part of you that still needs to let go and accept that life moves in cycles, and that this cycle has changed. We know that this is difficult for you. Life is not an easy road to be walked. The road signs can be veiled and obscured at times by the vines that can overgrow the signposts of the Spirit. And as I say right here, the original alias that Stephen was using against Ezra last year was Beloved Vinehawk. And so here they're talking about choking vines. So once again, the beings definitely know about Stephen, and they're comparing him to Goliath, which is very apt if it turns out he's the one yelling at everybody, just like he's the one yelling on behalf of a 250,000-man army. It's very, very interesting. So the choking vines that overgrow the signpost of the Spirit, now we find out, yes, he's been attacking and making death threats to everybody who gets famous talking about this kind of stuff. I actually feel vindicated, because now I know it isn't just my problem, it's everybody's problem. All the top influencers are dealing with this guy, and now Twitter's going to do something about it. Let us seek to unveil the mysteries. Take heed of these words. And now he starts quoting the Bible. This is fantastic, because, I mean, I don't know Bible stuff at all. And Michael just starts accurately quoting Bible passages. I mean, yeah, I'd put these on my website, but still, he just starts dropping Bible quotes, and that shows, again, this is an angelic being. So in some cases, he paraphrases the Bible a little bit. It's not a perfectly one-to-one translation, but in a couple cases here, I'm going to give you a little bit before or a little bit after what he said in the Bible, so that you can get the deeper fruit of the quote that he was quoting from. And I think he wanted me to do this, so this is what I decided to do. Take heed of these words. And first one is John 14:12. As I, Jesus, do these things, so shall ye do them. And greater things, meaning this is the ascension. We're all going to have ascended abilities, walking on water, Lazarus being resurrected from the dead, water into wine, loaves and fishes for 5,000 people from one loaf and one fish. You will do these things and greater things, for I go unto my Father. And here's another one. This is Psalms 91:11 through 12. Dost thou believeth that he hath given his angels charge concerning thee, that they might bear thee up? So that is Psalms 91. And again, the idea here is this is ascension. The angels will bring you into your ascension. They're going to bear you up. They're going to bring you into your ascended body, and you will then be able to levitate, those who go through the first ascension, first wave of ascension. So now I'm going to quote from Psalms 91:13, because it's also very, very relevant to like internet trolling and all that kind of stuff. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and the adder, the young lion and the dragon, which again symbolizes the Draco and the evil on earth. You will trample them under your feet. And that is exactly what the dream said. So yeah, we needed Psalms 91:13 in there. Trampling the dragon under the feet means these evil reptilian aliens will be destroyed. The angels will bear you up, you'll get your ascended abilities, and then you will become indestructible. So it's very, very beautiful. And then they quote from Revelations, after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them. This is again the ascension. 3.5 days is going from third density to fourth density, past the halfway point. They stood upon their feet as these ascended light beings, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. For lo, God hath appeared on a cloud and said, come up here, and they were borne up into the heavens. This is a rapture ascension prophecy right in Revelations. And then in that same hour, earthquakes shook the earth. And again, we're not going to have a physical catastrophe, but this is talking about major, major upheavals in society. So this is, again, Revelations 11:11 through 13. The parts that Michael quoted from was 12 and 13, but I added 11:11, which is the spirit of life, and they stood up on their feet, and great fear fell upon them who saw them. So I wanted to give you the bigger quote. We don't want you to sit on the fence anymore, and at least allow yourself to be an angel of light to yourself first. Go and find those parts within yourself that are hurting and accept them. Because right now, the part of the fence that you are sitting on is a rather big spike, and it is causing difficulty. And this is the prophecy of the damage from proteins. And what did we just get done talking about? Oh my God, now we find out that the spikes are destroying the pineal gland. Right? So Michael knew that was going to be in the show already, and he's talking about it. The part of the fence that you are sitting on right now is a rather big spike that is causing you difficulty. Wow. I mean, the time loops are just dazzling, aren't they? We want you to be able to function. We want you to increase your level of happiness and decrease your level of stress. Look not to the sides where the shadows will loom over you, but rather to that guiding light in the forefront. I mean, this really does read like scripture. I'm so honored that this came through me, because I don't remember any of this stuff being said. I was totally out of it. Recognize that you are being transformed, the product of this solar cycle of which David has done so much work, and again, he's talking about many incarnations I've been fighting for our ascension, including King David, I guess, so that as it continues to increase, the positive fourth energy does produce your ascension. Well, the tape clicked off right after the word does, so I had to add in telepathically what the rest of the sentence was. I just asked Michael what he said, and that's what I got. So then I was transcribing this in 2006, and I had a dream last night where I was back in that apartment. Very interesting. Same apartment where I did the transcript. It's March 12th, 1999, 8:45 a.m. I've been up since 5:30 doing one reading, so that's over 3 hours that I've been dictating all this. The time of your awakening is now. This is talking about the alliance, the arrests, and the ascension. It's happening now. You don't want to be just sitting around waiting for this. And we stand by the sidelines, existing as a format of living light, a breath of love that surrounds and envelops you. We want you to have those experiences again, of rising to the surface of the cathedral of the mind within you, as you did some 29 years ago in your terms. And I'm like, oh my God, wait a minute. They gave us a date. They gave us 29 years. And apparently the client, Robert, did have something he talked about that happened to him 29 years ago. I had to see, okay, is this going to be a time loop too? What happened to me 29 years ago when I rose to the surface of the cathedral of the mind? And it's perfect. If we subtract my current age of 52, take away 29, you get age 23. Because I was born in 1973, that means that in 1996, I was 23 years old, 29 years ago of this month. Well, not this month, but this year. This is the exact same year that the Michael prophecies began, that Michael began speaking through me. And the cathedral, again, is a veiled reference to the hidden chambers in the pyramid. So I got to say, that frickin' blew me away, that the 29 years is perfectly in line with exactly when this contact and all the 7 books started. He knew that we were going to read this in 2025. He knew about where we are right now, and he was talking about it back in 1999. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. It is time for you to begin meditating again, to get centered, and to rest comfortably in the many mansions of the Father, Mother, God. And in context, this probably represents another reference to the pyramid. Now that we know there's all these rooms in there, those would be the mansions. There's like 11 or 12 rooms for the apostles in there. To make a table before your enemies. There is never going to be a more incredible, positive, and uproariously good time on earth as you have right now. They're trying to give us a pep talk. This is a time replete with examples of change, motion, and renewal, and becoming that which you have always sought to be and yet seems in the distance. We have gone well beyond our regular time of 45 minutes, and that's, again, the magic number for the current president, which I think was not an accident. We've gone well beyond the regular time of 45 minutes to make very clear to you that your fantail shrimp of the spirit do indeed have the swimmerettes that will allow you to navigate properly the waters of the subconscious mind. I didn't put it in here, but I was actually just the other day thinking, hey, maybe I should buy some shrimp and not just eat bison all the time. And then sure enough, there it showed up in the time loop. It's like, damn, dude. So let's dive in and realize the fear is that which keeps you tethered to the tree. When you have climbed to the top of the mountain through suffering and you have your harnesses in place, you do need to rappel off the mountain to get back down. And rappelling is a fairly scary experience because you have to jump backwards off the cliff and know the rope will hold you on the way down. It's the leap of faith. And so, as I said in other shows, in order to get into these new chambers in the pyramid, we would have to rappel down into them, and the top of the pyramid represents ascension. So it's beautiful in terms of everything that's time looped in. Right now, you do stand on the edge of that cliff with your back facing the void, and you are ready to make the leap, ready to make the plunge. And for this, we are very excited for you. And again, I would also say the leap of faith and making the plunge is related to David going in there and fighting Goliath with his sling. And other dreams that we have are going to show that as well. The only reason why this reading took a rather coercive tone of voice is that you needed this. And now we see that your future, as a result of your continued application of these lessons of the self, has the potential for massive transformation. When you visualize the direction that your technology is going, it is a memory of what you have already worked on in your angelic lives. You did design these crystals that we have referred to here as you would think of as a UFO. You were a design engineer in this case, and this again is perfectly prophetic of Stavati because we're doing the same thing with hover cars. Forming the templates within the mind first, and then springing them into materialization through a process not understood in your third density, but quite simple just the same. And as I said, we're about to get funded to do hover cars. And thus, as UFOs, as you would term them, have super tenacity fibers, which means they're very strong and very lightweight, so too do we wish you to be a super tenacity fiber. So too do we wish you to be as the piece of metal that once you crumple it up, it will fold itself back into its original state of being flat, smooth, and reflective, so that you can reflect on the light of the one infinite creator and shine it forth as a beacon unto others. So this material did exist. It was found in the Roswell crash. You crumple up this foil and it just spreads back out. And they now have made a metal based on this or material called nitinol. We've talked about that in other shows that I've done before. But yeah, so really interesting how they analogize the Roswell metal, that they want you to be like that, where no matter how you get crumpled, you just naturally breathe through it, you go back to the love, and you smooth yourself out. You are one of our shining lights, a bit tarnished, and we wish to polish it up. We sincerely thank you for listening to this message and giving yourself the opportunity to receive it. The image that comes to our minds is of a fantastic awakening, a letting down of the guard that has surrounded the self as a wall or prison. I just thought about this. I went back to watching Blacklist last night, and James Spader's character did go to prison just last night while I was watching the show. I didn't even have time to add that in because I didn't read this morning. There's another one, another time loop. And it's in season 6, he goes to prison. Introduction of new ideas and concepts. This transformation has already begun. It continues each time you listen to these words, each time you are willing to face the self, each time you are willing to embrace the issues of growth as they arise, to go through the pain, bite the bullet, and get down to the core of who you are and what you are doing here on this planet. That is all we want for you. Our time in this vortex is now expired, and thus we thank you and remind you that you are loved more than you could ever possibly imagine. This love surrounds you as a holy shroud, envelops you in its folds, and raises you up before the throne of the Almighty Father, Mother, God to be cleansed and purified. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. And again, this was fascinating because Michael said the reason why the earth will not be destroyed in the first wave is because they will surround the earth with what they call a holy shroud. So they quoted from that same thing. So now we just have a few dreams. They're really fast. Then we're going to get into the Alliance slides. The time loops continue on the very next day, March 13th. I don't have to skip a day. Every day is just loaded with time loops. It's incredible. This was 8:58 a.m. In this dream, I was in a library, and I was working with Devin, my supervisor, from this electronics repair shop that I worked at. I was actually doing that for a job. There was a computer that very much looked like he had customized it for himself with the screensaver of a spaceship. And again, this is very prophetic, a computer with a spaceship on it. That's exactly what we're doing. We're making hover car, UFO type designs with Stavati, and we're about to get money. It could happen even within a couple weeks. I mean, it's very close now. It was so detailed, and there were so many ways the ship was going. It was obviously a very complex screensaver. Even though the resolution wasn't that great, the fact that it was so fluid and did so many different things made us feel it was very advanced. Devin acted like something was wrong. Someone was tinkering with the computer he was using, hence the manifestation of the screensaver. Well, this again, this design here is very advanced. It's our hover, well, it's not, oh my God. That's my little cookies are sitting on there. That's if I need a blood sugar boost. It's the only time I'm going to do any carbs. But thankfully, nothing seems to have happened. We're on the air. Get prepared with ham, fireworks, cigarettes, and bacon. Woo-wee! I'm going to always be doing the cigarette, ham, fireworks, and bacon routine from now on. But anyway, the fact that it was so fluid and did so many different things made us feel that it was advanced. That's this aircraft, folks. This is, again, very advanced. Mach 4 can go into low Earth orbit space. It's faster. It's just everything about it is better than anything else that's out there right now. And we are going to get this into development. We're having meetings about how we're going to do that right now, which are really, really exciting. So we have a whole bunch of deals that are coming in, but there's 3 of them that are really vectoring in fast now. We are definitely real. The military is working with us directly. We're directly working with the Navy. We're directly working with the Air Force. We've gotten our certifications. It's not a fake company, as Stephen is always trying to say. He loves to tell us that we're fake, but he has no evidence to prove that, and there's a great deal of evidence that we're real. Anyway, so somebody is tinkering with the computer I'm using. That, again, is prophetic of Stephen. He's trying to throw off our whole company. He's the reason why these people sued us. They believed what he said online. They got mad, and they filed a lawsuit because they said, oh, my God, it's a fake company. Like, no, you guys got to do a little more research and remember that there are internet trolls, and they lie about everything, and that's what this is. It's a lie. So, again, very prophetic. Then this military guy was there. He told us there was a flight simulator on the computer, and he felt that it was really ahead of its time, but it could go to the arcade. So I did a video a few weeks ago of our aircraft, the SM-39, and we did the flight simulations of it on a software called X-Plane. So this is totally prophetic. And as I said, Stephen has extensively tinkered with our reputation online, but he is not stopping us from getting funded. I think the main reason he's mad about that is that then we'll have the money to sue him. But again, I'm willing to plea bargain if he's actually going to do the right thing and stop attacking me and stop attacking other people and issue a public apology, then we won't necessarily send him to prison. But the death threats have to stop. The harassment has to stop under all and any aliases. I don't think he's even capable of doing that. So very likely we're going to move forward with a lawsuit. I've already written most of it. We just need the cash. And I'm pissed off enough that I will spend $1 million on this lawsuit to get justice. That's what I feel. If he wants to cut a deal with us, we'll talk about that when we get there. But now is the time he needs to think about this, not later. Because there's going to be a point where there's no return. And that's where we're headed to. Then I saw a Japanese girl who was with us, and she met another Japanese girl. I immediately figured out they had both known each other in Japan, but this was the first time they had ever seen each other in America, and they were both very excited. So this has two levels of meaning. In one case, Japanese women can represent extraterrestrial humans. There are Asian-looking ET humans, and I might have gotten to know some of these women in my parallel life. Their eyes are a little bit bigger, but otherwise they look pretty human. And, even more interestingly, my brother has just gotten back from his first ever trip to Japan, which is a major deal in his life. He's hardly ever gone overseas anywhere. So, wow, I see two Japanese girls back in America seeing each other there for the first time. When I looked back to the game on the computer, the guy had reached a certain point where the ship itself could launch a huge rocket every time it fired. And this is prophetic of our company being about to launch with 3 different major deals all converging. And we have a new thing that's never been outside of Area 51 before, a gas dynamic laser, where you can get 100 shots a minute and you never run out of ammunition. And again, it works as well as a huge rocket. Okay, the time loops continue. The very next day, March 14th, it keeps on happening. Now we're at 8:13 a.m. I was in a resort environment like the Mohonk Mountain House I used to work at, this beautiful Victorian resort hotel. And in this case, it had a beautiful, huge library of amazing books. This was a study-oriented, studious environment. I was evaluating certain people's creative products. And I eventually had an image of tires stacked up like a pyramid, all different sizes tapering upwards. So this is prophetic of our Stavati aircraft because we are going to have stacks of tires as we build these planes. And this is like my new pyramid project because, again, supposedly Casey's past life built the pyramid. And then also in the show, Goliath had built a pyramid of skulls in front of his lair in the valley when the Philistines went to cut a deal with him and have him fight for their army. You see this pyramid of skulls, and they look all black like tires. So that, again, really freaked me out. Okay, one more. Now we're up to the 15th. Time loops continue again. 6:59 a.m. I was in my high school gymnasium with several of the people I went to school with. We were now taking healing classes based on the Edgar Cayce readings. What was I just talking about? Healing your pineal gland. And if some people have it destroyed, we're going to be healing them. It was certainly curious as to why all of my classmates now wanted to do these healings. Well, this is a prophecy of ascension and how those who ascend will be healing those who haven't ascended yet. There was definitely an inspirational speaker in this classroom towards the end. I forget what he was talking about, but he had many of the same quirks as I do. And again, the inspirational speaker is what I do now, but I wasn't doing it in '99. Joey was dissing people and trying to punch people in the face and body. And again, Joey was the other bully I had a year before Josh when I was in 6th grade. And this is again prophetic of Stephen being epically exposed by Ezra this past week. My intellectual friend Andy had done something that got all of the girls wanting his autograph. That's talking about me and how much you guys all love me. And you even give me these amazing, amazing sizzle jackets. I mean, hello. Dude, I feel so cool wearing this thing. Thank you, 7 Geometric Forms. This is the most incredible jacket. I just love it. I could wear this over and over again. So, it's again prophetic of my success, what we're doing now with the show. We've got 4,000 people listening live right now. I told Andy that I wasn't impressed by his fame. I said I'd need to see something much bigger, like if he was backstage at a huge concert, before I would want to get his autograph and pine over him like that. So this is prophetic of how I haven't felt satisfied with this current level of exposure. It's been very quiet. I do want to get back out there in front of live, in-person audiences again. I haven't really done that in many years. Since 2019 is the last time I did it regularly. And that will very likely be happening to me after the arrest. I think the Alliance is going to bring me on as like a spiritual advisor for the White House. Michael says I'm going to run an embassy for their beings. If 47 wants to become 48 and have a third term, that's fine with me. I'm in no hurry to try to become president of the United States or anything like that. go ahead and let him do it if he wants to do it. But I'd love to run the embassy. I want to keep running my hover car company. I want to build the technology that gets us into space. Maybe I'll work as an ambassador with these extraterrestrial beings. They do say they're going to return to the Earth. Down the road, who knows what's going to happen, but I just want to keep things as uncomplicated as possible. Oh, we had some donations come in. 7 Geometric Forms says, we ride the waves, distance is gone. Will we find out how life began? Will we find out? Speeding through the universe, thinking is the best way to travel. That's right. He also sent me In Search of the Lost Chord by Moody Blues. That's what he's quoting from. Oh, Alive and Thriving, a regular donor, says, I just got home. I found a dead fish plus a butcher's knife covered in flies in my driveway. Right after you spoke about rotten fish. Well, that's an amazing time loop. And again, it parallels the idea of Stephen threatening everybody with death threats in front of their house. Hopefully that's not what that is in your case. David, says Michael Hagerman, in the words of Fernando Lamas, you look marvelous. Jackie, baby, thank you, David. Great information this week. When is the second flash going to be? That's 100 to 700 years after the first one. Richard Whitney, wow, he donated $200. That's nothing to snuff at. Thank you very much, Richard. Sorry I got here late. I'll catch up on the replay. God bless you for all you do. Peace, love, and light. Let's see if I missed any other donations. I can't really go back and look at them right now. Anyway, thank you, Richard Whitney. That is so awesome. I really appreciate that. And we love you, buddy. So anyway, somebody says, I'm loving this information right now. Joseph said, I found a ton of dead fish on the lake today. That's interesting. You guys are getting synchronicities. El-Sheba Sekhmet said, David, you do look so great. Cabinet position, Galaxy Secretary of State, says Rava Broccoli. I don't know. I'm happy for whatever they want me to do. Even if it's like, latrine boy, I'll be the latrine boy. I would like to be able to talk to people and help calm them down once they do the arrest, let you know that, yes, these people were satanic, but no, you don't have to worry about it. We're going to be fine. And hopefully the first wave of ascension happens fairly soon after the arrest, but we don't know. It could be months. But it's a very, very exciting thing. And again, I'm happy to help the Alliance in any way they could. I am not looking for the president job. I mean, if he wants to run a third term, I'm totally down with that, because this is the most heroic thing we've ever seen, what this administration is doing. So that's fine with me. I just want to make that clear. There was a guy there who was talking, and he got everybody to sing. It was a very strange song with lots of lyrics. And again, King David in the show, you see that he gets into King Saul's palace as a shepherd by playing this beautiful, mysterious music on his lyre, this little, whatever it is, 12-stringed instrument, like a harp. He also spoke at one point too, and the content seemed to be pretty good. And this is prophetic of my public speaking career. My original elementary school friend Eric was supposedly singing the song. He did it in this really, really high-pitched voice, which surprised all of my classmates. And as I say here, Ascension is a prophecy of all of us singing in a higher frequency together. So that's a very beautiful symbol of that. Then the same morning, 8:15, I wake up with another dream. The same dream continued. I'm back at school, and now it's talking about Stephen again. There was definitely an attack going on against me. It was tough to defend myself from all sides. This woman projected her thought essence or her consciousness into a rubber ball. The woman appears to represent Stephen. Yes, it's gender confused, but whatever. That's what dreams do. At first, she was just someone I had to watch out for, and as I say here, this is prophetic of the ongoing attacks, and it just bounces and bounces and bounces like a rubber ball. It just keeps happening over and over and over again for 8 years. Every single thing I do, he attacks it like I'm this horrible person. We eventually magnetized the ball with some sort of energy that was intended to defeat her. Ooh, I had a dream just last night inviting me to meditate on the idea that Stephen might actually be at least a comparison to Goliath, if not his reincarnation, which the reading said was David's bully. There are many parallels we could talk about between the two, as I did. I wasn't going to mention it, but Michael wants me to. Goliath was being protected by the Philistines. He blasphemed God, and he goaded King Saul's entire army to fight him for many days. So now the ball represents the stone that defeats Goliath from David's slingshot. We magnetized the ball with an energy intended to defeat her. So in this dream, I was going to stop the woman from attacking us with a magnetized rubber ball. David brought Goliath down with a round stone, here portrayed as this rubber ball charged with energy. In this lifetime, no physical violence is occurring, thankfully. Stephen's karma is indeed bouncing back like a rubber ball in a major way, because now there's so much exposure, the top levels of X will not be able to protect him if they were. Now, we don't know if they were, because the guy came out and apologized and said, we're not doing anything like that. Now they have to prove it, which is good. I also knew we had gone around and placed a tiny amount of plastique in everyone's gun. This sounds familiar, doesn't it? With the right radio signal, it would make the guns explode and create a small explosion to stop the guns from being able to fire. Well, this seems to be prophetic of the large-scale defeat of the DS. None of their guns are going to work. It's all going to blow up in their face, as well as the pager attack against Hamas from the small country last year. And you know what I think about that. So what goes around comes around. Karma's a bitch. So this is talking about the full-scale defeat of the DS and its time looped with something very real that happened last year in this war that took place. So then Michael comes in and makes some funny quotes. The endurance test, styrofoam containers. And I said, are you referring to the dietetic choices I made by going to Nawab Indian restaurant last night because my leftovers were in styrofoam containers? And then he says, better to be civic than cynical about it. John Nevada wants you to bother someone else. So the way I interpret this is, again, the endurance test, styrofoam containers. Stephen is just attacking all the leftovers of my work. He really loves to get in there and eat those leftovers. John Nevada actually refers to Area 51, because it's in Nevada, and the Alliance, who are now openly out there saying that they want him to bother someone else. So this is very interesting. It's prophetic of them standing up to him, which only happened this past week. John Nevada would represent Ezra in this case. Let's keep the food more strictly rationed for the time being so that we do not run into these problems. And this is exactly what I'm doing now, this carb and sugar-free diet. This is also about rationing the information I put out so that trolls like Stephen do not know how or where to attack me. And again, it's a big deal because he's making constant death threats. This is an ongoing and very legitimately serious issue. Everyone at least knows that this is who you are. It's talking about people realize I'm the real thing. You guys are watching the show. So now you can refine your presentation a little bit more. And this just reminds me that Stephen literally stands alone like Goliath. Nobody else agrees with him. We tailor-made a few refinements just for you. And again, this is a prophecy of the beautiful tuxedo that I'm rocking right now. Woo, baby. It is tailored, you know. And so they said, we tailor-made a few refinements just for you. It's prophetic of my new tuxedo, tailored to my exact size and fit. No matter what, begin taking it into consideration. Now they're talking about the pyramids. Wow, everything we've been doing for like weeks now is about the pyramids. The Giza necropolis still holds the memories of your work, because remember, Casey's past life, he supposedly built these pyramids. And that's prophetic of the new pyramid tunnel discovery. Again, the time loops are amazing. The Roman Empire must again fall, as is the nature of cycles of time and the universe. That's a big one, guys, because Michael is telling us, have faith, they are going to collapse. The Roman Empire, which again, it's all centered in the Vatican. And this is also a very weird prophecy. I didn't even put that in there. The Pope just died on Easter. And then right after the Pope died, they say the Roman Empire must again fall, as is the nature of the universe. Stephanie Marsh just donated and says, thank you so much for the fantastic show and all of the joy. Well, thank you, Stephanie. I feel like this is a really good one. I keep outdoing myself, and I still got 4,000 people here. I get multiple feeds of the podcast. Now they are out of sync. I'll have to shut down one. Please do some comedy, says Rob of Broccoli. Well, I got a lot of slides to go through. We're already 4.5 hours in, but if I feel inspired as we go further along, I will. Anyway, let's keep going, because there's more to do here. So this is really, really exciting. This is prophetic of the death of the Pope, and it shows again how interesting was it, right? The synchronicity was so remarkable that the Vice President, J.D. Vance, was the last person to see the Pope more or less before he died. And then some people on the left are like, oh my God, he poisoned him, he assassinated him. That's BS. But it's very, very symbolic that he goes and shakes the Pope's hand and immediately dies. And then here's Michael in 1999 saying, the Roman Empire must again fall. As is the nature of cycles of time in the universe, the evil is always defeated. And then they're talking about Giza and all the work I did with the pyramids. I mean, just dazzling. So now we're back into the dream. I was scared because this woman was chasing after me with this ball that she was trying to use, and then we made it backlash to hit her. Then again, there was the idea that everybody's gun was going to blow up. We had these explosives inside their guns. It's about the deep state collapsing. There was a woman coming after me as well. She had a rubber ball that we had put this charge, this magnetic charge into, and the guy I was with picked up a big stun gun, except that the stun part was also like a tuning fork. Well, there you go. There's David's slingshot that he shot Goliath in the head with. The tuning fork. It's incredible. And it also represents raise your vibration, go above the evil of the world, go to a higher vibration. The stun gun tuning fork came to these points. There wasn't just a flat edge where a beam would come out, and he chose that out of the other 5 choices. And again, this implies David's sling that took down Goliath, and the key to victory in the tuning fork is about raising your energy, a higher vibration, and not succumbing to negativity. Here's what we have to do. Begin centering on our life's purpose, Michael says. Get acquainted with the others who will also help us with this. And now Ezra's helping us out with defeating Stephen, which is terrific. And be familiar with the methods and processes by which success might be attained. So as I said here, the Alliance is getting the entire Truth community to team up, because now it turns out there's this one guy harassing everyone, threatening them with death, trying to make everybody miserable. This woman was a real problem in the dream. She eventually projected herself directly into this rubber ball. Now, the only thing we had to do to stop her was to try to get the rubber ball to bounce and roll in a different way. The rubber ball finally rolled down a staircase into the basement of my school. Well, it appears that in my parallel life I was abused down there. And this is talking about how all we have to do is make people aware of that basement, make people aware of what happened, which more and more people are, and the exposure will lead to defeat. It was hopeless to even try to find the ball because the basement was so huge. I forgot about something else too, which is in last night's episode of Blacklist, James Spader's character, Raymond Reddington, has a rat. He's in prison and he has a rat go through the septic tank, the septic sewer line, and then go outside with a little note on it, and that's how he ultimately defeated this guy in the prison. I just saw that last night. Totally fits with the idea of the ball bouncing into the basement. Same kind of deal. Strange foreign woman was over in the corner. She was going through a huge, this is again a symbol of Stephen. She's like a voodoo lady, you know, and he is trying to cast spells on everybody. She was going through a huge stack of reggae CDs laid out on tables. Every time she grabbed one that she liked, which was almost constantly, she would say, "We be jammin', we be jammin', we be jammin'." And yeah, he really loves what he's doing. This was a crazy repetitive motion. And again, this refers to his voodoo of attacking everyone. It's pretty hilarious metaphor because again, out of the reggae culture also comes voodoo. And that is definitely what he's doing. I knew by the time the dream ended that this malevolent force trying to bring us down was basically vanquished, and that was really nice. So once again, this is prophetic of the imminent defeat of the DS as well as its minions, including our lovely Goliath troll. So we will continue on March 16th with new readings, but for now we are going to dive right into the latest Alliance posts, and I am very excited about this. So let's hit the ground running. You guys are awesome. I'm glad that you're here, so thank you for being here today. We love you, David. Always positive information, says Lorraine F. We are here for David's treasure of knowledge, says Scott Monson. Kristen Kane says, great show. Basement equals underground tunnels equals deep underground military bases, says Daisy Freedom Fighter. Is Schwab dead? I don't think so. Ezra time, yes. I've been following you since before Project Camelot. The Pope was in the hospital in March, pneumonia. He was very sick. He probably asked God to have his last Easter, and he died the day after. Yeah, it's amazing that it said the Roman Empire will fall right after the Pope died, and that reading was 26 years ago. Pretty freaking amazing. Ode to Hip Hop says, epic. I appreciate you, David. Christina says, thank you for having us. Winnie says, thank you for doing this. Another great show. Thank you. Well, it's not over yet. Yes, Ezra, Schwab is dead. Is that really true? Will somebody please look that up and just tell me, send me a link to it in the sidebar if it actually, he is dead? Whoa. Is that really true? Okay, I'm going to have to go look online. Let's just, this is so compelling, you guys, that I need to go and look for myself. Let me just check one of the websites that I would always go to here, because I don't even want to believe this. Looks like slides aren't being displayed. Okay, feed is showing the back of your head. Please adjust. Okay, that just happened for a short time. It was 2 hours ago. Sometimes I get the wrong camera angle and I do apologize. But let's just see. I got to see this for myself, you guys. I'm like, whoa, is that really true? Hold on. Let's find out. Okay. I don't see it on the website that I usually go. But let's check the front page of X and just see what happens here. Hit by a bus. Anybody believe this? Shadow visitor. Da, da, da. I don't know. I'm not seeing it yet, but do you guys, is it actually true? I don't believe she committed suicide. So do you guys know if this is true? He is an undead puppet of the beast. Of course he is dead, swapped. I don't think that's really true. So I'm not seeing it on any of the headlines. But anyway, thank you guys for, distracting me with that. I don't know if it's really true, but nobody is talking about it. If they did, I think it would be all over the place. So no, we're going to have to call that one not true for right now, but that's okay. All right, let's go back in there and let's get right into these posts because, again, this is a very important part of the show where we're giving the Alliance a voice. We're hearing what they have to say about how we're getting into the final stages of these arrests, which lead to an amazing ascension experience for humanity. So, the first one is about Katy Perry, and she's now a meditator, apparently. She's all into that, which, I applaud that. That's actually a really good thing. And it says, self-described astronaut reveals that she's mastered transcendental meditation and calls it a long journey through inner space to untangle her mental wires. She says it has helped her tap into newfound power, driving her mission to bring programming to children. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. I've gone on a long inner space journey. And so we have 57 seconds, which again, you go back to the 2017 posts. And this is one that we've seen many times that I don't really want to read, and they know that, about the Muslim Brotherhood. So yeah, that's all we need to do right there. That's enough. But that's a big part of what's going to come out, that there was a major Muslim influence on this. So then we had the British PM involved in something really, really awful, I guess. He may be headed for a major scandal. The rumors intensify about explosive CCTV footage allegedly showing him and another guy in quote-unquote compromising positions inside a private office, being very delicate about how they say that. The footage reportedly captures something physical between them, and the wife was shown the video, and she stormed out and contacted divorce lawyers immediately. They are in chaos trying to find out how they can bury the story. This is, again, the Roman Empire must fall, paralleling with the Pope, 3.2 million views. Incredible. 77 seconds gives us this one. Once again, they're talking about the Muslims, the same one as we talked about in the last post, so that shows that this is real. This is another one they know I'm not going to read, but you can read it for yourself if you want to. There's just way too many keywords for me to be able to get away with this. But one of the keys was that he was given this very interesting sword dance when he went to visit Saudi Arabia, and it shows that they are now part of the alliance after they arrested everybody in 2017. And then they also mentioned flying objects, which is, again, the UFO is implied, which is great. So then they say the faith advisor is saying, oh, you got to go visit the small country. Well, no, we don't have to, but I might be interested to anyway. She believes every Christian should be mandated to do this before they get to go into heaven. Okay, so they're clearly showing you she's compromised. Speaking with BN, she shared how her family traveled there, studied the Torah, and said it was the most meaningful experience they've ever had. And he says you can see where everything happened right there in Israel. So, this is not really, this is not going to be the same spiritual advisor. I think that's the point. They're showing you there's major conflict of interest. They probably had to put her in there to appease these folks, and that's what we're seeing. Post 120 is another one we're really not going to read at all. But it says, why is there an attack every time they get negative news? And we just had the port blow up this past week in Iran. That was very strangely timed. They think you are stupid, puppets without power, and they want to take everything away from you so you have no power left. Then it says right here, Oops, let's go back one. Why do they push particular topics in the media every day? Is this coordinated? Yes, obviously. And the NSA, military intelligence, has things that allow to collect data, and this is going to capture and unmask the people in the DS. Whether Stephen likes it or not, it's going to happen. He's fighting for the wrong side. So, let's keep on going. We have Mel, who says resurrection is a fact. I would completely agree with him, and this was after I did my show talking about the portals that can levitate your body. He told Joe that he fully believes the resurrection was a real historical event, not just a matter of faith, but fact. Sorry, I got to eat something. I'm dying here, low blood sugar. The Gospels are more than just spiritual writings. They're history. The apostles died for their beliefs, would not have died if it was a lie. And he said the resurrection is at the center of all of it and the part that requires the greatest faith. I would agree. Pineal gland is the key. Jesus said it himself. If your eye is single, your whole body will be filled with light. 1.1 million views, not bad. Post 73. And again, I'm just going to kind of blow through this one because we've read it so many times. Why did he have military guards when he went to Hawaii? Do these military guards typically assist Secret Service? No. This is a military operation. That's what the alliance is. And what flying object was recently shot down? Once again, they're tying in the UFO subject, which is right up in my alley. Clearly, we're going to get disclosure as this goes on. Your best buddy, your very dear friend, Mr. Z, is using Easter to politicize everything. He appeared in front of the main church wearing a traditional gray Vishivanka, despite not being Christian. Right, he's just posing. Reference the teachings of Jesus, trying to present himself as a spiritual figure to give a moment clearly for optics. He used the message to subtly paint that Russia is evil and said that the whole thing is now a political event. Did his message change, or did this message change your opinion of him? No. This is really crazy. It's an 8-minute and 30-second video. Notice also he starts walking under the arch. That is the Arch of Baal, the satanic symbol par excellence that you're going to see other times this week. So wait a minute. 8 minutes and 30 seconds. That's strange. So that gives us post number 510, which in this case I think is fairly random. None of this really seems to be all that correlated, but sometimes they have to do that. They just leave the video the way it is. So you can read it if you want to. Interpreting the correlation between the posts on the Alliance's own posts and then his own tweets. And they said you're missing one directly after he alters his tweets to a 1-minute interval and he adds the letter, you know what, use the graphics and learn. So they're basically saying, yes, the POTUS is involved in all this on the top level. He knows what's going on. So then there's this Photoshop job that happened. He was, again, apparently faking photos. The Easter image raising serious eyebrows. Take a close look at the hand. It doesn't appear to belong to him. Does this look real to you? Yeah, everybody seems to think it was Photoshopped. I'm not really sure, but there you have it. So then there's the detail. The fingers do look a little weird. And yeah, it looks like he's standing with his arm straight down. His arm doesn't look bent properly for the fingers to be behind this guy's shoulder. So yeah, it probably is fake because he's just too crazy to even be able to get out of the house. They took another picture and they pasted it in. So then Tucker is warning us that there might be a new attack that is going to be based in racism. Apparently this hasn't happened yet. I hope it doesn't, but it might. It's going to be disguised as a fight against racism to try to permanently shut down all of our free speech on social media, which is already, they're trying to do that now. Stephen being one of the main ways, apparently, people are being attacked. Top influencers are all getting the same guy with the name Enterprising Desert Raven, but it's him. He says we will be manipulated to give up our rights under the pretense of safety. And he says there are certain actors on social media deliberately creating the tension needed to trigger it. Well, we know who that is. That's why they outed him. We know exactly who that is. That's Stephen. The only questions left are when will it happen and who will their target be? Yep, so that whole thing probably just got shut down because now X is going to have to stop him from all this community note stuff in order to save face. We got 750,000 views. That's amazing. and 4 minutes and 9 seconds brings us to post 249, and it says red, red, which means we're in a high level of danger. So don't think that things are just going to lumber along and you're going to be bored and nothing is ever going to change. We're in red alert right now. And they say, remember the AIDS video? Was there a hidden message? And you know who that name is. It refers to a former president. Expand your thinking. The news unlocks the meaning. Alive and Thriving says, tons of synchronicities, thank you. So then Alex is saying happy Easter, which is so ironic, given what his own religious faith would be. Oh my God, you got to love the irony. But again, the bunny, there might be something weird and sick about the bunny. You can figure out what that is. Then we have him dying. I guess it was the day after Easter. I said Easter. Yeah, but his passing was formally announced on Easter Monday, which is the day after. He died following a drawn-out fight with double pneumonia hours after a short meeting with J.D. at the Casa Santa Maria. And again, they said the Roman Empire must again fall in the time loop. It's fascinating. 1.1 million views is incredible, and 33 seconds says, I'm hopeful my time spent here was not wasted. Notice there are few, if any, shills inside the thread. So then we have the Archbishop who was excommunicated because he doesn't go along with the party line after daring to publicly reject the authority and denounce the direction of where everything is going with the church. This stripped him of any eligibility to become the next pope and cut him off entirely from their leadership. Yeah, that's what they want. He spoke out against various networks, directly naming powerful figures. Then he went further, exposing how so-and-so ran a blackmail operation and collected damning evidence of ... Imagine this man leading the Catholic Church. Well, maybe after the arrest we'll get that wish come true. Who knows? That would be great. 1.6 million is very respectable, and then we have 151, which is a big, big long one, as you can see here. So again, this is one we don't usually see, so we're going to actually read some of it. How do you capture a very dangerous animal? We're talking about the DS. Do you attack it from the front? And remember, we quoted from Psalms 91, you will have the authority to tramp the lion and the dragon. Do you attack it from the front? Do you walk through the front door? Do you signal ahead of time that you're going to be attacking? Well, see, something might be about to happen, and they're not telegraphing it, folks. This is what they're telling you. Something's about to happen. How do you distinguish between good and bad? Who do you trust to keep secrets? How do you prevent leaks? Who could complete the mission? Well, that would be the military. So how do you blind the clowns in America? You can read the rest. So again, how do you capture a very dangerous animal? Do you signal ahead of time that you're going to attack? No, obviously not. Nothing is as it appears. And then they again say, how do you capture a very dangerous animal? Who is best to conduct it? That would be the military. The one force necessary to retain control, the U.S. military, plays a vital role in the global game of risk. Nothing is as it appears. So, yeah. And then they say right here, why would these sealed indictments be outside of the jurisdiction of Washington, D.C.? And what purpose would this serve? So, yeah, I think that what they're saying here, if you read between the lines, is don't expect that this is just going to drag on forever. In order to capture the lion, they have to do a surprise. So they're making you think it's just going to drag on forever. No, it's not. I'm feeling like it could be very, very close because the energy is at a fever pitch. I had terrible insomnia last night. I could not sleep. I didn't even 2 nights in a row now. And I'm on the edge of my seat. I feel like something's getting ready to happen. I don't know what it is, and I don't know how soon it is, but I do not believe that this is just going to drag on. I think we're very, very close. And they essentially just confirmed that right here. So have faith, patriots. Yes, they don't want you to lose faith, just like Michael is saying. They got to make it look like nothing is going on, but something's about to happen, folks. I do believe that. And then the sealed indictments are outside of anybody that could strike them down. So then the same archbishop says that the death actually occurred in February. I don't know if I believe that. I mean, it looks like the same guy. It barely made headlines. He suspected that the Pope was already dead. Strange and contradictory medical updates. and accused the deep organization of spiraling into panic, desperate to cover up crimes that they've done, scrambling as the billions in funding for these things are facing exposure, and he warns the next one would be just as corrupt, up until we get justice at least. So then we have 2 minutes, 27 seconds, 1.2 million views. That brings us to 147. And again, we're being directly attacked by the clowns, by the mainstream media. Do you believe in coincidences? No. How many coincidences do you need before you believe? This is the biggest insider drop in the history of the world. Pray. So yeah, it really does sound like they're getting ready to do something, you guys, and I'm feeling it, man. This is a direct attack. The article is disinformation, but it was made to send him a message. You are witnessing history. God be with us all. So then we see that this senator is investigating the collapse of the building. And so that's something very good for all of us. I think this is something we really want to see. And, you know, wow, what a big news event for this week. Vacapalo says a clone of the Pope, perhaps. Could be. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I really believe that, but whatever. He just dropped a major hint that this might have been an inside job specifically pointing to this building as likely having been brought down. He's demanding answers on who ordered the removal of critical evidence and what the hell are they trying to hide. He vows that he's going to go public with everything. Whoops, I'm trying to fix my little shell there to set up the shot so it looks even better. Yeah, that's good. He vows to go public with everything he has uncovered and is calling on the FBI to release the full and unredacted files. So you see how they're stepping towards it, everything. And then there was the Oklahoma City thing this week as well. Freaking amazing. So it is going to happen. Don't lose faith, you guys. So now we got post number 108. And we already have seen this one in many other cases. But again, the idea is that the top people are being flushed out right now by the things that are happening, and maybe he's going to be involved in what happened back in 2001. Who knows? We're going to find out. So even Fox brings up this very controversial issue about the shoes and what the shoes might actually be made from. What is this leather made from? It's really sick. Woo, yeah. We don't want to talk about that. Worn by the former Pope Benedict. Noted that Francis was choosing to wear plain shoes instead and breaking with a long-standing tradition. They said the symbolism behind all this carries deep meaning. You bet it does. And it's not good. 1.8 million views, so his views are returning. And post number 59, again, how did they welcome him during the trip? This was the sword welcome. It was an honorable welcome. So this again is showing that they're part of the alliance. And here's the big point here that I think they want us to see. We are fully prepared that all social media, and somebody said, Alive and Thriving says they openly spit on Christians in the small country. Yeah. We're fully prepared that all social media will be shut down to prevent the spread of this information, his Twitter, etc., and or mass censorship. Well, that's kind of what Stephen was doing, and they say that they were trying to use him to create a race war, apparently, and they outed him, as you're going to see. Then we have Leonardo, who's paying tribute, delivered an emotional tribute, hailing him as a transformational leader, not just for the church, but for a global environmental movement. His legacy will inspire generations of activists. He also shared that once he had the opportunity to speak with the Pope directly about the urgent need for climate change, and he has a very specific kind of friend. Uh-oh. You can speculate what that means. I'm not going to say it. So then we have 103 seconds. Oops, I didn't cover the 59. It should be 103 on both of them. I was working quickly. They say, you are all heroes. Come home safe. Godspeed. I love that. Thank you for saying that. And again, he came forward this week, and I was very, very excited that he did that. So, you know, the winning just keeps on happening and happening, and it's quite amazing how all of these pieces are fitting together. I've never been more encouraged by all of the different pieces of news that we're seeing. It's just a very, very exciting time, you guys. You are all heroes. So when did George last appear in public? Well, that's implying that he's already dead, and they've covered it up. I would say that's entirely possible. They talk about the suspicious bruises that appeared on his body. Observers noticed it along the left side of his face, But the only known report of him falling dates back to earlier this year. So, okay, they're saying again, maybe it was a double. I don't know. I guess that's possible. Official cause of death was cerebral stroke leading to a coma, irreversible collapse. So again, I don't know if this is true. They're just hinting at it pretty strongly here. But then who was the other guy? What does that really mean? Do they have cloning technology? Well, insiders have told me they do. Maybe, I don't know. 1.3 million views. Then we have the new interim chairman of your favorite organization was the guy from Nestle, and they show you this crazy thing where he had his eye injured and he looks really, really scary. Okay? He's replacing Klaus. He is known for his stance that water is not a human right, but a commodity. Oh my God. Yeah, that does not sound good. He has long pushed for strict control over personal water usage, even arguing that pools and car washes shouldn't be a matter of personal choice. That's not the least bit weird, crazy, scary. Oh, yeah. Whoa, okay, whatever. He envisions a future where an authoritative global body determines how much water you are allowed to consume. Yeah, not into it. Not into it at all. 1.6 million views. Post 42, we serve at the pleasure of the president. And now we're finding out that because of all these sanctions, remember the swirling swords in my dream, that they're going to have to lay off 40% of the staff, which again, probably none of us in this audience are sad about, but they certainly are. We can respect that. Sweeping overhaul following significant funding cuts, the decision to move forward with the treaty without our involvement. The Director General admitted the funding blow will force them to scale down drastically, reducing from 10 divisions to 4. So severe financial strain, they may have to lay off up to 40% of their staff. 38 seconds on that one brings us to this. One we've seen so many times that they're going to have carriers to prevent other state actors from harming us as they do the arrests. Think logically about what is happening, increased military movement, National Guard deployments, various bad attacks that are happening, and most importantly, prepare messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here to spread on different platforms, the calm before the storm. It is happening. So he is now under investigation. I think the death thing was false because I looked it up. I didn't see it anywhere. But anyway, he is now under investigation by the same institution. A whistleblower came forward with explosive allegations of financial and ethical misconduct. Among the claims is he reportedly instructed junior staffers to withdraw thousands of dollars in cash for him and then used these funds to cover private in-room quote-unquote massages, which might have been not the normal therapeutic kind, and he intends to file a lawsuit. Of course he does. So 250,000 views and 49 is this one right here. And again, the real key on this one is, have secret sessions been underway? Obviously, yes. How could this be discovered? Well, they're going to tell you. So yeah, it's all about to break loose, folks. I'm very confident that we're not going to keep waiting. I really do believe that. And then he goes ahead and confirms that everything is going to be released. Calm down, stay patient, it's going to happen. He was asked about the status of the files. He said he's going to be speaking with the Attorney General and everything is happening in sequence. He assures us the information is coming. Nothing will be held back. It's going to be revealed over time. But even the first wave is probably going to be enough for arrests to begin. So then we have lawsuits being filed for refusing to respond to these Freedom of Information requests. They want transparency. What do you think is going on here? I think we're very, very close. And then, whoa, look at that. 35? Oh, yeah. 35 is one of the biggest. There's 34 and 35 are the two most important ones. And so this is really, really shocking. I don't even need to highlight anything. Let's just read it. So they're going to put him up on Air Force One or in a specific abroad location. As the arrests are conducted, it is time to take back the country. Salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who are going to undertake the assignment to bring us peace, unity, and return power to the people. It is our hope that this message reaches enough of us to make a meaningful impact. We cannot yet telegraph it with normal methods. So again, you're not going to hear about this on the news for reasons I'm sure everyone can understand. That's what I'm for. Go back to David if you want to hear what's really going on. 5 hours every Sunday. Whoops. I wanted to get through a little bit more of this. Remain calm. The primary targets are within the district and they remain at the top. The spillover in the streets will be quickly shut down. Look for more attacks. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. Woo! It's so exciting, you guys. Then we have John attacking our friend here, which, what has he got to hide? And that's what they're implying. He was a participant in these events. He launched a major attack, accusing him of being a bigot. And he says that certain people are superior to others. That's totally nonsense. Slamming him as a terrible leader, fueling division, and said it's a time of chaos, claiming that the Secretary of Defense was appointed solely based upon one attribute. I wonder why he hates this individual so much. Well, he doesn't want to be found out for having attended these things. That's what it's about, folks. Post 62, I highly recommend that somebody takes all of these crumbs and put it into a massive dump as a single shot, and this will be considered the biggest dump in history. Well, that's me. And the attorneys are now being notified. So yeah, it's getting ready to happen. Then he gives us all a big shout out, high five, which is great. He has the best followers, always ready to speak out against various crimes. And again, this was pretty much right before, like I took the picture soon after it came up, so that's why the views are lower. And the next one here is scientists in the UK doing things we really don't want them to do. Outdoor experiments as part of a government-funded program to reduce global warming and dim the sun may include injecting aerosols to brighten clouds and reflect sunlight away. This professor leading the program said, okay, there's no toxic substances, sure. However, a few years ago, he discussed that we are experiencing highest temperatures on record. Do you trust his science? No. So then we have 1 minute 55 seconds, which gives us 1:15. And this is, again, whoever did this used some very inappropriate language we're not going to use. So again, let's just keep going. So remember the Simpsons episode about shading the sun? Yeah, we do. The city's richest man blocked it out with a giant shade to make everyone rely on his power plant. So yeah, and then we got, again, 1 minute and 11 seconds, post 71. Another one I'm not going to read. They know that. It's about the Muslims. So we'll just show you this again. But again, there's just way too many keywords in here for me to read this one, and they know that. And again, the mention of flying objects. So they already did this one before. So we can safely skip it. Senator blocks the subpoena to release these things. Okay, this is a vigorous fight. As you can see, he's a longtime Democrat, known defender. He will retire at the end of his term. And he blocked a subpoena that would have released this information. Oh my God. No wonder it's taken so long, right? He's led to serious accusations, some claiming that he turned a blind eye to what was going on to shield his friends. And his retirement may mean, wink, wink, that the list is just around the corner. Whoops, let me go back again so you can really see that with your own eyes. And I should have highlighted that one. Just around the corner, wink, wink. You think it's going to be months and months? No. Just around the corner doesn't mean months. Just around the corner means weeks. Maybe not even that long. I don't know. I'm having really weird insomnia problems lately. So who knows what the hell is going on. But I feel that there's very intense energy building up. And this is another one of these leading clues, a leading hint that they're giving us that, yeah, you guys are about to be satisfied and things are about to happen. So again, I don't think we're going to be waiting. I really don't. All right. Just around the corner. That is very, very encouraging. And then we have post number 13, which says, think about the timing of him traveling to China. I've said too much. So maybe this whole tariff war isn't really a big deal. It already looks like it's de-escalating. I'm not as worried about that anymore, but I think I'm sensing the mass consciousness being freaked out. That's part of why I've been having insomnia. So then they do one of these kind of, side things like, are there any files on her desk? Well, again, not yet, but they just told you in the last post, it's right around the corner, so get ready, it's coming, folks. Then this comedian says that, oh, this doesn't even matter. And every other word is like the F word, which, yeah, I mean, if you're on Joe's show, you get to do that if you want to, but still, I think it's very tactless. He isn't losing sleep over JFK or anything else. He says none of it even matters to him. Even if certain individuals showed up on the list, he says it won't make any difference. In his eyes, we should be more focused to pay off credit cards. Don't even worry about what happened anywhere else. I guess these crimes don't matter to him. Yeah, and he's very profane. Every other word is the F word. It was horrible to watch this. 60 seconds is plain long enough. And that, again, is one of our classic ones because I had a dream with the number 60 in it, that there's less than 10 people involved who know the plan, and only 3 of them are not in the military. Outside of a potential operator dialed in with orders, nobody else has this information, and operators never divulge. Therefore, even though Ezra came out, he's not going to tell you what's really going on because he's not allowed to. Operators are not allowed to divulge. So, you know, anybody who interacts with him, don't expect that he's going to tell you anything. And he can't. He can't talk about what's really going on. So that's okay. Let's just get it done. Now we have Tim Pool, who's urging patience. He's flat out guaranteeing that Cash and Dan are going to do this, dismantle everything. He says we need to be patient. It's only been a few months and that serious investigations take time. He's confident the reckoning is coming, will happen before the year is over. Well, that's what he said. But remember, they just said it's right around the corner. So no, if you listen carefully to the consistency of their message, they just gave us post 35. They said he's going to be hidden away. It's right around the corner. It's not going to take till the end of the year. So don't fall for that bait. You got to listen to the whole story, what they're actually saying here. We're at 4,100. I got water, I got water, I got water. Thank you, God, says Cynthia Marie Brewer. I'm happy for you, Cynthia. So the reckoning is coming. And we got 1 minute, 22 seconds. That's 82. Things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. Again, about to happen is not the end of the year. So even when they say the end of the year in the post, you go back and you look at the video, you count the minutes, you count the seconds, you look at the post number, and it says it's about to happen. Dude, it's very close. I cannot wait. They want the element of surprise, but once this happens, it's going to be a big, big frickin' deal. Then they have the Pope's coffin with this very strange symbolism where everybody else is in black and he's all in bright, bright scarlet red. What do you think that's about? Yeah, I would call that blood symbolism. Very creepy, huh? So then he's saying, oh, every cent is accounted for. Like anybody, I mean, that's just laughable. He told Ben every cent of hundreds of billions is totally properly tracked and accounted for. The misinformation is to blame for growing skepticism about how war funds were spent. He challenged inspectors to audit their spending, confident in the records. That's what every con artist says. That's what this is, folks. It's obvious. 1 minute, 58 seconds is post 118, which again is huge, and it's all this kind of stuff that I can't really read about private planes and keywords that I can't say. And, you know, so that's people fleeing right during the middle of the events of 2001 and how it connected back to this country that now has had a revolution. Yeah, so it's talking about what they were really doing with all their money and who they were paying for and, you know, select senior political officials that are apparently involved in very dark stuff. And what do you need in order to prosecute senior political officials? Ooh, it's getting ready to happen, folks. You can feel it. You can feel it. They're telling you. So now we get into this Stephen thing, and this is where it gets very, very interesting because, remember, a couple weeks ago, Ezra said he's ready to quit. I can't stand it. Every time I post, this kid attacks me like 10 times, and his name was Enterprising Desert Raven. So again, the question that everybody was asking at first is, was he being protected by X? They now insist that the answer is no. I hope that's true, and even if it wasn't true, they're going to have to do it now. So he loves to put his own name in coded ways, and so you can see that you have S-T-V-E-N in order, and you also have the other E in desert. On either side of the S in desert, you have extra E's. So yes, this is exactly what he would do to encode his first name into the name that he used. And, you know, the raven is what eats the dead stuff, so he likes to try to, again, they called him the styrofoam container guy in Michael's time loop. So yeah, my research concludes that this is not an accident. He does encode his own name into his code names in various ways. There are other things about himself. I've noticed this many times. So this is what actually got deleted. And so I want to be clear that now he and James Baxter have made up and everything's fine. Jay is apparently not guilty of anything like they thought. But this is what originally happened. It's all been taken down. I took pictures of it before it disappeared. Now, I didn't take the whole thread because I thought it would still exist. I had no idea it was about to vanish, so we can only read the front. But it says, "This is the face of the man ruining the community notes for everyone, none other than the team lead himself, covering up a massive scandal inside community notes for well over a year. And once you hear about it, it's going to make your blood boil." And yeah, the worst attacks that I've been suffering from the same individual, the death threats, attacking our company, it has been going on for well over a year. It's gotten a lot worse. And now we find out, if you actually read the whole thread, he's making death threats. He's sending suspicious packages to people to make them think it's like something's going to blow up. He uses the same type of pattern. It's patterned behavior. He attacks all of the top influencers. He even attacked this beautiful woman, Liz Churchill, and said that, all these terrible things about her, and gave her a death threat in public. That was what really, really got everybody mad the most, was the death threat. And I've had many of them. So that had 3.3 million views when I took a picture of it before it got taken down. Everybody started getting really mad at this guy, which it seems like it was undeserved. So again, wildly viral, 3.3 million people. Now they've made up, everything is fine. But at the time, people were saying horrible things about him. They believed he was responsible for this. I don't think he was. So he's now since apologized and said he had insufficient evidence. And I want to show you that. "Dear X community, I want to publicly apologize to this individual for inaccurately linking him to the community notes abuser known as EDR. I made this allegation out of frustration without sufficient evidence, and it was wrong of me to do so." And yeah, I mean, EDR is being paid by somebody, but whether they're actually helping him do this in Twitter or not, I don't know. I think that he's just gaming the system. He's taking advantage of all the loopholes in the system. So again, he probably got threatened with a massive lawsuit, so you really got to be careful if you're a big influencer. You don't just go running your mouth. You got to have absolute evidence before you say anything to accuse anybody of anything. And this apology was probably in lieu of him getting some kind of lawsuit, I would imagine. Because defamation is a big deal. If you lie about something, you say, well, I didn't really have the evidence, but I just said it anyway. You can get in massive trouble for that. You could be fined millions of dollars in damages. So the entire thread and all the related ones have now been deleted, but I did take pictures of them before they disappeared. And so originally, going back 8 years ago, he was focusing on all of the top UFO influencers. That's how he started out. And I've been tracking it for 8 frickin' years. When I went out publicly and talked about having been abused, he was actually laughing. He thought it was funny. This is typical of what he does to everybody. And we now find out that all of the top people getting millions of views, anybody that stands up to any of the dark stuff they're doing, he's attacking everybody. And one of them was this woman, Liz Churchill. It's very, very sad. Here's a picture of her. Obviously, you can see she's quite an attractive woman. Kind of looks like Angelina Jolie. Same kind of nose, lips, mouth, and cheekbones. But he calls her an effing C word and that she should be put down like a vet would. Well, yeah, this sounds very familiar because he is totally obsessed with my dog having been put down by the vet. He's talked about it all the time. This is one of the places where he did. And so right away, he's trying to say that he's not just the only guy, that there's thousands of people, one critic among thousands, which is not true. You crossed the line, mother effer. This is the type of abuse I've taken from this guy publicly before our team takes this stuff down. David, your dog Girly suffered a horrible and painful death because you refused to take her to the vet for 3 years. You let her suffer every day and did nothing. You are a effing demonic a-hole who only cares about money, low-life con artist, and hideous human being. No, she died of old age at 16. She was basically fine, other than that she laid on the ground more than usual, which was a little weird. But then right at the end, right before I actually did take her to the vet, and they did put her down, and they told me, yeah, she's 16 years old, she has hip dysplasia. For just a few days before I took her to the vet, she started collapsing while she was walking. That was the only visible sign of trouble. In fact, I was going to put a video in here that I took of her just a couple days before. You can see she looks fine. All of this is defamation, lies, slander, and we're used to it. Again, I got a team of 8 people, and their job is just to take this stuff down. But this shows how nasty it can get. And then in the same thing where he threatened her with death and called her the C word, he riffed on the classic line that I publicized from the Colonel, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And nobody was really saying this before that I heard of. Maybe it was out there, but I hadn't heard it being used in our community until I publicized it from the Colonel. Everybody loved it, and now it's become a big zeitgeist. So one of the things he said in the same letter where he threatened her life, which again, I couldn't take a picture of it because it's now gone, he said, you can buy stupid prizes on Etsy. So both of these clues add evidence to it being Stephen, because I'm like the center of the obsession, because I'm the messenger of, these angelic beings, and that really pisses him off. So I can't find the original, but believe me, he made the thread. Everybody got really pissed off. And if you read these threads that no longer exist, but if you did read them, it's the same tactics he uses on me. Everybody is suffering this. He's attacking everybody with community notes, and it actually dings your post. It makes it much less popular, so this really does work effectively. He has multiple identities with the exact same behavior patterns and the same way of working. Another one was Resplendent Cedar Osprey, another alias. And the original one he attacked Ezra with, as we saw in the time loop, was the beloved Vine Hawk. And Michael talked about the choking vine. So Ezra's own video that he linked to said you're getting an average of 10 attacks on every single post that he makes. And also, very interesting, he's graduated from just UFOs. He's going after the critics of the big medicine and all of the worst things that the DS is doing. If you criticize that, he is on your butt. He lies constantly. Everything that you do, he says you're a liar, you're a con artist, you're a fraud. He's constantly fabricating fake evidence that he says is real. He knows it's a lie, but he's doing it anyway. That's called defamation. How could all of our top influencers be guilty of lying at the same time? We're not. He's just paid to do this, obviously. So as I said, he's making death threats. He's apparently, people were saying in these threads, sending packages to people's houses. I would check them for fingerprints, although he's probably going to wear gloves now that I said that. But let's hope he stops doing this. It's really crazy. And again, this is terrorism. It could carry the death penalty. It's a very serious crime. All of the top conservative influencers are now being victimized by him. I had no idea about that until this week. So then we saw, again, Vigilant had to issue a stunning public apology, and we will read it after we survey more of this evidence that disappeared. And so the head moderator admits that he should not have made the block. That was one of the things that really fired this off. Millions of people got mad. And we see here, again, that it was community notes are being compromised. And it said, right, this was Dr. Simon. Why does the community notes employee mass block conservatives while allowing these blank-backed manipulators to abuse the system and threaten anyone that doesn't agree? I got all the receipts. Let's dive in. And there was where he had blocked this particular individual. And that was, again, Vigilant was one of the people who got blocked. All of this stuff actually led Ezra to come out in person. We've never heard his voice before. It was really amazing. I listened to almost the entire show. It lasted for like 5 hours and 15 minutes, which basically exactly what we're doing now. But it was published by Diligent Denizen, who sounded like he was pretty frickin' lit in this show. He definitely sounded drunk. That's okay, whatever. But I listened to almost the entire program, and it was mind-blowing to hear him speak when he did speak. I would have loved to have heard him speak a lot more. So people were paying him compliments, and he retweeted these. I love hearing your authentic take. Thank you. Thank you for being awesome and keeping it real. You're what X is all supposed to be about. Both of these got taken down. Now we find out that all this troll behavior does affect your visibility. It can make it worse. So it says this is not good. He said today community notes do not affect visibility, but back in February, they admitted that this does in fact affect a post going viral. Quote, the notes totally take the wind out of your story. The thing will be going viral. A note appears. The resharing drops by 50, 60%. And that's it. So yeah, that's not insignificant, and that's why somebody would be paying him to do this, because they don't want the truth to get out there. They admit it's a verifiable way to stop a viral post because people are less likely to share. And this again was retweeted, and then it all got taken down after Vigilant apologized. What happens when you begin targeting all of the top conservative accounts? And again, it's a huge list. It's apparently anybody who gets big, they hire this guy to come after you. So I am not alone, and that kind of does make me feel good. So this was the conflict of what he said that came out, the conflict in the messaging. He says, notes provide context only. It does not directly affect visibility or ranking. But he had said something else before that was very different. It drops by 50, 60%. But again, that's a minor thing, and he's apparently not guilty. He is going to stop this from happening. And so anyway, that was posted by MJ Truth. And I do want to apologize to him because he did get blocked. We have such a big problem with Stephen that any questionable post that we have got blocked. So I looked at his account and it said that I had blocked him, and I'm like, whoa, why did I block MJ Truth? I love that guy. Maybe he said something sassy. Maybe he doesn't like me. That's entirely possible. But I did unblock him, so he'll get a chance. And as long as he can be respectful, you know, he can go back there and everything's fine. We had 2 donations come in, you guys. This is awesome for me. S. Ireland, tuning in late, $70 donation. I will watch the replay. I love you, David. Hubby, and I still listen every possible Sunday. Thank you for what you do. And then we have Gina, the one and only. Did VG, Virginia, not commit suicide but is in witness protection since such and such hasn't actually come out yet? No, I'm afraid this is actually real, but it is very sad anyway. And Stavati, let's go. Yeah, we're definitely going to get there. Gina, I hope you're right, people are saying. So we are upholding universal law. He uses the same pick on all of his famous profiles. Yes, Bacapalo. So she did die. Yeah, I do believe that. If you block too many accounts, it throttles you on X. That's another thing that it's doing. We have to block this stuff, and I get hit by 5 aliases every single time I post. So I've just accepted the whole system is rigged. I have very, very low visibility and popularity compared to what I used to have. And yeah, it's basically Stephen's fault. And Stephen is the reason why people sued us. Stephen is responsible for millions and millions of dollars of damages. 1,000 Petals says blah, blah, blah. How about we don't need that anymore? My God, you guys. There's always trolls on here. That's just the nature of the beast. It's just part of what happens. It's okay. But anyway, sorry, MJ Truth, that you got blocked. I have no visibility because of this problem, and I accept that. It's all going to come back to me in the future. So then Ezra says he stepped out of the shadows today. This was incredible. Not because I wanted to, but because I knew I had to. For years, I remained anonymous and observed. Today, I choose to speak up for myself and everyone who feels unheard. That would include me. So thank you very much, Ezra. I believe in the potential of X. It's a powerful platform. It's being misused by a few bad actors. I think it's really only one guy. Turning tools meant for good into weapons of harassment, intimidation, and threats. That is the story of my life for 8 frickin' years. And so, yeah, we know that this is all this one guy because all the same stuff that he's doing to these other people is the same stuff he does to me. It's all the same pattern. It's very obviously the same dude. This cannot continue. Words and statements are no longer enough. We are investigating is not a solution. Action is. Change must happen, and it must come from a place of integrity, courage, and care for the community. I have strong faith this is possible. I believe X can rise above the challenges, not just for me, but for all of us. If a shadow can turn to the light, then so can the future. So yeah, we need to take action. That's what's happening. So again, I photographed this right after it came out, so the views are low. And then this is another post that got deleted, but Vigilant in one day was blocked over 40 times by the action of this individual. So when he gets mad, he really gets busy and he really gets active. And so this shows you the scope of what he's able to do by manipulating the system. And I believe somebody's paying him. I mean, he's doing it full time, all day, every day, 7 days a week. So then Vigilant made a stunning public apology, and I want to apologize for inaccurately linking the head moderator to this abuser known as EDR. I made this out of frustration without sufficient evidence. It was wrong of me to do so. As a result, I have deleted my recent thread, and it also disappeared from Ezra. That said, this situation has sparked something positive. Jay is listening to our concerns, and this is wonderful news, guys. I'm actively sharing feedback with him to strengthen the platform and make it more resistant to being gamed. Please be assured that our concerns about EDR have been heard loud and clear. Well, then please stop him from attacking me with his IP address. That would be great. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love it. Jay and I agree one promising idea is to look into limiting how many times a single user could add any notes to the same account in 24 hours. That would be great. This crucial change would make it far harder to game the system and should all but eliminate targeted abuse. So yeah, he's getting completely undermined. The whole thing that he's doing is being blown apart. And then his employers, his handlers got really mad, and then you see what happened to Virginia immediately after this. And they threatened all of us. And honestly, that was part of the reason why I couldn't sleep last night. It's like, damn, this game is becoming a game of death. The top whistleblowers are being taken down, and they talk about this in later posts. on Ezra. So they are committed to protecting against manipulation, looking into additional protections. I encourage everyone to take this seriously, extend patience and support to Jay and the Community Notes team. I genuinely believe that they now understand the gravity of the concerns that have been raised and are working in good faith to address them. If you have feedback on how to make it better, please send it my way. I'm genuinely excited about the direction it's headed. I believe our voices have been heard and better days are ahead. And again, they are committed to protecting against manipulation and are looking into additional protections. And he says, I genuinely believe they now understand the gravity of the concerns and are working in good faith to address them. I believe our voices have been heard, better days are ahead. So yes, they are putting Stephen out of business because they have to save face. He is probably just exploiting weaknesses in the system. I have almost no visibility because of these attacks. They're ongoing. I have to pay for promotion to break above 10,000 views, which is fine. You know, I do a little $500, that's it. But it's enough, and I like to help the platform anyway with money. So happy to do that. More people should be doing that, in my opinion. So anyway, yeah, he's really cooperating now, and that is fantastic, and I applaud him for doing that. So then Jay himself, the guy who was attacked, says, thanks for correcting the record. I, too, am genuinely excited about where this is headed. And Vigilant says, thank you for taking the time to listen to us. Let's trade our pitchforks for handshakes and make this a robust system that works for everyone. And Gain of F says, this is a huge and important change. I trust your word on what you are saying, and I apologize for anything negative I have said about him. Please don't sue me, right? Also, EDR should be banned forever from making community notes. Well, you got to ban the IP address. You can't ban an alias. You actually have to stop everything from that IP address from happening. And if he buys a new device and gets a new IP address, block that one. If he's spoofing it, figure out how he's spoofing his IP address, because that's what he's going to do. He's a hacker. Agreed, he says. EDR completely violated the spirit of community notes. Jay tells me they are investigating him. Well, this could very well lead to a lawsuit. They might get their hands on him before I can. I think the receipts speak for themselves. I might be willing to let him go. They probably won't. This has really, really pissed them off. So, yeah, Stephen's time is very soon turning into court time. And I consider this to be fantastic because he has stalked me and terrorized me for 8 years now. I mean, it's just way too much. Why does this kid hate me so? I've never even met him. He says, thank you, Vigilant. Glad to see there's another top influencer. He says, thanks. I think this is the best path forward. The Notes team heard the message loud and clear. I have faith they will implement meaningful changes. Justine Joy says she got blocked. You blocked me once. I had to create a new account. You're the only reason I'm there. Well, again, the team is doing its best to fight Stephen, but it's a very, very serious fight. And so I do apologize if anybody gets accidentally blocked. Just make sure you don't write anything that sounds sassy or disrespectful, because our team basically grabs all that stuff. That's what we have to do. I mean, this is a massive, massive war, and it never frickin' stops. Here's another one, a very, very famous influencer, Kanakawa. Respect for always staying classy. I hope they can fix this. It's obvious you've been targeted. You got locked out so many times in just a few days. It was like over 40 times in one day. It was extremely frustrating to be repeatedly locked out. It appears to have nothing to do with Jay and was entirely the work of Stephen. I jumped to conclusions by assuming he was complicit after he blocked me for raising concerns about the abuse. Being publicly criticized as an employee can be intimidating, and he has now said he regrets ever blocking me. I totally believe that, because the backlash was horrible. I mean, people were saying horrible things about that guy. It was really not cool. So yes, now it's all the focus is on Stephen, and they're going to have to sue him most likely to make an example out of him. So yeah, he's gotten himself in really, really big trouble, you guys. He is completely obsessed with the devil and demons, as I said in an earlier show. He takes all these steps to make fake evidence and then say that you're guilty of something that didn't happen. His fact-checking that he's doing to everybody, it's the same thing. And his earlier attacks often promoted his YouTube show, which I'm not going to say what it is, but it's easy to find. Just look up my name and Stephen, you'll find it really quick. He's done many dozens of shows just to attack me. Again, Michael laughs about it, says he goes through the styrofoam containers. I have to believe that he's being paid. This could not be anything but a full-time job. And he spent months trying to say that Ezra hates me, which we've now confirmed is not true. This video supposedly, and again, there he is using his real name, and at that point I thought that he lived in Canada. We since found out he doesn't. He lives in Pennsylvania. The video is irrefutable proof that David is lying about his association. All I'm doing is reporting on what he says. I've hardly ever even I only spoke to him after he came out on the show, and all he did was respond very briefly with some emojis, but they were positive. The direct messages between Shadow and this user are genuine and not altered or fabricated. BS. This whole thing was totally fake. He just photographed himself. Oh, David is an insidious fraudster. All he had to do was text himself, film the results, Photoshop over that it was from Ezra. It really wasn't. I DM'd him and we were totally fine. This is after he came out. Again, he barely said anything, but I'm happy. I let him know that I really love what he's doing and I'm really happy to be doing this. So this was another lie. He definitely showed that he's very supportive of me in his responses. So this same troll has constantly attacked our aircraft company. This is another one from Steven. Where's the funding? You always lie. There will never be funding for your bogus aerospace company. No. Actually, we've raised almost $500,000 already. You'll be groveling for super chats, won't you? No, that's you guys' decision if you want to do that. David is morally bankrupt, the embodiment of deception, malicious lies. That's projection. He revealed his own stage name after I said I was going to sue him. Are you going to apologize to journalist Stephen C. N of your slander? So that if you ever want to find him, that's what the name is. That's what he's using, the main name on YouTube. Slanderous, criminal defamation. No, I'm just actually saying we are going to sue you because you're attacking us constantly. Attacking his character by twisting truths. No, I think everybody knows what he's up to now. Retaliating for reporting truthfully on his investigative findings. All the findings you don't refute or acknowledge. Well, they're not true. So there it is again. Apologize to the reporter for threatening lawsuits. And I say, why don't we let the judge decide if I should apologize? That's what we're going to do. If the judge thinks I should apologize, I'll be happy to do that, but we'll figure that out when we get to court. Also, as I said before, the vulgar and profane attacks about my dog dying after 16 years, it's the same thing we already saw before. You can see the level of abuse I'm getting. That's not legal. You can't just call people Mother F and effing demonic a-hole and hideous human being. He photographs text to get beyond the normal word limit, the author of numerous death attacks, and these are various aliases, always very similar, and he typically does this through Yahoo or Proton. So this is one where he actually said he wanted to eat my body. One of the latest death threats we got from him, he's very creative and funny. I mean, it's sad. He told Corey, I will kill you and your children as well. I might do a bombing at your show. Yeah, that's called terrorism. Tell David Wilcock, and he thinks by misspelling it, we're not going to know it's him. I will cut him open and eat him. So there it is right there. And I said, I'm not sure he'd like the taste of smoked meat, although I don't smoke anymore. And this was his real motive. This is where I think we finally got to some truth here. The consequences of trying to murder me and my family. So yeah, that would make sense. He believes that the Alliance is trying to murder his family because the people in this organization, that is what they call each other. I have consistently pushed not to use the death penalty. That's what's so ironic about this. I'm one of the only influencers who keeps saying we need to put them in prison, not do a bunch of executions. Same thing Archangel Michael told me. And you can actually find the Alliance saying this in the epic and frequently used post number 17. So it says there's more good people than bad. We will not allow another satanic evil piece of crap to control this country. And then the indictments are coming, and it says right here, the corruption that will come out is so serious that deals must be cut for people to walk away. That doesn't mean being murdered. That means you walk away. Otherwise, 70% of politicians would be in jail. Whoa. Whoa. So the Alliance is not saying people are going to be assassinated either, you guys. So yes, deals must be cut for people to walk away. And as I've said before, the public would never tolerate massive executions. So I don't know why he thinks I want to kill people. I don't. Michael has specifically said over and over again that we want to avoid the witch hunt mentality. Insiders will be able to cut deals and get to walk away with their freedom. It says right here, deals must be cut for people to walk away. Otherwise, they'd have to put 70% of people in jail. And it did not say they would be killed. It said they would be put in jail. So at least if you're angry, understand that, like, I'm actually your best buddy. I'm the one saying, don't kill these people. Put them in jail. Give them a deal. Let them walk away. I don't support this death. I mean, there's certain cases where it might be used, and I'll talk about that right here. I'm going to obviously defer to the judge because there are things that are heinous enough to warrant that type of punishment and some extreme examples. and one of them could be terrorism if it's severe enough. So again, the big reveal was that he's working the entire community, and I certainly hope that the promises come true, the miserable situation can be reduced. It's not my problem, it's everybody's problem. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you, for all the top influencers out there, the Stephen Survival Guide. This comes from an 8-year investigation, okay? My ex-wife and I nearly sued him over these tactics all the way back 6 years ago in 2019. But we were distracted by COVID, and it's been utterly unrelenting. So it's taken me many years to connect all of these dots. So again, I'm doing this next bit as a public interest thing. We're at the 5.5 hour mark. Marilyn Jacobson says, I believe they should be in jail if they stole our tax dollars and opened borders for invasion. Yes. Oh my God, this is a downer show. No, but it's very important. I mean, look, I don't want this to go on. I don't want to keep being targeted, and I don't want other people to be targeted either. So this is my personal survival guide of what you need to do if this guy is coming after you so you can be safe. So let's talk about that now. This is important. Hire volunteers or a paid team and block every comment with no exceptions. Never acknowledge or reply to any of the hate comments. No contact. And if you go after his stronger comments, then he's going to try to get in with lighter ones. Like, okay, maybe if I just say that you're kind of a sketchy guy, maybe that one will get in. Expect, this is one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me, you guys. Every single person I publicly affiliate with is violently stalked and threatened. So if you're an influencer and you say, oh, here's so-and-so, this is my friend, and his name is Bob, and Bob is so-and-so, and he lives here, that person is going to be stalked and threatened. So you have to let them know, if you're going to bring anybody out in the open, you're going to have this guy on you like white on rice, and it's never going to stop, and it's very serious, okay? So you got to be aware of that. Do not give out any names of anyone you know in a public forum, because he will be calling them, emailing them, stalking them, threatening them. If you do have to share a name, disguise it, even their first name. Do not give out any information that could be weaponized against you. Do not reveal any images of the transportation, your car, your truck, whatever you got. All this stuff is important. Do not put out any photographs or videos of places you visit. Do not announce where you're going in public or what you're going to do in the future. Sad, but it's true. Do not use any predictable patterns of where or when you may leave the house. Do not tell your audience if your pet is sick, because he'll actually swat you with animal control. That happened to me. I couldn't believe it. And then we had that beautiful crop formation that matched her business card. So again, the business card is right here. So this was the business card that I got. And then this little logo, this showed up on my door. And the little logo right here actually showed up that very day in a crop formation, which was incredible. So yeah, I'm an expert on how to avoid this guy just trying to ruin your life. And these are things I'm just doing it. V Intuitive says, I would love to debate him. Cynthia L. is what he is doing called gang stalking. Yes. Justin Ponarelli says, I am not Stephen. Your ego is running wild. Okay, look, John Alphonse says the Stephen show. No, look, I need to do this because he is trying to get people killed, and then somebody actually died right after he got exposed. So, like, this is very serious. I'm sorry if you don't like it. We're at the end of the show. If you don't like it, you can turn it off. But we're almost done with the Stephen Survival Guide. There's just a little more of this that I want to get through. And then you can go cry alone. Do not show any paperwork or address labels with your address on them. Do not give out any address other than a P.O. box, obviously. You need security cameras because if somebody does trespass, the police will not believe you. You have to show them photographic proof or it means nothing. I found that out the hard way. Do not list your primary phone number on any of your customer service forms. Have an employee's number instead. Never answer your phone if you don't know exactly who it is. Do not trust anyone calling or writing to say they're a journalist or an investor or that they want to help you or collaborate. I mean, if they give you a handwritten letter and you can tell it's not him, okay, that's one thing. And I get those, but do not trust anyone saying that they're going to sue you. And do not call the so-called law firm because it's just going to be his number. He just wants to get you on the phone and try to data mine you. If you don't get service of process, which means a process server coming to your house, and if that does happen, if it actually is a real lawsuit, then you got to get an attorney. Do not try to do this without an attorney. You have to get an attorney. Inform everyone you know to be suspicious of anyone contacting them about you. Make sure all of your website's security software is current up to date. He will hack the hell out of everything you've got. Regularly update your operating system and your virus definitions on every device you use, because he will be in there. We figured that out a long time ago. Expect that every computer device you own will be attacked, and plan accordingly. Host your website on Cloudflare. That means nobody can hack it. It's very cheap. Expect that you will get massive false victim attacks on your customer service portal. We had over 13,000 unique IP addresses Corey has been attacked with on his. Actually, it's to the point of many dozens a day of unique IPs. It's like, whoa, I didn't think he would do that, but he did. He may buy your product to attack it and then demand a refund. Do not publicize anything about him, because it's just going to goad him on. Check your bank account every 2 or 3 days, because he might hack your credit card and start stealing your money. I lost $7,700 to this guy. If any fraud, it's very likely him. I can't prove it yet, but I'm very certain it was. Contact your bank, change your credit card numbers. And then another thing is, because he's going to attack you as soon as you post, answer 4 or 5 comments and then stop. And do not read the comments, because he wants you to feel bad about yourself. Have your team photograph every hate comment in case you do need to file a lawsuit. We now have hundreds of these, and some of them are really, really bad, and they are going to be in the lawsuit. Alert your local law enforcement that you are an influencer and may be swatted. I've already done that one. Be ready to defend yourself if he ever graduates. I mean, if he keeps threatening you with death, yeah, you better be ready in case he actually does that. So make sure that you have a way to take care of yourself and your family, because that might happen. Rehearse for any trouble that might occur. If you publicize anything he does, it's going to fuel his ego and makes it worse. Of course, he's going to be very mad at me. Next time I post my next show, he's going to be on fire. But what the hell? I might be saving somebody's life by doing this, so I am going to read this, whether you guys like it or not. A couple of you trolls didn't like it. That's fine. We're almost done. Do not reason with him. Try to change his mind. He will not listen. He does not care about anything that you say. He is not going to react like a normal human at all. Investigate any public hit piece that attacks you, because he might be behind it. We've already seen that happen. Do not expect the social media management to take your side. Hopefully that will change. Let's see if it does. I hope it does. And if you block any one of his identities, it does nothing, because, again, most of the time I post, I get hit with 5 fake identities that are new. And we just have to keep blocking and blocking and blocking. You need to hire an attorney and get an emergency injunction in order to force it to stop. And, you know, we're in the process of doing that now. This is kind of funny, and it inspired my opening comedy routine. Assume that if anything weird, evil, upsetting, or damaging is happening in your life, he's probably responsible for it. And that took me a long time to figure out, like, you know what? Man, this is weird. Man, this is upsetting. Man, this is crazy. Yeah, you know what? It's probably this one guy, because he's very, very, very active, and he never stops. Do not burden your loved ones with any regular detail about what he's doing. It's going to make your relationship die. Remind your loved ones up until now he has not actually taken it into physical violence. I hope it stays that way. But who the hell knows? I mean, it's crazy. Protect your relationship, family, and children above all else. Call upon your higher power for strength, protection, and guidance. Do not do anything unethical, lying, cheating, stealing, no sex scandals, nothing that could hurt you if it got found out, because that's what he's really looking for. Assume that anything unethical you do will be fully exposed and used to try to destroy you. So, you're going to learn a lot more. You're going to learn his real name in the upcoming lawsuit. We have no choice. He won't stop. We've given him so many chances to stop. He simply will not. So we are filing this. We're getting close to doing it now. And that's got him really upset. And Twitter's probably going to sue him too. So his whole regime is collapsing. The damage has been way too severe for us to ignore this. So my main request is, if you can trace any type of IP address, block it from posting, especially on my page. I mean, this has gone on way too long. So the stunning expose by the Alliance was a major event for me. It should greatly reduce the damage you can do on Twitter. And this, again, has historical parallels to Goliath. And once he went down, that was it. The war was over. It only lasted 8 minutes last time, not 8 frickin' years. And again, I'm seeking responsible justice. I don't want revenge or violence at all. I'm only talking about this because I want you guys to have public awareness about what's going on. I'm very happy that everybody's finding out. And now back to the slides. So yes, right after Ezra came out and talked about this horrible problem that we're all suffering, he said that the Vatican was covering up a UFO recovery in World War II. So again, Pope Pius XII helped transfer the craft to the United States after it was found in Italy under Mussolini. As the church is preparing to choose a new pope, fresh attention turns to hidden records. They've been wrapped in secrecy for centuries. So yes, this also, again, this post has me psyched because it's David, Lilith is breaching your Twitter ban. Well, we know. Lilith is one of the names he uses. He shops at Walmart. Somebody, Joyce, says, how do you remove your last name on the chat? How do you replace it with the handle? I'm not tech savvy. Last name removed. Thank you. I shop at Walmart. So yeah, I mean, you can't really stop him. You just block everything that you can. But it seems that every time he creates a new alias that you get to read that. So just be aware when you go to my Twitter page, you're going to see wild, crazy, defamatory, horrible attacks. We're doing everything we can. We can't stop it. And it does all appear to be one guy. I really hope this comes to an end. It does suck. I mean, it's like, it's so much extra work. We got a staff of 8 people we wouldn't even need to have. So he is a job creator. Anyway, let's stop talking about it. Let's talk about UFOs. So this is really, really cool. And we have 5 minutes and 8 seconds. Incredible proof that disclosure is coming. This brings us to 3:08. And it says expand your thinking, which makes sense. You know, this is a much bigger story than what most of the influencers are talking about. I'm onto something that they don't realize yet. Right away, right after they exposed him and whoever is paying for him, which is probably the DS themselves, then we get this mysterious suicide. And this shows that the stakes are literally life and death. That is why, even if you guys didn't like it, I had to do that little thing to talk about it. So she actually disappeared, and this is the most famous known victim that we've seen out there. We must make sure that she did not die in vain. And I believe that the fact that this happened made everybody so mad and got them a lot more worried about somebody making death threats, which is actually in that sense very positive. If there's anything positive out of such a tragedy, that would be the example. So we cannot ignore or minimize when people are doing this. This is very serious. And they may have actually done this after losing their prized asset. They know that he's not going to be able to work like this anymore. So they made I believe, if that's true, they made a catastrophic, obvious mistake. So there you go. She was a leading voice, and she allegedly died by suicide. One of the very first to speak out, she became a powerful force in the fight for justice. Her courage inspired countless others to come forward and break the silence, protecting these people for years. No other information is available. Will Pam finally do something? Oh, it's so sad. And we have 53 seconds. And again, the level of corruption in our country is so severe, there is only one way. So yes, this group will kill people to try to succeed. And again, just thinking about that last night kept me up with insomnia. But I believe I'll be protected. So she insisted that she was not going to take her own life. This came out back in 2019 or 2018, somewhere around there. She publicly declared she is not suicidal, warned if anything happens, the people should ensure that those responsible are held accountable and never forget. Too many evil people want to see me quieted, she said. So there you go. And 1.1 million views. There's the original post that I found somewhere else. And they said here that she was being involved with powerful people, several powerful men. And these allegations were revealed by this particular lawyer. She also named other names, and she was sued into silence. It's very tragic. So then we have this, there's that quote from the lawsuit, as you can see, post number 29. And it says right here that the networks are being dismantled. That's why they're so mad. And again, we pray every day for God's guidance and direction as we are truly up against something that is pure evil. So other witnesses came forward, but are not saying that they don't want to take their lives either, but they're worried about what might happen. Other survivors are making it clear that they do not want this to happen. Juliet said she was kidnapped over 2 decades ago. She is familiar with all these things. She alleges that several victims have died under suspicious circumstances and believes they're being eliminated one by one over time. Survivors now live in fear for their lives as warnings continue to be ignored by the media. These people must be protected. I agree. That's why I gave you the survival guide, because it might save somebody's life, actually. That is entirely possible. Yep. So I'm happy to do that community service for others in the community so you understand what we learned after 8 years of being attacked. So we have post number 99. And, this is another one that you just look at it. I'm not going to really read anything. But it says right here, the strings have been detached and it is open season on the puppets. So, yep, stuff is coming to a head. They said it's right around the corner. And then we're almost done. We're just about ready to be finished here, so hang with me. The former girlfriend made a mockery of what happened. This is so crazy, you guys. I could not believe this one. Her name is Lady Victoria. She said, when lies catch up to you, there's no way out. Can you even believe that? And she got huge backlash. 2 hours later, she announced on Instagram she was pausing all of her posts about this for the time being. Yeah. She repeatedly branded this individual as a liar and a con artist. That sounds very familiar. Standing firmly in defense of the prince, and posted a photo alongside the FBI director. So again, that's the standard technique. And it's DARVO, deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. This is what all abusers like to do. It's very common. And then they're saying that survivors are being picked off one by one, which is why I wanted to raise attention to this issue. Even if it's upsetting, think about how upsetting it is for me. I mean, you can slag me off in the comments if you want, but wow, this is not fun. They are being picked off one by one. She wasn't the first to die under suspicious circumstances. Carolyn, whose powerful testimony put this individual behind bars, was found dead in a hotel room a couple of years ago. Her mother has openly questioned the ruling that it was just accidental overdose. All she wanted was justice and real answers about what truly happened. And we got post number 80. Things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. And then this one just popped in late last night. It's the last one in the show. They put up this plaque. It's so crazy. They've celebrated his refusal to oppose the spread of Satanism in the state capitol, featuring the image of Baphomet in the plaque expressing gratitude, and says that Satan has a special place reserved for the governor. So there she is. She's a brave woman outing this, and there's the satanic arch, as expected, right behind. And then here it is up close. If you want to read it, it says the Democratic Coalition of Satan Worshippers. I can't even believe this. Thanks him for not standing in the way of spreading Satanism in the Capitol. Satan has a special place for you. I mean, wow. What? Yeah, it's true. So this is stuff people that don't want to look at it. Well, you got to look at it. So then, again, it says, does this agency have operators in the media? Yes, they do. The wormhole goes deep. What happens if they are exposed? Well, it's game over. So there you have it, folks. That's the end of the slides. We're still up to 3,700 people. This is weird. It's crazy. The chick that rocks says, I appreciate all that you do for us. Who would want to go to Satan's special place? So weird, says Marina Doctor. If you don't think calling out the high society mafia is dangerous, you probably would never even call out a high school bully. This is deadly serious, says Ode to Hip Hop. Bach Apollo says, I'm going to mail your gift this week. Look for a thank you card. Thank you very much. These people are sick. Have you ever thought of taking episodes of Skinwalker Ranch? Maybe you could suggest some experiments. Love that show along with H. Nails. I've never even seen it. But yeah, so this is very serious. Scott Monson says, is negative service to others still service? The law of one would say yes. So yeah, it's been a wild ride. I didn't want to make this too depressing, but because Alive and Thriving says thank you for today. So yeah, this has been a very big thing for my life, having to deal with this every time I use social media for 8 frickin' years. And so yeah, if I posted all the time, I'd have to block even more, and I'd probably get even more demoted. Right now, my popularity is very, very low, but I still love to do this show. So thank you guys for coming here. All we have left to do now is the meditation. I want to keep this under 6 hours. So thank you guys for making such nice comments and all your donations. Thank you for all you do, says Michael B. Keep on keeping on. I refuse to be silent. You know, silence equals death. And because I've learned what had to be done, we're speaking out. But again, the main focus of today's show, other than that part at the end, is the secrets of the pineal gland. And I've now shared with you that it shows up in Hinduism, Buddhism, it shows up in Christianity, it shows up in Islam as the Kaaba stone. There is a working Stargate in your brain. And the medical treatment that they've been giving us apparently destroys that gland. Apparently it happens to everybody who gets it. But we talked about that, you know, you saw the fruit fly's eyes come back. You saw the rat's pancreas get regrown from the pancreas study. And that laser light healing that they were using can be done with prayer and positive diet and having good hydration, staying away from foods that'll hurt you. And if nothing else, we're going to have med beds in the future, ascended beings who can heal you. So I'm very excited about the future. The pineal activation is coming. Michael's time loop is freaking amazing. Think about all the different things that he said and how fascinatingly all the pieces and all the dots connect. So there we go, folks. It is time for our global peace meditation. So if you're still with me, I'd like you to put both feet flat on the floor. Take a nice deep breath. Close your eyes now, and I'll do it with you. Just feel the relaxing, smooth breaths, knowing that there is a future for us that is so glorious, so wonderful, that we can just breathe it in. And Michael advised us to be trusting of the benevolence of the universe. So we breathe in that trust. We breathe in the sphere of protection, the sphere of white light. We feel that safety. We feel that calm. We feel that sense of relaxation. Breathe in gratitude. Breathe in love. See the glorious future that awaits us. It is already predetermined in the cycles of time, and therefore we have nothing to worry about. The planet is going to be fine. The arrests are going to happen. They said it's right around the corner. You don't need to be afraid, so just breathe into that trust. Let yourself relax. Feel all of this tingling, warm, healing energy moving through your body. And just take a nice, easy breath, feeling yourself drifting and floating, feeling that calm, that reassurance from the universe that all is well and that you are being protected. Let yourself feel the everlasting presence of the one infinite creator. Breathe in loving, healing, warm energy and let it course all the way through your body, relaxing and easing any tension that you might have in any part of your body, feeling so calm, so at peace, and so happy about the changes that are coming, about the glory of what is arriving our way, learning all these fascinating things that you actually do have a functioning Stargate portal in your brain. The more that you take the time to relax, to breathe into the silence, to feel the steadiness of the purpose that you get with the knowledge that the Creator is real, that there is an infinite intelligence in the universe, and that it loves you more than you could possibly imagine. And always remembering in the grandest sense that you indeed are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite Creator, and this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can ever take that from you. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray for the healing of this planet. We pray for all those who are suffering and wish to attack others, including Stephen. We wish that everyone can find their way back to peace, back to happiness. And we know in the grandest sense that we are never alone. And so it is. Amen. Now I'd like you to breathe your way back into the room. Come on back. Wiggle your fingers. Wiggle your toes. I'm your buddy. I'm your pal, David Wilcock. It's nice to be here with you guys today. Thank you for watching my show. Thank you for supporting with your super chats. I graciously accept and appreciate your donations. And we're very happy. Spencer Hale says, what happened to your alien mask? It's still here. I got it. If I ever did feel inspired to do some routines like that, I've got the mask, but it's all about what I feel. Thank you, David. When you go through the Ascension, you'll spend a couple of weeks in higher consciousness, no fear, then you'll be sent back down to see firsthand the difference in the level. This is Michael Hageman. That may be true. Amen. Thank you, David. Thank you. Thank you. Love to you, David. Another great meditation. Dan from Colorado, signing off. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for being here. We're going to cut it at 5 hours and 58 minutes. Wow, I did a 6-hour show, and I still feel good. I used my sunglasses, so I didn't have to burn my eyeballs. It's your love and your energy that keeps me going, and I really want to thank you guys for being here for me. I love you guys, and we will see you on the next show. So thanks again for watching, and tune in next Sunday, and we're probably going to do time-traveling dinosaurs. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.